Chapter 3:11 Return to the Southern Wilderness. Chapter 3:11 Return to the Southern Wilderness. Chapter 3:11 Return to the Southern Wilderness. Yeah, the spear. Let me have a look. Ancestor Chi Yen grabbed the treasure spear from Lin Ming's hand, closely inspecting it. The base of the spear shaft was a deep purple. It was the color of the violet electricity spirit bamboo. Around the spear shaft, there were also a countless number of thin red lines. This was the symbol of the fusion between the sacred flame parasol tree and the violet electricity spirit bamboo. The spearhead was 8 inches long, with an high ridge and thin blade, gleaming with a cold light. The spearhead was a fusion of the purple comet divine metal, the vermilion bird's crystallized fire, and profound thunderstone. Not only was it incomparably keen and hard, it was very compatible with thunder and fire, suiting Lin Ming. The entire spear, from tip to tail, was inscribed with the runes of an array formation. This array formation was for conducting true essence. The violet electricity spirit bamboo and the sacred flame parasol tree were originally 2 top-quality materials that could channel thunder and fire. Now, with the addition of the array formation, not only was it smooth and unimpeded, there would be an extremely increased degree of strength as well. It could be said that this spear was tailor-made for Lin Ming. Ancestor Chi Yen caressed the long spear as if it were his most beloved. The grade of the treasure spear was exactly what he expected, a high-grade earth step treasure, and it was amongst the highest of its level. Normally, only when a heaven step treasure was forged would it draw in heavenly tribulation. If a treasure could be tempered with heavenly tribulation, it would become much sharper and stronger. The spear that Ancestor Chi Yen made didn't qualify to be a heaven step treasure, but because it contained too many top-quality thunder and fire materials and it was forged near the primal chaos heavens, it was still able to direct the thunder and fire origin energy of the skies, creating a false heavenly tribulation. Although it wasn't a true heavenly tribulation, it still performed a role similar to tempering, taking the quality of this divine spear a step further. Ancestor Chi Yen traced the spear for some time, and then he reluctantly parted from it, handing it back to Lin Ming. He said, "This spear is yours, you name it." Lin Ming took the spear and casually shook it. The entire spear shook with a deep inner power, enough to shatter the bones of an ordinary master. Pouring a bit of true essence in it, thunder and fire suddenly twined around the entire spear, making violent popping noises that caused one's heart to race. If this terrifying strength was used with the thunder annihilation, the might of that strike would be difficult to imagine. Lin Ming said, "Since this is forged from purple comet divine metal, I will name it the Purple Comet Divine Spear." Now that Lin Ming had obtained such a divine spear, he anxiously wanted to test just how powerful it was. He just had a great test subject in mind, the Southern Wilderness Fireworm Shaman. 10 days later, Southern Wilderness, 100,000 mountain range. The skies were clear and free, the sun shining brightly. Above the forest of the Southern Wilderness, with a sharp whistling, a flying beast with a wingspan of 60 feet was soaring through the endless skies. Its entire body was covered in scales, and it had a long body and tail just like a dragon. Its wide wings formed a great shadow on the ground. Looking from afar, this flying beast looked like a flood dragon with 2 large wings. This beast was called a winged flood dragon, and it also had the bloodline of a winged rain dragon saint beast. The winged rain dragon was similar to a flood dragon, as both were dragon-type saint beasts. But the winged rain dragon had wings, thus its descendants could fly as well. There was a youth standing on the back of the winged flood dragon, clad in black with a purple spear in his hand, facing the billow wings. The youth was Lin Ming. 10 days ago, Lin Ming had left Ancestor Chi Yan's mountain range, and he had been gifted this winged flood dragon, so he could fly instead of walk. In terms of speed, the winged flood dragon was far beyond what a heavenly winged eagle could compare to. With a single spread of its wings, it could fly for tens of thousands of miles. It was a priceless mount. Not only that, Ancestor Qi Yen personally used an array formation to conceal the brilliant radiance and true essence fluctuations on Lin Ming's purple comet divine spear, so that if one looked at it, they would only think it was an extremely ordinary high-grade human step treasure. Only someone whose cultivation surpassed Ancestor Qi Yen could see through it. Otherwise, it would be difficult to discern anything. The purple comet divine spear was incomparably precious after all. With Lin Ming's current strength, taking such a valuable weapon out in public was no different to suicide. As of now, there were only two people that knew that Lin Ming had the purple comet divine spear, Mu Qinyu and Ancestor Qi Yen. Mu Qinyu was naturally trustworthy, although Ancestor Qi Yen had a very violent and capricious personality. He still had certain codes of conduct he followed, and he was a generally upright person. Also, he could be considered a good friend of Lin Ming's and wouldn't betray him, much less he was also the one that personally forged the spear. The winged flood dragon flew with lightning speed. As Lin Ming stood on the dragon's back, he could see the landscape underneath him rapidly changing, and he was unable to restrain a sigh. It had only been a few months, but now that he returned, his circumstances were completely different to what they once were. In the past, he had been chased down and nearly killed by Hugong. He had risked his life to kill Hugong. Afterwards, he was also chased down and nearly killed by the fireworm shaman. If it wasn't for the fact that he had tremendously good luck and met the vermilion bird that was on its way to Thunder Crash Mountain, who had startled the shaman's flame essence avatar into hiding, he would have probably fallen to his doom in Blackwater Swamp. After that, he had entered Thunder Crash Mountain, and he had barely escaped after risking his life. It was like all these life and death situations were just yesterday. But now that he returned to the southern wilderness today, Lin Ming's strength could no longer be compared to what it once was. There was no longer anyone in the southern wilderness that could threaten him. Lin Ming's first destination was Fog Valley Tribe. Fog Valley Tribe was located in a deep mountain valley, and this valley would often fill with a noxious fog in the morning. This was where its name came from. It was a small tribe that was quite close to the fireworm tribe, and it only had a population of 4,000 or 5,000 people. As Lin Ming flew near Fog Valley Tribe, he let the winged flood dragon forage for its own food in the jungles of the southern wilderness. The winged flood dragon had a bloodline purity equal to the thunder lizards of Thunder Crash Mountain. Its current strength was comparably to a Hotian realm master. In the jungles of the southern wilderness, it had no rival, thus there was no need to worry about it. Lin Ming jumped down from the back of the flying flood dragon. In the 10,000 feet of air, he was just like a fish that was rapidly swimming through water. With a single wave of his sleeve, he was able to decelerate using the concept of wind, becoming as light as a feather and gently falling to the ground. Lin Ming followed the path that he remembered, and soon he found a small house located in the corner of Fog Valley. The gravel path was filled with blue stones, and the thatched roof was bright with drops of rain. It had a very refreshing feeling. In the red-tiled courtyard, there was a young, pretty girl in a thick cotton dress. She carried a wooden basin. She was wringing out the clothes in it and hanging them to dry on a rope underneath the hot morning sun. Under the sunlight, the delicate girl's tender forearm was like a lotus root, her fair skin glimmering. This girl was a witch of the Na tribe, Na Shui. When Lin Ming had gone to assassinate Chi Guda, he had given the sisters some gold and settled them in Fog Valley Tribe. Before entering the Sorcerer Holy Land, Lin Ming had sworn that he would get revenge for the sisters. Lin Ming was a pure and righteous individual who didn't make promises easily. He kept those he did make. Now, he came back to fulfill that promise. Big brother Mo Lin As Na Shui saw Lin Ming come into the courtyard, she suddenly froze. Her eyes began to water, revealing a touch of surprise, disbelief, and joy. "Where's your older sister?" Lin Ming faintly smiled at Na Shui. Mo Lin was a pseudonym that he had once used in the southern wilderness. "She's in. Na Shui nodded energetically, and then quickly laid down the wooden basin, running into the house as she shouted, "Big sister, big brother Mo Lin is back." When Na Shui had first met Lin Ming, he had appeared as a savior in her eyes. Not only did he kill the two men that had kidnapped her and her big sister, after that he had even killed the man who had murdered her parents. Afterwards, in the jungles of the southern wilderness, they had encountered hardships one after the other, but Lin Ming had overcome all of these. Because of this, Na Shui, who had just begun to become interested in the opposite sex, had never forgotten Lin Ming. He held a special place in her heart. It was just a few blinks of the eye, and then Na Yi appeared in the doorway. She wore a soiled apron, and her sleeves were pulled up. Her slender and delicate fingers were wet from washing vegetables, and they still dripped with water. She was just like a slim and graceful treasure of a family. When Na Yi saw Lin Ming, she was surprised. She was well aware of just how terrifying and extraordinary Lin Ming's talent was, and also the difference between Lin Ming and their two sister statuses. She thought that she would never see Lin Ming again in her lifetime. She never expected that he would actually come back. "Benefactor," Na Yi bowed, respectfully greeting Lin Ming. In contrast to the normally lively and innocent Na Shui, Na Yi had a calm temperament that completely didn't suit her age. This had most likely originated from having experienced the sight of her mother's half-eaten corpse and then sealing off her heart. Hearing Na Yi call him a benefactor, Lin Ming felt a bit helpless. This title really made him feel uncomfortable. When he killed Chi Guda, he had taken vengeance for the sister's parents. He really could be considered a benefactor. "Let's go into the house. There are some questions I'd like to ask you." As the three walked into the house, the room was a bit dark. There was a basin full of just washed vegetables and also a steaming hot stove on the other side. "Has there been any activity in the fireworm tribe these days?" Li Ming casually glanced around, feeling the simple life that these two sisters lived. "There hasn't been any." Na Yi shook her head. Fog Valley tribe was very close to the fireworm tribe. If the fireworm tribe had sent any troops to wage war against other tribes, she would naturally know. Since there isn't anything happening, then all the masters of fireworm tribe must be gathered in their lair. Do you know where the fireworm church is?" "Where the fireworm church is," Na Yi hesitate, her voice tinged with doubt. "I know. Does benefactor?" Lin Ming said, "When I went to the Sorcerer Pagoda, I made a promise to you that I would get vengeance for you sisters and kill Chi Guda and the fireworm shaman. Now, Chi Guda is dead, and there is only the fireworm shaman remaining. Not only does this person have enmity for killing your master, but I also have a deep blood feud with him. Also, I want to obtain the fireworm tribe's sacred flame for myself. These are the reasons that I came back to the southern wilderness to kill him." As Lin Ming spoke, Na Yi's eyes were wide in shock. Na Shui also gasped, covering her mouth with her hands. Killing the fireworm shaman? Taking the fireworm tribe's sacred flame for himself? The fireworm shaman's strength was at least at the Middle Hotian realm. He had once easily killed their master. To the twin sisters, such a character was a top master in the entire southern wilderness. He was just like an insurmountable mountain. Even Na Yi, who had a normally firm temperament, would feel a sense of suffocation and dread in killing such a character to take vengeance for her master. She was aware that in her entire life, she might never achieve the strength to do so. But now, Lin Ming actually planned to go kill the fireworm shaman. Heavens, he was only 16 years old. When Lin Ming had killed Chi Guda, this act gave Na Yi an overwhelming sense of horror. There were some peerless talents that were recorded down in the ancient texts of the faith of the sorcerer that could accomplish this at 15 or 16 years of age. After Lin Ming had returned from the Divine Kingdom and killed Chi Guda, Na-I was shocked, but she was still able to accept this. Now, he also wanted to kill the fire worm shaman. This was simply unimaginable. Chapter 3, 12 Fireworm Church Leader. Chapter 3, 12 Fireworm Church Leader. Chapter 3, 12 Fireworm Church Leader. Benefactor. The fireworm shaman's cultivation is at least at the Middle Hotian realm. He might even be at the late Hotian realm. Na-I tried to keep her calm, but her voice was still trembling. She knew how astonishing Lin Ming's talent was, but she found it hard to imagine that Lin Ming's strength would have progressed so much in just a few months. Now, she didn't have accurate information on just how strong the fireworm shaman was. Much less how strong he was, the fireworm shaman would undoubtedly be surrounded by countless masters. If Lin Ming wished to kill the fireworm shaman in such a situation, he would have to have at least the strength of a peak Hotian master in order to dare to do such a thing. Seeing that Lin Ming's current cultivation was at most in the pulse condensation period, would his true strength actually manage to jump past almost 2 whole realms? Na-I found this unbelievable. Even if it was the Southern Wilderness Feather Emperor that was recorded down in the faith of the sorcerer's ancient texts, his strength wouldn't be so exaggerated at such a young age. In Na-I's heart, the Feather Emperor of the Southern Wilderness was only inferior to the faith of the sorcerer. This peerless master had once created his own empire in the Southern Wilderness that was equal to a third-grade sect. His power was difficult to estimate, unfathomable. Benefactor, let me search around a bit more, so I can learn just how strong the fireworm shaman is. Lin Ming said, that doesn't matter. Even if his strength is at the peak Hotian realm, I have enough hidden abilities to kill him. Or I can even freely retreat if I wish. The reason I came today was to inform you that I will complete my promise to you, not to find out information from you. Na-I was speechless. Really, if Lin Ming had come to the Southern Wilderness to kill the fireworm shaman, he would have already had some sort of plan. There was no need for him to come ask her for information on how to kill the fireworm shaman. In any case, the information she had was limited, and she wouldn't be able to give any valuable advice anyways. I understand. Na-I nodded. In her mind, Lin Ming was a paradox that managed to complete incredible miracles that others couldn't. She didn't think that Lin Ming was crazy or hot-headed. She just found it unbelievable. When I go to kill the fireworm shaman, whether I succeed or not, you need to take your little sister far away from the fireworm tribe as you can. This place is too close. It won't be safe. As Lin Ming said this, he took a foot-long square box out of his spatial ring and then gave it to Na-I, saying, this is for you sisters. In the future, whether or not you want to live an ordinary prosperous life or try to turn your fate and rebuild your tribe, all will be decided by you. Lin Ming placed the box on the table. The sisters had given him a very great, fortuitous opportunity. This was the kindness he returned to them to consider all of their debts fully repaid. Big brother, Emo Lin, you... As Na Shui saw that Lin Ming was about to leave, she pursed her lips, her eyes trembling and shining wet. She didn't know what to say. Lin Ming faintly smiled, gently rubbing Na Shui's head, and said, cultivate well. Perhaps in the future we will meet again. As Lin Ming said this, he left the house, activated his movement technique, and instantly vanished into the horizon. Na-I saw her little sister's longing look as if she was reluctantly willing to part ways, and then sighed, shaking her head. In the future, Lin Ming would most likely become an existence similar to the Feather Emperor. He would become a figure that dominated a land of several hundreds of thousands of miles. The disparity between them was simply a ravine that they couldn't cross. How could he still be her big brother, Mo Lin? As Na-e was deep in thought, she casually opened the box that Lin Ming left behind. As she looked at the contents inside, she was stunned silly. The box was packed full of golden banknotes, each one worth 1,000 gold taels. These packs of banknotes looked solid, and looking at the thickness, there had to be at least 100 or 200. This meant that this was a few 100,000 gold taels. An average person could spend lavishly their entire life and never spend it all. Even if they used this to purchase cultivation materials for martial artists, they still wouldn't spend it all. It was enough for the two sisters to not have to worry about money ever again. Near the stack of golden banknotes, there was a jade slip, and near the jade slip there were a few bottles of pills. After opening the pill bottles, a light fragrance wafted out. These were absolutely top-grade pills. As Na-e held the jade slip in her hand, she let out a light breath. It was a medium-grade, human step cultivation method. In addition to these pills and golden banknotes, the worth of this box was no less than 1,000,000 gold taels. Although Na-e had been a witch of the great Na tribe and had been accustomed to wealth, the southern wilderness was poorer than the mainland. A great tribe with 500,000 people would find it difficult to put out so much money. But Lin Ming had actually casually gifted this. Just what degree of influence did he have? Na-e suddenly felt that, relative to this great world, the tribes of the south were insignificant ants. Fireworm City was 900 miles west of Fog Valley Tribe. It was the center of command for the Fireworm Tribe, and also the origin of the Fireworm Church. Most tribes of the southern wilderness had a theocracy that dominated the secular leader. The Fireworm Tribe was no exception. The Fireworm Shaman Chi-Yu had a higher degree of influence than the tribal chief. Within the very center of Fireworm City, there were 7 great spiral towers. These spiral towers were all above 200 feet, with the largest one in the center at over 300 feet. The giant complex that these 7 spiral towers revolved around was the Fireworm Church. The curtain of night slowly fell upon the land. The noisy streets of the day quieted, and the lamplights of 10,000 families in Fireworm City shined out, shining out against the endless starry sky. This was a rare scene in the entire southern wilderness. These past years, the Fireworm tribe had constantly been at war, plundering other tribes and taking slaves. Now, the total population of the Fireworm tribe reached several million. Fireworm City also became one of the largest cities in the southern wilderness. Within the highest room of the central spire, there were several people sitting around a round table. The man in the seat of honor was a bald man. He was dressed in a dark black robe, and on his head was tattooed in strange patterns. His face was calm and indifferent. Besides him was a long and thick staff. This staff was shaped like a spindle, and there was a circle of white skulls hanging from it. This man was the Fireworm Shaman Chi-Yu. At Chi-Yu's right-hand seat, there was a fat, middle-aged man. He was hugging a delicate-looking maid, and his pudgy, stumpy hands were delving into the clothes of a slave girl, recklessly rubbing against her. The female slave bit her lips until they hurt, her whole body trembling but not daring to speak or react. Although these fat man's actions were disgusting and lewd, and his eyes smiled in a lascivious grin, his eyes actually revealed a hint of murderous intent. Shaman Chi-Yu, the soldiers and horses are already ready. We are just waiting for some masters of the church to join. As long as Shaman Chi-Yu calculates an auspicious day, we shall push forward, and we shall flatten the Aga tribe in a single sweep. We will plunder their cultivation resources, give them to the church, kill their heathens, and sell off the slaves to supply the treasure. The rest of the slaves will be used to serve us. As the fat man spoke, his smile grew wider, and the strength of his hand increased. The slave girl paled in pain, and sweat began to form on her forehead. But she clenched her teeth, not daring to utter a single sound. This man who was groping her was the chief of the Fireworm tribe, and he had extremely cruel and brutal methods for dealing with those he disliked. He was even more vicious than Fireworm Church founder. These past years, there were countless slave girls who were humiliated or killed by him. If she couldn't bear the pain and interrupted the conference of these three people, her fate would be truly pitiful. She had a sister who couldn't bear the pain and coughed, and then she was thrown into the army camp as a prostitute slave for anyone's use. Now, it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Chiyu sat in the seat of honor, his right hand flipped up, his palm up, and his thumbs tapped his other four fingers. He seemed to be calculating something. A moment later, Chiyu slowly said, 3 months later, when the wolf star intersects with the sky star, that is when you may dispatch the army. 3 months? Does it have to be that long? The fat chief frowned. He didn't want to wait, and he wasn't satisfied with this time. With the current strength of the Fireworm tribe, demolishing the Aga tribe was easy. The only problem was how many losses there would be. Chiyu's words represented the entire Fireworm church. Even if the fat chief was the chief, he could not argue against him. As the fat chief looked at the Fireworm great general on his right side, he nodded and said, "Then we shall go in 3 months. At that time, we shall be depending on the Church of the Shamans to help us at that time." "Of course," Chiyu said without a break in composure. As the fat chief saw Chiyu's expression, he was somewhat unhappy. Every time, this fat chief would have to beg the Fireworm Church to send out masters. Once the cultivation resources were plundered, they were all handed over to the Fireworm Church. If things continued like this, when would the army ever train a master that would be equal to the masters of the Fireworm Church? Would they always be reliant on the Fireworm Church? Since the fat chief wasn't happy, he groped even more forcefully. Now, the slave girl could no longer bear the pain and uttered a groan. The fat chief frowned. As the slave girl heard this sound, her entire body instantly went ice cold. Her body began to tremble, and now she only had thought in her mind. She was finished. Her fate would be worse than death. As slaves, they didn't even have the qualifications to commit suicide. According to the laws of the Fireworm tribe, the slaves that killed themselves would be used to feed vicious beasts. And according to the spiritual beliefs of the southern wilderness, if the dead were eaten by vicious beasts or humans, they would not be able to enter into the cycle of samsara, and they would never be reincarnated. Therefore, while many slaves wished that they could die, none of them dared to kill themselves. The fat chief's face darkened as he smiled. He was thinking on how he would punish this slave girl tonight to vent his heart's depression. But at this moment, an icy voice fell from the sky, covering the entire spiral tower. "I apologize. I'm afraid that you will not have the opportunity to wait another 3 months." This voice was full of a chilling, murderous intent, enough that anyone who heard it would feel their heart race in fear from the hostile aura. The fat chief was immediately shocked. He stood up frightened and looked above his head. He only saw the dark ceiling. "Who is it?" The fat chief shoved the slave girl and his hands away, looking startled and alarmed. But thinking that the Fireworm shaman was right near him along with many other masters, he felt a bit more at ease. These fellows would eat people and not spit out their bones. They were truly strong. Otherwise, there was no way that the Fireworm tribe would have been able to sweep across the northern-southern boundary as they had these past years. Chiyu's complexion also changed. This person was actually able to hide from his senses and even sneak into his tightly defended Fireworm tower. "Who is it? Come out and show yourself. Don't hide in the shadows." Chiyu kept his calm, and he had the ability and capital to remain calm. His cultivation had already reached the late Hotian realm, and with the help of the eternal flame essence, it would be hard for any other martial artist in the Hotian realm to rival him. Within the entire southern wilderness, he wouldn't say that he was the strongest, but his strength definitely ranked in the top 5. Especially since he was in his own domain, he had help from many of his men. There was just no need to be afraid of anyone or anything. Chapter 3:13 Exterminating Chi-Yu. Chapter 3:13 Exterminating Chi-Yu. Chapter 3:13 Exterminating Chi-Yu. On the highest floor of the spiral tower, the candle flames flickered in the night wind, and the shadows of those within disappeared, becoming small and minuscule. Shaman leader Chi-Yu had an indifferent expression, his hand slowly tracing the side of his staff. His staff jittered, and the skulls hanging from the top began to rattle against each other. The newly assigned fireworm, Great General, took out the heavy sword from his back, his face calm. He was a man who had struggled and killed his way up the ranks of the army on his own merits and strength, a truly vicious military man. He had been through countless slaughters and battlefields, and had also experienced the bitter taste of attempted assassinations multiple times. Now, facing this unexpected visitor, it was impossible for his heart to feel even the slightest arousal of fear. The night wind howled, and a black shadow appeared like a desolate ghost on the ledge of the stone window. He held a purple spear in his hand, his eyes cold, and his body overflowing with murderous intent. Early pulse condensation period. The fireworm, Great General, smirked. An early pulse condensation boy actually dared to come to their fireworm clan's holy land? This boy didn't know how to spell the word death. I was wondering just who it could be, but it turns out it's merely a foolish idiot. An early pulse condensation boy actually dares to come here just to kill himself. The fat chief wickedly grinned, his eyes looking behind Lin Ming. If you have help, then call them out. Don't go skulking in the shadows like some rat. I'll send you both off together. As the fat chief spoke, a small fire ignited in his palm. This was a sound-transmitting talisman. He was using this sound-transmitting talisman to pass on a warning. The fat chief didn't think that Lin Ming was really an idiot. If Lin Ming dared to intrude here, that meant there was most likely a master waiting outside for an opportunity to strike. Although there was only a small danger, the fat chief was unwilling to risk his own life. In the grand hall, the fireworm shaman was silent. He froze for a moment as he saw Lin Ming, then instantly recalled just where he had seen him. Several months ago, this youth had killed Chi Guda. Afterwards, the fireworm shaman had sent his own flame essence avatar to chase down Lin Ming through Blackwater Swamp. If his avatar hadn't encountered the vermilion bird and feared being eaten, then it would have killed Lin Ming long ago. This youth's body held countless secrets. He remembered that when Lin Ming just had a mere peak bone forging cultivation, he was already able to fly, and his strength was a level above everyone else. The fireworm shaman was able to determine that Lin Ming had an unfathomable wealthy background, and he also had a rare treasure that enabled him to fly. Such a treasure was absolutely priceless. If he could obtain it, then his own power would leap ahead. Chi-Yu flicked his fingers, and a wisp of flame ran out from his hands, roaring forth and jumping out the window, making a circle around the spiral tower before it flew back into Chi-Yu's hand. Then Chi-Yu laughed, revealing a vicious grin. His curved lips revealed sharp teeth that were just like a vampire bat, incomparably fierce. So it's really just you. A few months have passed, and you broke through from the peak bone forging stage to the early pulse condensation period. But after the mere advancement of a small realm, you actually think you can kill me within the lair of the Fireworm clan? You really think you are the Feather Emperor of the Southern Wilderness reborn? You don't know what it means to die. Chi-Yu stretched out his long crimson tongue, licking his lips. To him, Lin Ming was merely a bag of treasures waiting to be opened. Such a young and ignorant young boy like Lin Ming wouldn't know what true power was. Lin Ming probably assumed that he was some normal Hotian martial artist. When Lin Ming had killed Chi Guda, his cultivation had been at the peak of bone forging. Chi Guda was a half-step into the Hotian realm. Lin Ming hadn't been able to easily kill him. He had to use many hidden cards, including the heretical god Force and even Thunder Fire Annihilation. At that point, Lin Ming's strength was able to compare to the weakest of all Hotian realm martial artists. Now, in just 3.5 months, Lin Ming's cultivation had only risen by a small degree. Qi Yu simply didn't even think that Lin Ming had any ability to threaten him. Even if he were the godlike Feather Emperor that was worshipped in the southern wilderness, he still wouldn't have this ability in the pulse condensation period. Suddenly, the door to the meeting room burst open, and a group of heavily armed guards rushed in. The fat chief took this opportunity to scurry behind the bodyguards. These were his death-sworn, special guards that the fat chief had handpicked from the army, each and every one willing to die for him. They had fought in many battles, killing countless civilians and masters. With these deaths sworn with him, and also countless other masters in the Spiral Tower, the fat chief was much more calm. Although he was a cruel and ruthless individual, he was actually very afraid of death. To him, his life was worth more than gold. He ruled a large swathe of land. He had many women to play with. There was endless wealth of power waiting for him. "You all protect me. Shaman Qi, you will deal with this intruder." The fat chief issued out orders via a true essence sound transmission. He could also be considered half a martial artist, but the reason he cultivated was mainly for physical fitness and to violate women. "I do not care who you are, but since you have come, do not think that you will walk away." The fireworm great general gave a loud shout, rushing towards Lin Ming, the heavy sword in his hand, cutting down. Lin Ming calmly held the purple comet spear in his hands. He watched, motionless, as the fireworm great general rushed towards him, slicing the heavy sword at him. But then a chilling light suddenly flashed in Lin Ming's eyes, and he icily spit out a single word: "Die." It was as if this cold voice was the grim whispers of a death god that emanated from an endless, silent abyss. As soon as the fireworm great general heard this voice, his body instantly shook, and both of his eyes lost focus. Plop! It was as if the great general had his soul sucked out of him. His massive body fell to its knees, and then he keeled over. It was unknown whether or not he was still alive. The fireworm shaman's complexion changed. Soul attack. A soul attack wasn't too surprising, but Lin Ming only had a cultivation at the early pulse condensation period. Yet, he was able to use this soul attack to kill a peak pulse condensation master in a split second. How was this possible? The fat chief suddenly panicked. He didn't know that Lin Ming had used a soul attack. He only knew that with a single word, he had managed to directly kill a peak pulse condensation great general. Was this boy a reincarnated demon? Even those death-sworn near him, who had been numbed to the horrors of death and destruction, were agitated, unconsciously clenching their fists. They didn't fear death, but even if they didn't fear death, they were people of the southern wilderness who had deeply ingrained beliefs. What they feared were the demons, and the current Lin Ming seemed like a demon that they heard from folk tales. "So, it seems that you have mastered a soul attack secret skill. It's no wonder that you dare to kill me. However, such a secret skill is useless against me." Qi Yu's expression finally became grim. At this time, Qi Yu was only slightly serious. As a martial artist with a late Hotian realm cultivation, and also the master of a flame essence, the strength of a peak pulse condensation great general was nothing in his eyes. Killing him in a split second simply didn't mean anything. His right hand flashed, and a mass of crimson flames jumped forth from his palm. "I'll turn you to ashes, Qi." A bright red light shot towards Lin Ming, but Lin Ming didn't evade or dodge. Instead, his entire body was covered with a shimmering azure light, and he lifted his right hand, grabbing out at the red light. Pung! The bright red light exploded like a firework in Lin Ming's palm. But Lin Ming's right hand only glimmered with the faintest golden light. Not even a single inch of his body had been burned. What? The fireworm shaman, who had been trying to maintain a calm and collected appearance, finally lost his composure. Although he hadn't used the fire essence to attack, he had still used 60 to 70% of his strength, and yet his attack was actually blocked by the enemy and barehanded. This was impossible. At this time, the fireworm shaman already imagined that Lin Ming might be a Xiantian master in disguise. But if he was a Xiantian master, then why would he mask himself under the illusion of an early pulse condensation youth and come here to trick him? He no longer had time to wonder. At this moment, Lin Ming had already lifted his spear. A spear thrust out, thunder howled, true essence cut the air. The meeting table was shattered into pieces, and the tip of that purple spear pierced towards Chiyu's chest. At this critical moment, Chiyu fiercely bit down on his tongue, and a young boy wreathed in flames flew from his chest straight towards Lin Ming's spear. You finally came out. Lin Ming wildly grinned, and true essence erupted from his body like a volcano. Heretical god force. Open! The heretical god seed howled, and the power of thunder and fire surged through the shaft of the purple comet spear, its power multiplying. The spear tip pointed towards the young flame boy's forehead between his eyes, azure true essence whistling. This young flame boy was the fireworm shaman's flame essence avatar, and this one strike was to destroy that flame boy's soul mark. Ah! The flame boy wailed like a demented beast, its young face twisting in horror. Its two little hands tightly grabbed onto the tip of the purple comet spear. Chi, chi, chi. The purple comet spear was forged from divine materials of heaven and earth. As the flame boy held onto this spear, its two small hands began to smoke. But no matter how painful it was, or how its face contorted in agony, it still did not let go of this spear. Go die! Behind the flame boy, Chiyu flourished his staff, true essence erupting from his body. He smashed down at Lin Ming with all of his strength. Lin Ming sneered, and the purple comet spear turned. A steel needle engraved with a purple flood dragon burst out from his fingertip. Bang! Chiyu's staff pounded the ground. Rocks exploded, and the entire spiral tower trembled. However, Lin Ming's figure had already disappeared like smoke. Meanwhile, the coiling dragon steel needle had already pierced between the flame boy's eyes. Pa! With a barely audible sound, the coiling dragon needle shot through the flame boy's head, exiting from the other side. The flame boy's face froze for a moment, and then immediately issued forth an inhuman wail, his once innocent and cute face already completely twisted into a monster. Ah! Chiyu's hair scattered, his eyes bloodshot, completely red. Blue veins stuck out on his forehead like large earthworms, covering his entirely bald head. You actually destroyed my avatar. Not only did I destroy your avatar, but I will also kill you. Lin Ming was the judge, jury, and executioner of Chiyu's fate. His spear flipped over and thrust straight towards Chiyu's throat. With the concept of wind fused into the spear, its speed drew near the extreme. Chiyu could not dodge this. Then let's die together. Chiyu's ugly face distorted, and he snapped off the top of his staff, revealing a shining knife. At this time, crazy Chiyu had fallen into despair. He completely ignored Lin Ming's attack, grabbing onto his spear, and using the long knife end to stab towards Lin Ming's heart. He wanted them both to perish together. Pa! The purple comet spear instantly pierced through Chiyu's throat, and Chiyu's hand suddenly stilled. Both of his eyes lost focus, and the knife in his hand seemed incomparably distant from Lin Ming. At this time, Chiyu had already found that Lin Ming had drawn far away. He held a long crimson chain in his hand, and this chain was directly connected to the end of the purple spear. Chapter 3:14 Night of Flowing Blood. Chapter 3:14 Night of Flowing Blood. Chapter 3:14 Night of Flowing Blood. You. Chiyu vomited blood, his left hand grasping onto the spear shaft, while his right hand vainly reached out, as if he were trying to take hold of something. His face was colored with disbelief, a reality that he couldn't reconcile or resign himself to. He didn't think that one day he would actually die at the hands of a young boy. Not only that, but this young boy's cultivation would be at a trivial early pulse condensation period. Plop! Chiyu fell to his knees, the light already gone from his eyes. In the end, Chiyu was only a most basic martial artist from a non-sect background. The reason he was able to lord over the southern wilderness was because it was an extremely remote location, but his talent, in comparison to geniuses like Jiang Baoyun or Qin Wuxin, was simply nothing at all. The strongest talent that Chiyu had known of was the Feather Emperor of the southern wilderness. But even the Feather Emperor's talent could not be compared to someone like Lin Ming. Lin Ming pulled out the purple comet spear with a spray of blood, and then the body was unceremoniously kicked to the floor. This was his grave, where he could pass with all his regrets. At this time, the fat chief was an ashen gray. As the flickering flame of his hope faded away, his fat body trembled. What had just happened was no different to a nightmare. The unfathomable fireworm clan founder and shaman had actually died like this until the time when that purple spear had pierced through Chiyu's throat. The fat chief still wasn't able to believe this. This young boy was a demon. All of the slave girls in the room felt as if they were in a dream. In their eyes, the fireworm shaman was like a dark, evil god, incomparably powerful, and yet he was actually killed by this 17 or 18-year-old boy. Then just how terrifying an existence was this young boy? Was he the reincarnation of the sorcerer, come to save them? Lin Ming looked at his right hand, an extremely satisfied smile crossing his lips. With the combination of his azure true essence and tempering marrow boundary, his defensive power had risen by another qualitative level. He was even able to use his empty hand to block Chiyu's flame essence fire attack. As for the power of fire that had sunk into Lin Ming's body, it was completely suppressed by the heretical god seed. It had failed to cause even the slightest bit of damage to Lin Ming's meridians. The last time he encountered Chiyu, he couldn't even think of controlling the enemy's flames. Apparently, the effect of the heretical god seed to control the power of fire was closely correlated to Lin Ming's own strength. As he wiped out the last bits of residual flame on his palm, Lin Ming turned to look at the last remaining high-level fireworm character in the spiral tower, the Fat Chief. What do you want? I can give you. The Fat Chief trembled as he stepped back, his voice wobbling. These death-sworn guards around him were only at the bone-forging stage. On the battlefield, they were similar to sharp blades that rushed forwards, but compared to the fireworm shaman, they were no more than weak insects. In front of this demon, they weren't even worth mentioning. None of them were able to give the Fat Chief any sense of security. Lin Ming glared at the Fat Chief with a look of loathing filled with utter disgust. This was a true degenerate, scum that should not exist in this world. He casually flicked his spear and frostily said, "You have nothing that is worth my interest. I only want one thing from you, and that is for you to die. No, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I can give you wealth. I can give you beautiful women, even the throne." The Fat Chief's face had already scrunched together. His entire fat body was unable to stop jiggling in terror. At this time, his was truly in despair. What had happened? He had sent out a sound-transmitting talisman, yet no one had come? Where were the masters of the fireworm clan? There was such a loud sound. If they didn't hear the sound-transmitting talisman, they at least should have heard the loud explosions and crashes. Were they all killed? Realizing this, the Fat Chief's heart sank to the depths of despair. As Lin Ming approached, step by step, each and every footstep seemed to stamp on the Fat Chief's heart. An invisible pressure surged forth, making it difficult to breathe. A slave girl knelt down. throwing herself to the floor in the deepest kowtow, her eyes full of adoration and worship, completely paying respect and performing the rituals of the sorcerer. The fat chief's entire body was wet with cold sweat. He was too scared. Even the group of bone-forging stage deathsworn in front of him could not resist this terrifying pressure. "Kill him!" the guard captain suddenly screamed, and over 20 deathsworn took out their weapons, rushing over to bring down Lin Ming. Lin Ming glanced over them without an expression, then coldly said, "All of you walk the road of death." Cha! The purple comet spear thrust out, and countless rays of dazzling purple and white thunder blazed along the spear tip. It was as if a purple sun had risen within the room. Pung! 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 The more than 20 deathsworn were pierced by this electric light. The power of thunder ravaged their bodies, destroying their meridians and cooking their organs. They died before they hit the ground. In a single spear thrust, the more than 20 deathsworn had all died. Now there was only the fat chief left. Several slave girls watched this scene in abstract horror. In a single spear, more than 20 top masters had been killed. This was even more shocking than Lin Ming killing the fireworm shaman earlier. These slave girls' home tribes had been trampled upon by the fireworm armies. They had witnessed these top masters casually slaying their tribe's bravest warriors. But now they all died to this young boy's spear. What kind of terrifying strength was this? The sorcerer. The sorcerer had sent his envoy to save them. A few slave girls prostrated themselves in devout worship. The fat chief was despondent. He slumped to the ground, his knees wobbling and weak. He was normally a monster who held the lives of others in his hand. He knew just how terrible death was. Lin Ming gave a humph of disgust, and icily said, "Killing you will only dirty my spear." As his voice fell, Lin Ming's pupils suddenly turned into swirling black vortexes. Pung! The fat chief's eyes exploded, blood leaking from his head. The fat chief had barely reached the peak viscera training stage by relying on pills. Under the power of Lin Ming's samsara martial intent, his spiritual sea had directly blown up, his brain already becoming a mush of gray matter. Now, there were only a group of slave girls left in the room. They kneeled towards Lin Ming, trembling. "You all can leave now." Lin Ming wasn't a ruthless murderer who killed without compunction. The reason that he killed those death-sworn guards before was because their murderous aura was too heavy. They had followed the fireworm tribe into many wars throughout the years and had killed too many innocents and committed too many foul deeds. They had chosen to walk the road of death, and now the killers became those who were killed. As he spoke, he poked his spear into the dying flame boy on the ground. Suddenly, a deep red fireball shot out from the flame boy's chest, shooting straight towards the windows. Bop! The crimson fireball flew into the window opening and bounced back as if it struck some impossibly hard wall. The windows seemed to be covered by an invisible film, unbreakable. Lin Ming calmly put away the purple comet spear. Before he had entered the spiral tower, he had already laid down the Dreamland enchantment. The enchantment of the Dreamland Pearl that Mu Qinyu gave him could only be broken by a martial artist at the Xiantian realm or above. This little medium-grade, human-step flame essence was naturally useless against it. So, this eternal flame essence is actually an Earth Core Crimson Flame. As Lin Ming thought, he casually threw out several hundred Azure True essence threads that shackled the flame essence. Recently, he had read through many ancient texts that described various flame essences and thunder souls, and he now had a very good understanding of them. The eternal flame was only a name that was given to it by the fireworm tribe, but this flame essence within the Sky Spill continent was called the Earth Core Crimson Flame. The Earth Core Crimson Flame is a medium-grade, human-step flame essence. Although its grade isn't too high, it has been carefully cultivated by the fireworm tribe for all these years. Its power is already near the peak of its grade. When a flame essence was born into the world, its grade was already decided and could not be changed. However, its power could be slowly raised. This Earthgore Crimson Flame had been built up for a long period of time, and the energy within was close to the maximum saturation amount. This saved a great deal of time for Lin Ming. Once I swallow this flame essence, I wonder what grade the heretical god seed's flame essence will rise to. Lin Ming mumbled, his fingers interlocking as he began to seal away the flame essence. Whether it was a flame essence or thunder soul, these were objects that could not be directly stored in a spatial ring. There had to be special preparations. A fire attribute or thunder attribute martial artist had to use their inner elemental true essence and seal it away. Lin Ming had especially studied these sort of seals, and he could now seal a human step flame essence. However, he was not able to deal with an earth step flame essence. Once the flame essence was firmly sealed, Lin Ming found that the group of slave girls hadn't left, but were actually kneeling on the floor. "You haven't left yet." The women kept kowtowing. One of them spoke up, her voice trembling. Sorcerer envoy. "Everyone's dead. If we leave, we will die. I beg the sorcerer envoy to save us. Please, we will do anything." The woman's voice had no confidence in it at all. Her deepest wish was to follow Lin Ming as his slave or his maid, but she knew that she had no qualifications. As he listened to these women's terrified sobs, Lin Ming sighed. This was a world where power reigned supreme. The strong ruled the weak, and the weak capitulated. This sort of unspoken law had continued for countless years. Lin Ming wasn't a weak-willed, soft person. He knew that the existence of tragedy was a rule of the world. He knew that heinous crimes and horrifying deeds were committed everywhere, and he also knew that he couldn't save everyone. But since he had met these women, he naturally would not turn a blind eye to their plight. "Tell me, who here deserves to die?" The woman who spoke was stunned. She immediately clenched her teeth and slowly said, "Those who can live in the heart of the Fireworm clan are all high-level members. If they haven't followed the army, looted, raped, pillaged, and murdered countless innocents, then how would they accumulate their military exploits and reach the positions they are at now?" Lin Ming was a bit surprised looking at this woman. Although she was a slave, and although she was frightened, her words were still clear, and her thinking was rational. Before she was captured, she was most likely the daughter of some aristocratic family. Of course, this wasn't strange. If a slave was selected to serve at the side of the Fireworm chief, then their background wouldn't be ordinary. "I understand." Lin Ming took out the purple comet spear from his spatial ring and removed the dreamland enchantment. Then he jumped out of the window, disappearing into the endless dark night. After seeing Lin Ming leave, the women stared after him, feeling anxious and helpless. But quickly they heard screams coming from outside the spiral tower. The slave girls rushed to the window, looking out, and saw streaks of purple thunder flashing in the dark. In an instant, 7 or 8 people were burned to ashes. The women's minds trembled, shocked. The people who had died were either masters of the Fireworm clan or figures who held true power. Just choosing any one of them, one would see a great figure who compelled respect. But now, this black-clothed youth was actually cutting them all down like ants. Although the women already knew Lin Ming's strength, witnessing it once again filled them with shock. The long spear waved. Thunder and fire danced together. With every spear thrust, several, or even a dozen people, died at once. And of these people, the worst among them were at the bone-forging stage, and there were many who had even reached the pulse condensation period. Tonight was fated to be a night of flowing blood. Chapter 314.2, Absorbing the Earthgore Crimson Flame. Chapter 314, 2. Absorbing the Earthgore Crimson Flame. Under the spiral tower, horrified screams sounded out one after another. Every scream was extremely short. It was clear that those who died were instantly killed. This was a completely one-sided massacre. Slowly, the women in the spiral tower became numb to this. The former rulers of the Fire Worm tribe were now nothing more than a messy pile of corpses. A moment later, a cell was opened, and a group of prisoners escaped. Their shackles were shattered, granting them the freedom they dreamed of for a long time. Slaves knelt to their feet, kissing the ground. The slave girls that had been tormented within the barracks cried upon each other's shoulders in joy. The confusion began to spread. Overnight, the 3 leaders of the Fireworm tribe had been killed, and all of the powerful characters of the Fireworm clan were slain. The slaves and prisoners rose up from their chains in a mass revolt, killing their way to the palace. In this chaos, Lin Ming was like a ghost as he flew from Fireworm City, arriving at the residence of the Na sisters at Fog Valley Tribe. His entire body was bathed red in blood and filled with a murderous aura. He was like a monster that had crawled from the depths of the Ashura hell. Fog Valley Tribe hadn't yet obtained the news of what had happened, and they were as tranquil as ever. Na Shui was sleeping in her room. Na Yi quickly put on a thin white robe, hurrying out. Peng Lin Ming tossed a blood-stained package on the ground. As Na Yu saw this crimson-colored package, her pupils narrowed. She suddenly realized what it was, and her lips shivered. This is Chi Yu's head. Take it as a grave blessing for your master. The Fireworm tribe is in chaos, and the slaves have revolted against the palace. Maybe from now on, there will be no more Fireworm. The flames of war will spread to Fog Valley Tribe. You and your sister should leave. As Lin Ming calmly spoke, he was somewhat depressed. When the magic cube had opened the second time, it was because it had absorbed the blood essence of a peak Hotian master. After Lin Ming killed Chi Yu, he had wanted to use a Hotian master's blood essence to see if the magic cube would absorb Chi Yu's blood essence and open up again. However, he was disappointed. The magic cube had absorbed a bit of Chi Yu's blood essence, but there was no reaction. Was it because the blood essence from the purple gold flexible armor that the Crown Prince had gifted him was special? Or was it because a Hotian master's blood essence had no special meaning for the magic cube? Lin Ming had a faint premonition that it was because of that reason. In his own judgment, the flexible armor that the Crown Prince had given him wasn't special in any other way. Chi Yu's head? Na Yi gasped. She hadn't thought that not only would Lin Ming keep his word and kill the Fireworm shaman, but he would return so quickly. Na Yi's trembling hands slowly untied the package, and she saw that the gruesome head of the Fireworm shaman was within. She appeared excited, but also pained. She remembered the day that her own master had died a horrific death, and now that great hatred was finally avenged. She had completed the blood oath that she'd taken on that day, and could now offer the Fireworm shaman's head as a sacrifice to her master. Thank you, benefactor, Na Yi said as she bit her lips, her eyes wet with tears. There is no need to thank me. He was a man that I needed to kill. Now, things have been settled. Lady Na Yi, take care. If destiny wills it, we will meet again. Lin Ming's figure flashed, and he left like a ghost. Lin Ming's expectations were on the mark. After the core leaders and inner circle were all slaughtered by him, the remnants of the palace could not resist the uprising of the mob of slaves. The Fireworm Palace was taken that evening, and in a single night, the Fireworm tribe was completely destroyed. Under tyranny, there would be a revolt. Behind vast slave empires, there were often many contentious and contradictory forces working behind the scenes. If a single fuse was lit, it would explode just like a volcano. Since ancient times, the southern wilderness was a land of endless chaos. There were many slave empires that existed in these years. They rose with astonishing speed, annexing large swathes of land. However, as soon as they stood straight, they would fall. This was the flow of history. The fireworm tribe was not the first, nor would they be the least. Afterwards, war would burn down the entire country, and many powers would emerge, just like mushrooms that were struggling to grow. There were even some small tribes with just a few hundred people. Lin Ming wouldn't have imagined that in this chaos, Na-E would actually rely on the gold that Lin Ming had given her, and also the head of Qiyu to proclaim herself as a sorcerer envoy. She would establish vast influence and power, and several years later, she would form a massive tribe with tens of thousands of people. Na-E slowly realized the dying wishes of her master and parents, one at a time. Not only was her vengeance fulfilled, but she also reformed the Na tribe. Afterwards, she and her sister would rely on the resources gathered by her people to step into the Hotian realm together. Of the two sisters, one was cold-blooded, and the other was incomparably warm and gentle, becoming the twin queens that were revered within the Na tribe. But in that tribe, there was also a new spiritual belief that would be established with a new figure as its head. This figure held a long spear in his hand and looked like a youth dressed in black. He was called the Spear Emperor. It was said that the Spear Emperor was in existence even more formidable than the Feather Emperor from 600 years ago. But after he rose to fame, he returned to his homeland, no one knowing where he went. It was not only in the New Na tribe, but also in every major tribe's ancient texts. They all recorded that a legendary figure known as the Spear Emperor had completely slaughtered all of the fireworm tribe's masters. Yet this youth was only between 16 and 18 years of age. Such an incredible matter had countless eyewitnesses, including a group of former slave girls that solemnly testified they had seen Lin Ming and even referred to him as the sorcerer envoy. This young boy had instantly killed the fireworm shaman. This is what the people believed. The people of the southern wilderness worshipped powerful figures the most. To them, these powerhouses were gods. Therefore, there were several tribes that had formed from the wreckage of the fireworm tribe and took the Spear Emperor into their spiritual beliefs. Finally, the Spear Emperor was recorded down within the ancient texts with a status equal to the Feather Emperor within the southern wilderness. Of course, all of this is a story for another time. After the downfall of the Fireworm clan, Lin Ming hid within a remote cave in the southern wilderness, going into seclusion as he prepared to swallow the earthgore Crimson Flame. He first used the Dreamland Pearl to lay down an enchantment so that no vicious beasts would disturb him. Then he took the fire essence from his spatial ring and slowly removed the seals layer by layer. The flame essence suddenly moved, as if he wanted to break free. Although a flame essence was eternal and would never be extinguished, its strength would still slowly fade. If a flame essence was sealed for too long a time, it would become extremely weak. After the battle with Qiyu, not only did Lin Ming obtain the flame essence, but he also understood a rough limit of his strength. Qiyu had a cultivation at the late Hotian realm. Because he had a flame essence, his strength was comparable to a lowly peak Hotian realm master. Within Qiyu's so-called Hotian realm, it would be difficult for anyone to rival him. However, this was only within the southern wilderness. There was a vast difference in strength between a common martial artist and a sex martial artist. This was because the resources they had were different, but also because their cultivation methods and martial skills had a wide disparity between them. Not just that, but there was also the difference in talent. With all of these factors combined together, it was difficult to place them side by side. If one casually selected someone from a group that contained talents like Jiang Lanjian or Ouyang Ming, they could compare with a middle Hotian realm master. If it was an earth step talent like Jiang Baoyan, Bai Shu Xian, or Magubuyu, they could compare with a late Hotian realm master. But with Lin Ming's current strength, in addition to the support of the purple comet spear and the coiling dragon steel needle, he could defeat a peak Hotian master with ease. But this so-called peak Hotian master was much weaker than a true sex Hotian master like Qin Zia. Lin Ming pondered. If he confronted Qinzia as he was now, he would definitely be defeated. But if he also had this flame essence, Lin Ming's gaze shifted to the Earthcore Crimson Flame. He didn't know just how much his strength would grow after he swallowed it. Even with this flame essence, I fear it would be impossible for me to defeat Qinzia. I'm just too weak as I am, compared to the Xiantian realm Ouyang Boyan. I'm simply nothing. Thinking of Ouyang Boyan, Lin Ming felt uneasy, like a thorn was stabbed in his back. With such a powerful enemy lurking behind him, he would naturally not be comfortable. Ouyang Boyan would never dare to kill him outright. On the other hand, it was impossible for Lin Ming to depend on Mu Qinyu's influence to kill Ouyang Boyan. The sect rules of the 7 profound valleys not only protected Lin Ming, but they also protected Ouyang Boyan. No matter how high Mu Qinyu's status was, it was impossible for her to kill Ouyang Boyan for wrongdoing without even a shred of evidence that might possibly cause the disintegration of their alliance. Power. Lin Ming clenched his teeth. What he needed the most right now was power. As long as he was by himself and revealed his location, there was an extreme possibility that he would be chased down by Ouyang Boyan. Then there was an absolute chance he would die with no grave. Lin Ming didn't think that as he was now, there would even be a half chance of him escaping from Ouyang Boyan's grasp. Not only that, but his parents were forced to hide because of the threat of Ouyang Boyan, because of the guilt of having to make his parents live life without being able to go out. Lin Ming yearned for power even more. Tempering marrow is just too difficult. I have to temporarily set aside the tempering marrow boundary for now and try to break through to the Hotian realm. Lin Ming decided that as long as he could complete tempering marrow before he was 20 years old, it wouldn't be considered too late. After 20 years of age, the best time for tempering marrow would pass. His marrow would age, and it would become increasingly difficult to succeed. Lin Ming tore off the final seals of the Earthcore Crimson Flame and pressed the flame essence directly into his own chest. The burning hot power of fire immediately rushed into Lin Ming's meridians, recklessly destroying everything in sight. Lin Ming gave a stuffy cough and his body trembled. His complexion was as red as blood. With his strength, in combination with the heretical god seed, he had the power to suppress the power of fire and absorb the medium-grade human step flame essence. In truth, this wasn't too difficult. It was just that the fireworm tribe had cultivated their flame essence very well. It was just like taming a tiger. There was naturally an enormous difference between taming an adult tiger and taming a tiger cub. There were many fire attribute martial artists that in order to absorb a flame essence would first have to wear down the fiery energy of the flame essence before barely being able to absorb it. When Lin Ming had jumped realms and absorbed the purple flood dragon divine thunder, he had used the magnetic birthstone to channel and absorb the purple flood dragon divine thunder's power of thunder before he could absorb it. But this time, Lin Ming didn't have a precious fire attribute version of the magnetic birthstone that was able to absorb the power of fire from the flame essence. Although wearing down the flame essence would be relatively easy, having to build it back up again was very troublesome. Lin Ming didn't want to waste this time. Lin Ming suppressed the bursts of burning pain within him, and then revolved his azure true essence, constantly pouring it into the heretical god seed. A wave of suppression surged forth, potently pushing down the Earthcore Crimson Flame. The heretical god seed had an extremely powerful suppressive strength against fire and thunder. The Earthcore Crimson Flame was divided into parts, scattering within Lin Ming's meridians. Facing so many flames, Lin Ming meditated in patience and began to slowly absorb them all. Chapter 3:15 Sect Destruction. Chapter 3:15 Sect Destruction. Chapter 3:15 Sect Destruction. A flame essence was an amazingly powerful natural force. In normal circumstances, when it was a highly potent medium-grade human step flame essence, One would have to be a late Hotian master from a sect, or a peak Hotian master to absorb it. Not only that, but one would usually need the assistance of some rare treasure like the glacial ice divine spring. But Lin Ming was currently relying entirely on his own powerful body and strength to forcibly tame this flame essence. His advantage was that his meridians were incomparably tough, but the burning pain still felt like he was being roasted from the inside out, spreading through his body like a tide. Lin Ming revolved his Azure True Essence to protect his meridians. The Azure True Essence was endless. Even after being burned away by the flames, it would quickly regenerate. With such support, Lin Ming began to stamp out the flames that rampaged through his meridians. Each time, the flame essence would weaken, but the heretical god seed would grow stronger. Under this reversal, another quarter hour passed, and Lin Ming was finally able to take complete control of the situation. Now, absorbing the Earth Core Crimson Flame was only a matter of time. Chi, chi, chi. The heretical god seed's flame essence danced excitedly, greedily devouring all of the power of fire and constantly growing. To a normal martial artist, a flame essence was no different from a weapon. Once a weapon was forged, its grade was already decided. Later, when they became stronger, they would have to replace their weapon just like they replaced a flame essence. But this situation would never occur with the heretical god seed. The flame essence could absorb other flame essences and grow from them. An hour later, Lin Ming used his soul force to tow a tiny amount of crimson flame through his meridians. These were the final dredges of the power of fire in his meridians, and they had fully integrated within him. With the enhancement of his fusion compatibility, the Earth Core Crimson Flame became increasingly lively. The absorption has finally ended. Lin Ming let out a light breath and absorbed all of the leftover flames into the heretical god seed. Then a vast power of fire erupted from within, integrating with the fire origin energy he had gathered while cultivating the vermilion bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. There was a slight popping sound, as if something had cracked apart, and Lin Ming was surprised. Then he was ecstatic. He had finally broken through to the middle pulse condensation period. He had finally made his breakthrough. With the little bit of medicinal strength left over from the heaven-opening pill, the absorption of the flame essence, and also the month-long high-intensity cultivation within ancestor Qi Yan's mountain range, these three factors had come together and enabled him to complete his breakthrough. It had been a long and difficult process. If he were a normal martial artist, things wouldn't have been so troublesome. After taking a heaven-opening pill, as long as his body didn't explode from the energy, then he would be able to rush to the late pulse condensation period or even the peak pulse condensation period in a single go. This was the price Lin Ming had to pay in order to lay down the most solid of foundations. Every time he made a breakthrough, he would have to pay 2 times or even 3 times the cost of a normal martial artist. It wasn't only Lin Ming, but also sect geniuses like Jiang Baoyan, Bai Shuxian, Qin Wuxin, and others. Before they reached the Xiantian realm, they would have to make a perfect breakthrough at every stage. This was also why they were superior talents that could fight above their ranks, and the reason they were leagues above any common martial artist. If there was ever a day that their talent was insufficient to carry them to a complete breakthrough, then that would be the signal that they had reached the end of their cultivation road. In the future, it would be exceedingly difficult to reach a higher realm. After breaking through to the middle pulse condensation period, Lin Ming needed to remove all the impurities in his body that he had recently acquired. He readied himself to return to the 7 profound valleys so he could calmly cultivate. While he was there, he would also learn the Mirage faction's camouflage techniques and explore the mystery of Jiang Baoyun's spiritual attack. The southern wilderness was quite close to Lin Ming's hometown, but he could not visit his hometown on the way back. He was alone, and now, with Ouyang Boyan prowling at the edges, he didn't want to be exposed to the public. Doing so would only invite danger towards his family. If Lin Ming didn't kill Ouyang Boyan, his heart would never be at peace. Lin Ming sighed, and then whistled loudly into the air. The winged flood dragon was called down, and Lin Ming jumped onto its back, flying straight in the direction of the 7 profound valleys. However, sometimes matters never proceeded as one planned. Everything was up to the whim of fate. Lin Ming never thought that while he was returning to the sect, there would be a shocking event that would affect Divine Phoenix Island and the 19 third-grade sects, and also an event that would change the climate of the entire South Horizon region. 2 days later, Lin Ming sat on the winged flood dragon's back, flying at full speed towards the 7 profound valleys. A strong heavenly wind blew against him, his clothes flapping in the wind, and his black hair wildly dancing in the air. At this moment, a bright flame suddenly lit in front of Lin Ming. The flame flashed and was quickly flown past by the winged flood dragon. Sound-transmitting talisman. Lin Ming was stunned. He was still in the remote lands of the 7 profound territory. The only one that could use, or would be willing to use, a sound-transmitting talisman at this time to find him would be Mu Qianyu. Such a super long-distance sound-transmitting talisman had an astronomical price. Even Mu Qianyu wouldn't casually use one. What sort of important matter had happened? She actually used a super long-distance sound-transmitting talisman to contact him. After several breaths, the fuzzy and intermittent voice of Mu Qianyu resounded in Lin Ming's ear. In a single night, the moon-seizing sect was destroyed. Over 90% of their sect has perished. The entire region has broken out with vicious beast tides. This is absolutely the work of the South Sea Demon Region's Beast Control Clan sovereign. Remember to be careful. Lin Ming was stunned. The moon-seizing sect was destroyed in a single night. How did this happen? The moon-seizing sect was one of the 19 third-grade sects under the jurisdiction of Divine Phoenix Island. In terms of strength, they couldn't compare to the 7 profound valleys, but they ultimately were still a third-grade sect and probably had no less than 100 Xiantian masters, and most likely even a revolving core elder, who commanded them, but they had actually been destroyed in a single night. The South Sea Demon region was actually the first to make a move. After Lin Ming overcame his shock, he realized what the intention of the South Sea Demon region was. It was to destroy the alliance between Divine Phoenix Island and the 19 third-grade sections. The moon-seizing sect was closest to the South Sea Demon region. As long as 5 or 6 revolving core masters crossed the sea and snuck into the moon-seizing sect, they would be destroyed overnight. The South Sea Demon region was temporarily unable to move against Divine Phoenix Island, but if they wanted to act against these third-grade sects, who could stop the combined power of 5 to 6 revolving core masters, if the South Sea Demon region could exterminate the moon-seizing sect, then that meant they could similarly exterminate the 7 profound valleys. Maybe only a top third-grade sect like the Falling Cloud sect or Peacock Mountain would be able to barely defend themselves. Like this, the alliance of Divine Phoenix Island and the 19 third-grade sects would be in imminent danger. If Divine Phoenix Island couldn't protect the other third-grade sects, then who wouldn't be afraid after having the tragic extermination of a fellow third-grade sect placed in front of them? If Divine Phoenix Island was defeated by the South Sea Demon region, then the South Sea Demon region would be the absolute rulers of the entire Divine Phoenix territory. The third-grade sects might be able to maintain a pitiful existence in that situation, but if they joined hands with Divine Phoenix Island and resisted them, they might not be able to see the next dawn. Thinking this, Lin Ming couldn't help but be frightened. The South Sea Demon region was truly a demonic clan. Their actions and conduct were decisively ruthless and brutal. Without any delay, or even having sent a warning, they had directly eliminated an entire sect. Not only was a sect exterminated, but the Beast Control Clan had also acted, stirring up a massive vicious beast tide. There were countless stories of the terrors and dangers of these vicious beast tides found within the ancient historical texts. For all these tens of thousands of years, there had been countless countries within Sky-Spill continent that had been destroyed by a vicious beast tide. In fact, the reason that the Na tribe of the southern wilderness had been destroyed by the fireworm tribe was because they had been weakened by a vicious beast tide. Beast tide. Lin Ming's heart suddenly shook. This was bad. His Lin family was located in Green Mulberry City. South of Green Mulberry City were the Green Mulberry Mountains, and the mountains continued thousands of miles south, reaching into the southern wilderness. The surrounding area of the Green Mulberry Mountains was nothing worth speaking of, but if one went deep in, there were exceedingly formidable vicious beasts. Once a vicious beast tide erupted, then the city that lay at the foot of the mountains would bear the brunt of their rampage. This was Green Mulberry City. Thinking this, Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. He had to return home immediately. Green Mulberry City was his hometown and was no different than his very roots. He could not see his hometown destroyed. As the year ended and the new year began, the weather started to become warmer with each day, and the fields of snow and ice melted into the ground. The lush world began to regenerate. The trees were thick with vibrant green leaves, and all sorts of little animals began to happily prance through the forests. This deep valley was like a magical paradise. But what very few knew was that within this deep valley, there was a relay station that was set up by the 7 profound valleys. In truth, this so-called relay station was actually the central transit point of a transmission array. With the background of the 7 profound valleys, it was difficult for them to create many long-distance transmission arrays that could span several hundred thousands of miles. So they had to set up transmit points along the way. These relay stations had masters guarding them all year round. Currently, the deacon stationed there was Lu Yueshan, a master whose cultivation had reached the late Hotian realm. Beyond the relay station, the land was full of flowers and sun, just like a perfect spring day. But within the relay station, there was an extremely heavy aura. Lu Yueshan frowned. At this moment, his head was lowered, as if he were thinking of something. Suddenly, a clear roar sounded out from the sky. Lu Yueshan looked up to see the shadow of a winged dragon-shaped creature pass above him, steadily and swiftly soaring down from the sky, shooting past between 2 mountains and disappearing. Lu Yueshan didn't even have time to determine just what had happened when he saw a black figure jump down from the sky, slowly falling onto the ground. This just-arrived black-clothed youth seemed to be around 17 or 18 years old, and the sharp contours of his face seemed to hide a sharp energy that made one's heart race. Lu Yueshan's pupils shrank. This person was Lu Yueshan. Lin Ming shook a little token in his hand. This pure gold token was a 7 profound seal that only direct disciples of the 7 profound valleys had. Lu Yueshan was shocked. Direct disciple? As a deacon of a relay station, his status was inferior to Huoluan Nation's 7 profound martial house master. As for those lofty characters like the direct disciples that had a status comparable to an elder, that was truly a remote existence. Huoluan Nation relay station deacon Lu Yueshan greets, sir. At this time, Lin Ming was near desperation. It was like his heart was on fire. So he spared the needlessly complicated rituals and directly asked, Lu Yueshan, I ask you, has a vicious beast tide erupted within Sky Fortune Kingdom? Lu Yueshan was the one who managed this relay station, and this relay station was also used to share news. Also, this place wasn't too far from Sky Fortune Kingdom. It was very likely that he would be the first to receive any news. Reporting to Sir, this subordinate hasn't received any news. Vicious beast tides have risen up throughout the entire 7 profound territory. Requests for help are like snowflakes in a winter storm. The 7 profound valleys is overwhelmed with requests at this moment. The 7 profound territory was extremely large. In comparison, the 7 profound valleys was very small. There were between 100 and 200 Xiantian masters and over 1,000 Hodian masters. If the pulse condensation disciples and normal disciples were counted, then there might be just under 20,000 people in total. Where would they have the manpower to quell the problems of the 36 countries and also keep enough people to defend their sect so that they wouldn't be destroyed overnight? Lin Ming let out deep breath. There wasn't news from Sky Fortune Kingdom, but right now, no news was also good news. He hesitated for a moment, and then said to Lu Yueshan, "Deacon Lu, if I could trouble you to send a message to the 7 Profound Valleys Total Faction, and ask if they could send some help to Sky Fortune Kingdom. It is fine as long as they are at the pulse condensation period." Chapter 3, 16 Beast Tide. Chapter 3, 16 Beast Tide. Chapter 3, 16 Beast Tide. He. Lu Yueshan looked at Lin Ming nervously. If he were to do such a thing, it was likely that he would be scolded and punished. Currently, danger and mayhem had erupted within the entire 7 Profound territory. He had heard rumors that some great demonic sect had risen up and wanted to take over the entire Divine Phoenix province. Right now, he was just a tiny relay station deacon. He didn't even have the qualifications to use a long-distance sound transmission array, much less request the 7 Profound Valleys to send men to help defend a small country. This, sir. Lin Ming didn't have time to listen to Lu Yueshan's malingering complaints. He straightforwardly said, "You tell them that Lin Ming requests help." Lin Ming. Lu Yueshan paused. So the direct disciple in front of him was Lin Ming. Although he hadn't visited the sect for a long time, the great name of Lin Ming still resounded in his mind like thunder. A common martial artist of the 36 countries had actually become champion of the 36 countries. How could he not have heard such an exaggerated matter? He probably would have, even if he were deaf. Come to think of it, wasn't Lin Ming from Sky Fortune Kingdom? No wonder he had this sort of request. According to Lu Yueshan's information, Lin Ming had already become a heaven-step talent that Divine Phoenix Island was training. His status was naturally not equal to an ordinary sect disciple. Even if the sect couldn't afford to send help, they still wouldn't ignore Lin Ming's homeland. Thinking this, Lu Yueshan immediately replied, "This subordinate will immediately request help." As he spoke, Lu Yueshan turned and began to activate the long-distance sound transmission array. Lin Ming saw that the sound transmission array began to mobilize, and he quickly jumped onto the winged flood dragon. Lin Ming was strong, but it was impossible for a single person to defend against an entire beast tide. He needed an army to back him up and other masters at his side. It was pointless for the 7 Profound Valleys to keep pulse condensation martial artists around as protection. In front of a revolving core master, they weren't even ants. With Lin Ming's current status, it wouldn't be asking too much to request some defenders for Sky Fortune Kingdom. The winged flood dragon shot forth with lightning speed. As Lin Ming rode on its back, he was able to cross 2,000 miles in a single hour. Those black spots in the air are vicious beasts? The winged flood dragon was amazingly quick. In just a few breaths of time, those black dots became clear. There were countless fire falcons flying leopards, man-eating birds, and countless other bizarre and fantastical vicious beasts that Lin Ming didn't know the name of. There must have been tens of thousands in the dense cloud they were gathered in, and this was only in the air. There were probably many more on the ground. Lin Ming gasped. As he was flying, this was the first time that he had witnessed the beast tide. Although these vicious beasts in front of him were mostly first level, second level, third level, and other low-ranking vicious beasts, this was a case of quantity over quality. A mass of them could eventually overwhelm and pile over a master. It was hard to imagine what sort of supernatural power was used to stir up all of the vicious beasts in the massive, several million-mile wide land of the Divine Phoenix Province, causing beast tide eruptions on such a terrifyingly large scale. This demonstration of the South Sea Demon Region's power was to force the 18 leftover third-grade sects to yield to their power. Now, the only way the 18 sects could face the South Sea Demon Region was if they gathered together all of their revolving core masters. But what sect would possibly do this? Who would willingly give up the land that they had ruled supreme over for so many years? If they remained scattered, they could either surrender or die. But if they came together, the price they had to pay was too steep. This move of the South Sea Demon Region was truly ruthless. After the rioting vicious beasts discovered Lin Ming, they rushed over to him. Lin Ming took out the purple comet spear from his spatial ring and thrust out. True essence stirred the power of fire within the heretical god seed, and a flaming red line slashed through the air as if it were dancing in the wind. Everywhere it went, vicious beasts would turn into charred corpses, falling from the sky like bugs. With a single spear strike, dozens of vicious beasts would die. The surrounding vicious beasts were overwhelmed by this spear and were frightened of flying forwards. Lin Ming thrust out several times with his spear, planning on tearing his way through this mass of vicious beasts and using the speed of the winged flood dragon to break through. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly heard a loud roar, and a large vicious beast approached. It had the body of a hawk and the head of a lion, and its wingspan was 50 feet wide. The lion-hawk beast shot towards Lin Ming. This vicious beast was the leader of this flying beast tide. Fourth-level vicious beast. Lin Ming gave it a side glance, thrusting out his spear like usual. Pung! The lion-hawk beast was slaughtered by the spear without any resistance. Lin Ming relied on this spear strike and directly broke out of the encirclement, soaring away. At this time, in Sky Fortune Kingdom, the news of the beast tide outbreak had already spread through the entire country. Every city that was near a forest or mountain was on edge, everyone fearing that they would be the ones rampaged over. From yesterday until now, they had heard of cities in surrounding countries that had been annihilated under the flood of vicious beasts. In particular, the Eastern Sun Country, who lived terrifyingly close to large swathes of forest, had suffered the most. Countless civilians had perished. The beast tide had come so suddenly that the Eastern Sun Country didn't even have time to mobilize their army. Over half of the country had been swallowed up within the endless beast tide. Compared to the Eastern Sun Country, Sky Fortune Kingdom was much more fortunate. Large tracts of their kingdom were plains which usually only had a few tigers, and they only had a handful of cities that were close to the mountains or forests. The greatest of these were Sky Fortune City, which was near the Zhou Mountains, as well as Green Mulberry City, which was near the Green Mulberry Mountains. Regardless of whether it was the Zhou Mountains or the Green Mulberry Mountains, they stretched for thousands of miles. In the depths of mountains were countless, extremely horrifying vicious beasts. However, Sky Fortune City was in a much better situation than Green Mulberry City. This was because the Seven Profound Martial House was located at the greatest mountain within the Zhou Mountain range. The Seven Profound Martial House was a super shield to keep off any beast tide. This caused everyone behind them to feel much more at ease. Even if a beast tide were to occur, it had to get past the Seven Profound Martial House before reaching Sky Fortune City. In addition, this was also the capital of Sky Fortune Kingdom. It had a large army guarding it, so the aristocrats within were relatively calm. The four majors of Sky Fortune City's 4 Royal Guard forces were usually unimportant, only playing a symbolic role. But now they had become heroes of Sky Fortune City with an extremely high and mighty status. The army that guarded the frontier was already quickly rushing towards the capital, but how could the speed of an army compare with a beast tide? Until the army returned, Sky Fortune City had to rely on the 4 Royal Guard forces, as well as the 7 Profound Martial House to defend. Zhang Danian was the major who commanded the Western Royal Guard Force. These past days, his family household's door had nearly been worn down from knocking. There had been many nobles and aristocrats with statuses higher than his that had been abnormally polite. They gave him rich presents, requesting for the Royal Guard Force to take care of their families. To these nobles, their properties and the lives of their family were much more important than gold. Zhang Danian liked this feeling very much. He had commanded the Western Royal Guard forces for many years. As long as he didn't do something extremely stupid or crazy, he would remain the commander, and the Western Royal Guard forces would remain under his control. Zhang Danian was considering whether or not he should send troops to the Seven Profound Martial House and work with the masters there on the battlefield. Like this, they would be safe from danger. But at this time, they received a shocking piece of news that left everyone stunned. During the morning, they learned that Qinzia had withdrawn all of the Hotian realm martial artists from the Seven Profound Martial House, and even most of the post-condensation period martial artists. Qinzia and his group had left on heavenly winged eagles flying towards Green Mulberry City. As for the disciples of the Seven Profound Martial House, they had been sent towards the very safe Moonlight City. Now, the entire Seven Profound Martial House had been deserted. Zhang Danian was frightened out of his wits. What was happening? Qinzia had abandoned the Seven Profound Martial House. He felt like he was going crazy. Qinzia had actually decided to give up the entire Seven Profound Martial House. Even if most of the resources could be moved away, what about the 7 major killing arrays, the exquisite pagoda, or the 10,000 killing array? These treasures were all worth millions of gold, or even tens of millions of gold, and yet they had been so easily abandoned. But these questions were not what he was concerned about. The crux of the issue was, now that Qinzia had abandoned the Seven Profound Martial House, how would their Sky Fortune City manage? Without masters, how would the Royal Guard forces defend the city? It wasn't just Zhang Danian, but all of the high-level characters within Sky Fortune City felt like they were just waiting in a frying pan. Their route was Sky Fortune City. Their everything was in Sky Fortune City. If it wasn't a last and final resort, no one was willing to leave their home and abandon their family foundation. What? Qinzia has snuck away at this life or death moment. The Emperor's younger brother smashed the cup in his hand against the ground. Outrageous! How dare he? That Qinzia only cares about escaping himself. He doesn't care about anything else. He cannot see the greater picture here. Hurry up and contact that Qinzia. I want to personally interrogate him. After Qinzia had left the Seven Profound Martial House, the news had quickly spread. At this time, they hadn't flown too far, and a sound-transmitting talisman was still able to reach him. As Qinzia stood on the heavenly winged eagle, he received a message from the Emperor's younger brother asking why he abandoned them, ignoring the greater picture, sneaking away at such a critical time. Qinzia pinched the sound-transmitting talisman. He didn't even bother replying. Ignoring the greater picture? This so-called greater picture was nothing more than the situation of the royal family and the other ruling class individuals. Qinzia was not a general of Sky Fortune Kingdom, so he had no obligation to protect the royal family. The command to give up the Seven Profound Martial House and retreat to Green Mulberry City was issued by him. The Seven Profound Martial House was located in the middle of the Zhou Mountains. Once a beast tide erupted, they would easily be sieged from all sides by vicious beasts. The Seven Profound Martial House didn't have the high walls that a city did, and if they stubbornly stayed, they would certainly suffer extremely heavy losses. And those disciples that were too weak would die without a doubt. So the only path they could take was to abandon the Seven Profound Martial House. Compared to life, things like buildings and arrays were nothing at all. Qinzia was not an official of Sky Fortune City, so he did not need to shield them. Since they had to retreat, the choice of where to retreat to was up to him. Green Mulberry City was Qin Zia's first choice. This was Lin Ming's hometown, and he owed a great favor to Lin Ming. This favor, Qin Zia would naturally not forget. The following morning, the sun dawned on the horizon. From the start of the beast tide eruptions until now, a total of 2 days and nights had passed. Green Mulberry City had entered into a state of extreme readiness, and all of the city's sergeants and commanders were incomparably nervous. Green Mulberry City was a major city, but because they were in the southern hinterlands of Sky Fortune Kingdom, they didn't have much of a garrison. There was just around 10,000 soldiers. It was impossibly difficult to depend on this army to block the vicious beast tide. The requests for military rescue had already been sent out, but at this time, every other major city in Sky Fortune Kingdom was feeling insecure. None of them were willing to deprive themselves of manpower in order to help Green Mulberry City. If help came, it would be from the armies of the frontier. But this was just too far, several thousand miles away. By the time the army arrived, Green Mulberry City might already be trampled flat by vicious beasts. In this situation, there were already those who were frightened beyond their minds and decided to give up their family roots. They took their money and valuables and fled to other regions. While a small family could do this, it was much more difficult for a large and prominent family to abandon their foundation. Their losses would simply be monumental. Not even mentioning the property, business, possessions, or farms, but the problem was the family itself. A large family could have thousands of individuals. They had the elderly and also young children, under the threat of a vicious beast tide. Bringing thousands of weak and defenseless individuals safely to another city was easier said than done. Chapter 3:17 Returning Home. Chapter 3:17 Returning Home. Chapter 3:17 Returning Home. Gradually, the day began to brighten, and the morning mist was dispelled by the rising sun. On the towers above the city gates, 2 soldiers stood at attention. They hadn't slept, but they still looked spirited, warily watching all directions. It had been 2 days since the beast tide outbreak. If the vicious beasts from the depths of the Green Mulberry Mountains had left at that time, it was highly likely that they would begin to approach the outer edges of the Green Mulberry Mountains. The city gates had just opened, and a crowd fled through them. Men carried dry food and belongings, and women carried crying children. There were richer families who rode away on carriages, big boxes tied to them. There were even some larger and richer families who had some troops accompanying them. They had hired some martial artists, but if they truly met a beast tied on the way, these martial artists that they had employed for protection would drop like flies. Those that fled from the incoming calamity only made up a small portion of Green Mulberry City. Fleeing from Green Mulberry City didn't mean that it would be safe. It might even be more dangerous than staying in Green Mulberry City. The guards of the city gate had finally reached their shift change, but as the 2 soldiers on lookout were about to be replaced by 2 others, at this moment, they saw a vague shadow in the sky, piercing through the morning fog like an arrow. It shot towards Green Mulberry City at an incredible speed. Vicious beasts. Warning! Warning! The beast tide has come. The refugees at the city gate suddenly panicked. As the soldiers on the lookout tower were about to sound the city alarm, they discovered that this so-called beast tide was only a single vicious beast. Not only that, but it seemed as if on top of the vicious beast was a person's figure. They couldn't see clearly because the speed this vicious beast was traveling at was too fast. Could this vicious beast that was as fast as a bolt of lightning actually be a mount? It clearly wasn't a heavenly wind eagle. In the minds of the common people, those who could use a heavenly wind eagle as a flying mount were already lofty figures. For instance, the city lord general might have such a mount, but many prominent families wouldn't. The soldier didn't sound the alarm. Instead, he used a sound transmitting talisman to inform Green Mulberry City's city lord. This matter was extremely sensitive. If he sounded the city alarm, it was very likely that the entire city would be thrown into utter chaos. This soldier wasn't able to shoulder the consequences of this decision. At this time, Green Mulberry City's Lin family. Half an hour ago, Lin Ming was able to use a long-distance 1,000-mile sound transmitting talisman to inquire about the family situation, and the Lin family head, Lin Wanshan, had obtained the news that Lin Ming would return soon. This sudden great news caused Lin Wanshan to pop up from his chair in happy excitement. Lin Ming was finally coming back. At this critical juncture, the Lin family needed a figure that could stabilize the situation. Although Lin Ming was strong, he wasn't strong enough to solve the problem of how to deal with the beast tide. Still, as long as he returned, that was enough to give the people hope. It was not only the Lin family, but several other important figures of other families had been informed that Lin Ming was returning. At this time, the several great families of Green Mulberry City had banded together in order to ride out this storm. Old Lin, is Lin Ming really coming back? As several important figures from the other prominent families gathered at the Lin family residence, this was the first question that the Lu family clan's elder, Lu Wuyin, had anxiously asked. If Lin Ming came back at this time, the significance of that was just too great. Although Lin Ming's own power wasn't enough to change the outcome, his status was even higher than the Emperor of Sky Fortune Kingdom. As long as he stayed within Green Mulberry City, it would be relatively easy to find support. Of course, I just received Lin Ming's sound transmitting talisman. He should be arriving soon. Lin Wanshan slowly said as he held a teacup in his hand. At this time, he wasn't in the mood to drink a cup of tea. Now that Lin Ming is coming back, are there any masters with him? The Zhuang family head Zhuang Fan asked, his eyes wide. This was the issue that most people were concerned about. In the hall, many other people's ears pricked up to attention, looking towards Lin Wanshan with eager expressions. Lin Wanshan sighed and said, Lin Ming happened to be passing through the southern border. He was near Sky Fortune Kingdom, so he was able to arrive quickly, and it's only him. The Seven Profound Valleys was several 100,000 miles away from Green Mulberry City. Even if the Seven Profound Valleys sent out a team of experts to help, it would still take at least 10 days if they traveled night and day. As for the army, that wasn't even worth mentioning. Only a single person, Zhuang Fan sighed, reluctantly smiling. It's great that he came back. With one more master, there's that much more hope. It wasn't wrong to be disappointed. Once the beast tide erupted, there would be armies of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of vicious beasts. With only a single person, no matter how strong they were, how much could they affect a beast tide? Once the gates of Green Mulberry City fell, Lin Ming would be able to easily leave with his strength, but their families. At this moment, the people suddenly heard a clarion roar in the sky. What came? Everyone quickly exited the room, some doubt in their hearts. What sort of beast would make such a cry? Looking up, they saw that in the skies of the Lin family residence, a red dragon-shaped creature was flying in circles. What is that? Zhuang Fan was amazed. This thing looked like a flood dragon that birthed two wings. It had a 70-foot wingspan, and from head to tail was 80 feet long. Its entire body was layered in dark red scales, as if there was a smoldering fire burning on its body. This aura was not something a heavenly winged eagle could ever compare with. The red monster closed its wings and dropped straight down. A powerful chilling energy rushed out, forcing everyone to step back. At a closer look, this vicious beast was even more alarming. When its wings were spread out, they covered over half the garden. Its eyes were a dark glazed gold, it had teeth were sharp, and its scales glimmered with a cold light. It emitted an aura that caused everyone's hearts to race. This was clearly a small dragon. There were a few people present who were pulse condensation masters. From the aura that the vicious beast was giving out, they could clearly feel that its strength was at the late Hotian realm, or even higher. It was impossible to imagine that some godly beast like this could be used as a mount. Lu Wuyin felt envy in his heart. To have such a grand creature as a mount was an impossible luxury. There was no need to mention its speed or shape, but just its strength alone was at the late Hotian realm or above. Within the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, not including the 7 profound martial house, there was only a hermit hidden off in some remote corner of the kingdom that had barely reached the late Hotian realm. Even the famous Mr. Muyi and State Marshal Qin Shao were only at the middle Hotian realm, and within all the prominent families of Green Mulberry City, there wasn't a single one that had an early Hotian master. A black-clothed figure jumped down from the back of the dragon. This was Lin Ming. Lin Ming. It's him. All of those who had seen Lin Ming's portrait immediately stood up. Although only Lin Ming had come, it was still better than nothing. Lin Ming greets the family head. Lin Ming bowed. He naturally recognized Lin Wanshan. The last time he had seen him was during the birthday of an important family figure. At that time, Lin Ming had only been a cook's assistant. Nephew Lin, please get up. This ritual isn't one I can receive. Lin Wanshan hurried forwards and propped up Lin Ming's curved body, his eyes full of satisfaction and gratification. Good, good. Lin Wanshan rubbed his hands over Lin Ming, feeling his solid body. As he said these words of praise, he sighed in his heart. In truth, this was the first time that he had seen Lin Ming. A branch family child had actually been able to come this far, even able to affect the future destiny of the Lin family for the next several hundred years. The winds of fate were truly unpredictable. Besides Lin Wanshan, several other important characters of the other families stood far away, not daring to open their mouths and greet Lin Ming. Lin Ming was now a direct disciple of the 7 profound valleys, and his status was comparably to a 7 profound elder or 7 profound envoy. He was an existence who was even above Sky Fortune Kingdom's emperor. The difference between their status and Lin Ming's was just too great. Lin Wanshan was Lin Ming's elder, so he could tentatively speak to him, but no one else here related to him. The 7 profound valleys did not care about etiquette, only status. Accordingly, they should have kneeled to Lin Ming. Househead, have there been any beast tides at nearby cities? Lin Ming had hurried on his way there, so he didn't understand the surrounding situation. Not right now. Sky Fortune Kingdom is very far from where vicious beasts usually gather, unlike the Eastern Sun Country. I fear over half of their country has already been destroyed. Lin Wanshan sighed, his voice heavy. The Eastern Sun Country had been an enemy of Sky Fortune Kingdom, but now that they had so tragically been ruined by hordes of vicious beasts, it really made one want to grieve for their loss. At this time, a maid hurried over, reporting, "Master, the city lord has arrived." City lord? Lin Wanshan's eyebrows picked up. He didn't expect the city lord to arrive so soon. As he spoke, a stalwart-looking man in his 50s, wearing a robe with Kirin boots strapped to his feet, strode in. He was very thin, but his bones were wide. He walked bravely and had a very strong, imposing momentum to him. As this courageous-looking man stepped into the courtyard, he had a bright and respectful smile when he greeted Lin Ming, Green Mulberry City's city. "Lord Zhao, Yanming greets Hero Lin." As Zhao Yanming spoke, he cupped his fists together and bowed. With Lin Ming's current status, he naturally couldn't address him by his full name. But a direct disciple wasn't an official, so he called him Hero Lin. "City Lord Zhao, there's no need to be a stranger. It's good if you can call me Lin Ming. I grew up within Green Mulberry City, and City Lord Zhao is my elder." Lin Ming naturally recognized Zhao Yanming. He was a city lord who had a very just and honorable reputation in Green Mulberry City, and Lin Ming also had a favorable impression towards him. Zhao Yanming let out a breath, his apprehensive heart calming down. heaven-defying talents like Lin Ming, who were young, amazingly strong, and held high positions, often inevitably also had a very arrogant and reckless personality. But it appeared that Lin Ming was a very humble and reasonable youth. As he was about to speak, he inadvertently glanced at the winged flood dragon in the courtyard. Suddenly, his complexion changed. This is a winged flood dragon. Zhang Yanming called the winged flood dragon by its name, surprising Lin Ming. A vicious beast mount like this was something that the people of Sky Fortune Kingdom would rarely hear about. Young hero Lin, is this a mount that the 7 Profound Valleys direct disciples can ride? Zhao Yanming's voice trembled. One had been a disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House. He had read about the winged flood dragon in the ancient texts. It said that the winged flood dragon had the bloodline of a saint beast, and not even mentioning its amazing speed, its strength could possibly reach the Xiantian realm. The Xiantian realm. To the people of Sky Fortune Kingdom, a Xiantian master was a mythical figure. Could the direct disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys actually ride such a mount to travel, or was this treatment only reserved for Lin Ming? Lin Ming looked at Zhao Yanming, pleasant surprise in his eyes. He said, "City Lord Zhao is truly knowledgeable. This winged flood dragon is not the 7 Profound Valleys, but mine." Chapter 3:18 The Beast Tide Comes. Chapter 3:18 The Beast Tide Comes. Chapter 3:18 The Beast Tide Comes. Yours? Zhao Yanming was stunned. A senior gifted this mount to me, to a revolving core master like Ancestor Qi Yan, a vicious beast mount that could reach the Xiantian realm, naturally wasn't anything too precious. Gifted, Zhao Yanming gulped, unable to imagine what kind of character this senior of Lin Ming's was. They could actually so casually gift away a tamed vicious beast with Xiantian potential like this. Of the 36 countries and 16 martial families of the 7 Profound Territory, only Grace Venerate Nation, the Zhang family, and a few other forces had a Xiantian master. The other forces simply didn't have the ability to cultivate one. If a country had a Xiantian master guarding them, they would sleep peacefully, never needing to worry that an enemy would invade. They would have the upper hand in any diplomatic negotiations. Basically, what they said was what would be done. If a country offended them, a Xiantian master could simply take the head of their emperor. Thus, a vicious beast with potential to reach the Xiantian realm as an adult had an incalculable value. Yet this sort of all-powerful creature was actually gifted to Lin Ming. Zhao Yanming didn't know how to feel. He just stared with his mouth agape. Ultimately, he could only feel regret that this young, winged flood dragon hadn't grown up into an adult yet. Otherwise, with the support of a Xiantian-level fighter, it wouldn't be a major problem dealing with this beast tide. As Lin Ming returned, this message was deliberately spread forth from the City Lord's propaganda office, washing through the entire green Mulberry City like a tide. In the morning, there were 90% less people planning on fleeing the incoming calamity. There were even some who had left but returned after receiving the news. The common folk didn't know just what sort of role someone like Lin Ming could play in a beast tide invasion. But what they knew was that Lin Ming was a true hero who walked the streets of green Mulberry City. With Lin Ming present, the people felt an invisible and vibrant faith stirring their hearts and souls. Noon, City Lord Mansion. Lin Ming's return alarmed all of the high-ranking individuals within green Mulberry City. If this were the past, then if someone with Lin Ming's status returned, a grand-scale banquet would be held to welcome him home. The entire green Mulberry City, including all of the celebrities and top figures of the other nearby cities, would gather at this banquet and experience the fabulous manner of green Mulberry City's hero. But now, faced with an enemy that brought the threat of annihilation, everyone was in a panic and weren't able to set a banquet in time. Within the conference hall in the center of the city lord mansion, 6 or 7 people had gathered around a table. These people were all of the major power players of Green Mulberry City. There were the heads of the major families, as well as Green Mulberry City's city lord and deputy city lord. Green Mulberry City's city Lord Zhao Yanming stood up first and said, "Young Hero Lin, I would first like to thank you on behalf of all the young and old citizens of Green Mulberry City. After the eruption of the beast tide, young Hero Lin bravely crossed a great distance, especially to return home." Lin Ming waved his hand and said, "City Lord Zhao, there is no need to speak such kind words. I am also a citizen of Green Mulberry City. Then I'll dispense with the small talk. The reason that we are gathered here in this meeting room is to discuss how Green Mulberry City should resist against a potential beast tide outbreak. First, let me introduce the others present. This here is the commander of Green Mulberry City's 10,000 garrison troops, General Zhu Ping." Zhao Yanming pointed to a middle-aged sitting at the side of the table. This man's cultivation was at the middle pulse condensation period, and he had a pair of thick and heavy eyebrows. His eyes were raised, making him look particularly sharp. "Zhu Ping greets young Hero Lin." Zhu Ping rose from his seat, cupping his fists in respect. Although he was just respectfully greeting him, Lin Ming felt a slight chilling murderous intent in that smiling face. "Zhu Ping." Someone from the Zhu family. Green Mulberry City had several prominent families. There were the Lin, Zhu, Zhuang, Xie, and Lu families. Of these, the Zhu family had once been the top family of Green Mulberry City. This was because an empress concubine had been born from them, and that empress had a son, who also became a titled prince. This was the current 10th Prince Yongzhen, and was also the greatest threat to the crown prince's ascendancy to the throne. But later, the Zhu family genius Junior Zhu Yan had come into various conflicts with Lin Ming, with the end result of the Zhu family being forced into a desperate situation with no way out. Finally, because they had no choice, the Zhu family had been forced to expel Zhu Yan from the family. Even so, the contradictions between the Zhu family and Lin Ming weren't resolved. Lin Ming supported the crown prince, but the Zhu family was long tied to the 10th prince on the same ship. Afterwards, Lin Ming had become a direct disciple of the 7 profound valleys, and in that single act, the crown prince had been able to rise to power with the upper hand. The 10th prince's status was precarious. In this case, the situation of the Zhu family could be imagined. With things having come to this, how could the commander of Green Mulberry City's armed forces, Zhu Ping, not hate Lin Ming? Not only that, but Zhu Yan had been Zhu Ping's own nephew. Zhu Ping had watched Zhu Yan grow up. Seeing this young child brimming with talent and entering the 7 profound martial house's heavenly abode in a single attempt, it was likely that he would be the next head of the Zhu family. But he was finally forced by Lin Ming onto a desolate and lonely road. Zhu Yan had lost all contact with his family, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. As Zhao Yanming introduced the others, Lin Ming responded to them with a smile. But he was able to feel that those smiling eyes of Zhu Ping contained a very faint murderous intent. This murderous intent was very hard to detect. If it wasn't for Lin Ming's soul force and perception being far above others, he would never have noticed. After everyone at the conference was introduced, Zhao Yanming said, "So now, I would like to brief you all on the situation of the Green Mulberry Mountain Range. The Green Mulberry Mountain Range is 6,000 miles long, and the southern end of it extends into the southern wilderness. It then becomes the South Zhao Mountain Range. The mountain range is topped with large, vibrant jungles with countless second-level and third-level vicious beasts. There are also many vicious beasts that are equal to a pulse condensation period martial artist, and even those 4th-level beasts equal to a Hotian martial artist. If this beast tide truly erupts, It will be difficult for us to defend Green Mulberry City with our current strength, but we believe that there is only a very small chance that the beast tide will come. The vicious beasts of the South Xiao Mountain Range are much closer to the southern wilderness. If the beast tide erupts, there should be a higher chance that they will impact the southern tribes. It's not too far away. There's no reason for the vicious beasts to rush 5,000 or 6,000 miles to attack Green Mulberry City. As Zhao Yanming spoke, he glanced at Lin Ming. Now, most of the people of Green Mulberry City felt as if they had been saved by a stroke of luck, and the beast tide was too far away, so the chances of it erupting were low. If a true beast tide broke out, then tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of vicious beasts would attack Green Mulberry City. At that point, the garrison troops at Green Mulberry City probably wouldn't even be able to deal with the vanguard, and it would be impossibly difficult for Green Mulberry City to stall until the armies came. Lin Ming thought for a moment, and then slowly said, I do not know if a beast tide will erupt from the South Xiao Mountain Range, but what I do know is that once a beast tide emerges from the South Xiao Mountain Range, they will absolutely not attack the southern wilderness. They will climb mountains, cross rivers, and travel the 5,000 or 6,000 miles to attack Green Mulberry City. Why? Zhao Yanming's heart went cold as he heard Lin Ming's words. Although Lin Ming was young with his identity, he wouldn't be one to speak nonsense. Lin Ming said, because this beast tide is planned by man. The goal of the enemy is to forcefully annex the entire Divine Phoenix province, the 19 third-grade sects within, and the countries under their jurisdiction. Even our 7 profound valleys is included among them. But the southern wilderness is a remote land with no large sect. It naturally could not be considered a target. What? Lin Ming's words scared everyone present. Planned by man. Annex the entire Divine Phoenix province. The 7 profound valleys was only a single area. This was just too shocking. Everyone present simply had never heard of the Divine Phoenix province before. But listening to the intent behind Lin Ming's words, it seemed that the 7 profound valleys was just one of the 19 third-grade sects within. The scope of the Divine Phoenix province might be several times larger than the several 100,000 miles large 7 profound territory, or even dozens of times larger. What kind of terrifying supernatural power could drive all of the vicious beasts in a radius of millions of miles into such a frenzy that vicious beasts' tides would erupt? With their experience and knowledge, this was simply an unfathomable act. Young hero Lin, these words of yours sound a bit like some fantasy novel. Xu Ping's fingers gently tapped against the table, a smile creasing his face. Although he was smiling, his words were filled with a mocking tone. Does Army Command Xu not believe me? Lin Ming asked, his eyes narrowing. Of course I believe. What kind of status does young hero Lin have? Young hero Lin would never speak nonsense. Your words are definitely true. I am just a trivial, short-sighted person of Green Mulberry City, no different than a frog in a well. My experience is limited. It's difficult for me to imagine such a mighty power. As Xu Ping spoke, he always wore a respectful smile, as if he were truly speaking self-deprecating words. Lin Ming faintly smiled, not responding. Xu Ping then said, since young hero Lin is so assured, then once the beast tide erupts, they will inevitably come straight to Green Mulberry City. How does young hero Lin believe we should face this crisis? Keep a strong defense until support arrives. As far as I know, young hero Lin has a mount equal to a late Hotian realm martial artist called a winged flood dragon. Right now, this winged flood dragon should have the strongest fighting strength within Green Mulberry City. I wonder if young hero Lin minds lending the winged flood dragon to the military? Xu Ping unhurriedly spoke as his eyebrows rose in a questioning challenge. Lin Min frowned. He wanted to borrow the winged flood dragon. Why would Xu Ping want to borrow the winged flood dragon? A winged flood dragon wasn't of much use to the military. The winged flood dragon wasn't an adult yet. Within such a large-scale beast flood, if it were improperly commanded, it would be in danger of being killed. Lin Ming didn't want to lend his winged flood dragon to the military. If his winged flood dragon really died, all they could do was apologize, and Lin Ming would truly regret it. Thinking this, Lin Ming said, "The winged flood dragon has a very wild and unruly nature. It is impossible for your soldiers to control it. If I lend it to you, then you will not be able to use it. I will keep it with me where it can display the strongest war strength." Of course, what a pity. Zhu Ping's lips twitched grimly, sighing. This beast tide was a perfect opportunity to kill off Lin Ming. The Zhu family and the 10th prince were on the same boat together. There was no escape for either of them. As long as Lin Ming stayed alive, their defeat was a foregone conclusion. 2 days ago, Ouyang Boyan had been recalled back to the 7 Profound Valleys total faction because of the destruction of the moon-seizing clan. Before Ouyang Boyan departed, he left behind 2 trusted subordinates to ambush Lin Ming, one in Sky Fortune City and the other in Green Mulberry City. The one lurking in Green Mulberry City had a strength at the late Hotian realm. His strength was just a step away from the peak Hotian realm. In Zhu Ping's opinion, if Lin Ming returned alone, then with the strength of Ouyang Boyan's trusted subordinate, he would be able to assassinate Lin Ming. But now Lin Ming had a winged flood dragon. Not only was this winged flood dragon very fast, but its strength reached the late Hotian realm. Like this, it would be very difficult to kill Lin Ming. Thus, Zhu Ping had thought of an excuse to borrow the winged flood dragon, but he had actually been declined by Lin Ming. Chapter 3, 19 Brutal Melee. Chapter 3, 19 Brutal Melee. Chapter 3:19 Brutal Melee. Yeah. As Zhu Ping was planning on how to kill Lin Ming in the chaos of the battlefield, a flame suddenly lit in front of him. This was a sound transmitting talisman from a scout. After hearing this sound transmission, Zhu Ping's complexion changed. "Army Command Zhu? What is it?" Zhao Yeming asked as he stood up. "The beast tide has arrived. In less than half an hour, it will reach Green Mulberry City." Zhu Ping whispered, his voice harsh. The military had sent out a number of scouts to keep watch over the Green Mulberry Mountain Range. He had just received the news from one of these scouts through a series of sound-transmitting talismans. "So they've come." Zhao Yiming's lips twitched, and he slumped back into his seat. He had always been holding out on his single faint hope, but now that fleeting hope had been shattered against the ground. "How serious is the situation?" Zhuang Fan asked. "They are sheltered under the forest cover." The scout wasn't able to determine how many there were. "The strongest among them are 3rd-level beasts, probably equal to a pulse condensation martial artist." As Zhu Ping spoke, he put on an iron helmet. The 10,000 troops of Green Mulberry City had already lined up in formation in the outskirts of Green Mulberry City. Half an hour of time was just enough to prepare. Zhu Ping glanced at Lin Ming. "Young hero Lin, will you?" "I'll go to battle with you." At this dire moment, Lin Ming was not someone who would shirk his responsibilities. With Lin Ming's current status, if things were normal and he had noticed Zhu Ping's hostility towards him, he could have casually killed him even without a shred of evidence, and no one would have dared to utter a single word of protest. But now, vicious beasts were approaching the city, and Zhu Ping was the commander of Green Mulberry City's garrison troops. Because of that, it was impossible for Lin Ming to kill him. "Thank you, young hero Lin. Let us set off at once." The garrison troops were stationed 10 miles south of Green Mulberry City. The sky was replete with dark clouds. Although it was spring, the chill of winter hadn't yet evaporated, and a cold wind blew through the plains. 10,000 troops were arranged in a giant formation, silently waiting for the bloody battle. Flags fluttered in the air, and the cold tips of soldiers' halberds, swords, and other weapons shined with killing intent. In truth, all of the best soldiers within Sky Fortune Kingdom had joined the frontier army. Green Mulberry City's garrison troops could only be considered a second-rate army, but in this dire situation, they showed a hardened edge and jagged spirit that only tempered veterans had, accustomed to blood and iron, with an unflinching momentum that was unafraid of death. This was because this was not a fight over land, nor was it a political war. This was a battle for survival. Their city was behind them. If they fell on this field, their parents would die, their wives would die, and their children would die. Mixed within these armed forces were over 100 outside martial artists. These individuals had voluntarily joined the garrison army at this time of need. All of these individuals had strange appearances. There were some who carried simple flags and looked like old fortune tellers. There were those who wore bamboo hats and looked like woodcutters. And there were even those who wore long, loose robes, looking no different than a scholar. These people were all between 20 and 50 years old, and all of them had overflowing strong auras of the mortal Jianghu. And what most surprised Lin Ming was that 6 of these individuals were pulse condensation period martial artists. It had to be known that most pulse condensation martial artists would join the government and be bestowed a noble title. There were very few that wandered around in the common world. Even if it was nearly impossible for 6 of them to suddenly gather within Green Mulberry City. Green Mulberry City, Lord Zhao Yanming said, "Let me introduce you. This is Green Mulberry City's Salt Clan's clan leader, Shi Linkai." Zhao Yanming pointed to a middle-aged man wearing a wolf pelt, introducing him to Lin Ming. Since ancient times, dynasties had taken control of the salt and iron industries in order to control the economic lifeline of their lands. They could sell salt at profits of 10 times or even dozens of times. This so-called Salt Clan was in fact just an illegal bandit gang that dealt in salt. These sorts of gangs had existed in all eras, and they were of an enormous scale. They often contained over 90% of the mortal world's martial artists. These people were people of the so-called Jianghu, and they were individualistic people who viewed the government with disdain. They had their own groups and cliques and formed clans, groups, and gangs, taking loyalty as their main guideline. Green Mulberry City's Salt Clan was the largest private power within the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom. During normal times, Green Mulberry City's Salt Clan would have been at odds with the military. But now, in this situation, both groups had to ally together and assume a united front against the incoming beast tide. "Hero Lin, I've heard so much about you, and now I can finally see you today." Shi Linkai cupped his fists together. He already knew of Lin Ming's status. To outlaws and vagabonds, what they most respected were powerful heroes. Shi Linkai was no exception. "Clan leader Shi is too kind." Lin Ming cupped his fists together in respect, a bit surprised. This Shi Linkai's cultivation was actually at the late pulse condensation period. Although it was obvious that he had barely broken through, his foundation was shaky, and it would be hopeless for him to break through to the Hotian realm in his lifetime. Still, it was difficult for a roaming wanderer of the mortal world to reach this step. After hurriedly greeting the people of the Salt Clan, Lin Ming quickly went to the front. The beast tide was less than a quarter of an hour away from arriving. After Lin Ming left, Shi Linkai constantly shook his head in admiration, his heart amazed by Lin Ming's astonishing talent. "Boss, this is just a little boy. His cultivation just reaches the middle pulse condensation period, and yet he managed to win some sort of Valley's martial meeting and became champion? What sort of master is that?" The middle-aged man who spoke wore a bamboo hat and held an iron staff in his hand, his voice full of doubt. He assumed that this martial meeting should have been a gathering of true masters, and the champion should be at least at the Hotian realm. The truth was, to these roaming figures of the common world, although they knew how terrifying Lin Ming's status was. They didn't have an intuitive concept of just how powerful people like him actually were. To the common folk, the 7 profound valleys was a remote existence. Before Lin Ming had entered the 7 profound martial house, he had only heard of the 7 profound valleys' name, but he wasn't clear as to what they were or how strong they were. To these Salt Clan disciples, the 7 profound valleys was the same as them. They were also a clan, but just on a larger scale. What nonsense! The 7 Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting is a contest between young talents. Of course the champion is going to be a little boy. Don't look at him just being at the middle pulse condensation period. If we really fight, then even if second brother and third brother coordinate with me, we probably wouldn't win. Sure, Lin Kai stared at the middle-aged man in the bamboo hat in a wise and learned tone. The second brother and third brother he mentioned were the second and third in command of the Salt Clan. Their cultivations were at the middle pulse condensation period and the early pulse condensation period. How could that be? Second brother has already been at the middle pulse condensation period for 10 years and is just a step away from reaching the late pulse condensation period. If boss and third big brother join with second big brother, the 3 of you together would still lose against a little boy who just reached the middle pulse condensation period. Just wait and see. The difference between the 7 profound valleys and us is just like the difference between the royal family and a rich country merchant. Maybe this young hero's strength already reaches a Hotian realm master. As Lin Ming stood in front of the army, he grasped the purple comet spear, slanting the spear point towards the ground. In this upcoming battle of life or death, where either side would be annihilated, it would be wrong to say that there were no mighty waves that surged through his heart. In the worst-case scenario, Green Mulberry City would be trampled over, and his home would be utterly destroyed. However, Lin Ming's parents, as well as his best friend Lin Xiaodong, were no longer at Green Mulberry City. As for the Lin family, Lin Ming's feelings towards them were much lighter. If the Lin family was destroyed, it was not a blow that he wouldn't be able to withstand. If the worst-case situation came to fruition, he would use the winged flood dragon to save several of the important family juniors and ensure that their family's bloodline would be preserved. Perhaps Lin Wanshan might have already transferred part of the family. As Lin Ming was thinking, he saw some blurry shadows appear on the horizon. These shadows started out the size of flying insects, but in a few dozen breaths of time, they covered the heavens and the earth. The beast tide had finally arrived. The ones to arrive first were naturally the fastest flying vicious beasts. Looking at them, there were probably several hundred. There's only several hundred, and most of them are first-level or second-level vicious beasts. The highest among them are only third-level vicious beasts. Like this, we can still make it. Lin Ming was very clear that the vicious beasts that lived within the depths of the southern wilderness weren't gathered together, but instead dispersed into groups. All of the vicious beasts would emerge from the South Shao Mountain Range, forming a beast tide. But there would be gaps between these groups. The weakest appetizers would be at the front, and the later groups would be increasingly strong. This gave Green Mulberry City a breath of hope. With this opportunity, they might be able to last until reinforcements arrived. Javelin throwers, archers, prepare. With Xu Ping's shout, 200 javelin throwers and 500 archers immediately readied. The javelin troops that Sky Fortune Kingdom had trained were specially formed to deal with heavy infantry phalanxes. Their javelins could pierce through a palm-thick shield, and against these flying beasts, only a javelin would be able to threaten the large destructive ones. An arrow was too light, it simply couldn't damage them. But Green Mulberry City's garrison troops weren't an elite army. There was a very expensive cost in training a javelin thrower. Thus there were just a mere 200 of them. As the vicious beasts entered into firing range, a messenger raised the signal flag, and 700 soldiers fired together. Whiz, whiz, whiz. With the whistling sound of splitting air, sharp javelins and arrows shot up like a hurricane. Many of the airborne vicious beasts were pierced with arrows, and there were some first-level and second-level vicious beasts that were wounded in multiple areas, directly falling from the air. Falling from several hundred feet, they were instantly splattered to death upon reaching the ground. There was no need for the troops to rush forwards and finish them off. In that moment, of the several hundred vicious beasts, dozens of them had died in a flash. However, these were just the lowest level vicious beasts. There were about a dozen third-level vicious beasts with strength equal to a normal post-condensation period martial artist that were unscathed. Moreover, after this volley, the vicious beast group had already reached the army. A third-level vicious beast that looked like a giant blue-eyed falcon dove into a group of soldiers, immediately causing a shower of blood. Son of AB***, come down to me. As the third-level vicious beast was about to shoot back into the sky, the Salt clan helped Shirlinkai spring into the sky. His saber slashed down, immediately slicing off a wing of the blue-eyed falcon beast. Caw! The blue-eyed falcon issued a keening wail as it fell from the sky, landing in a circle of soldiers where it was stabbed to death. Boss, good job! The Salt clan juniors issued a volley of cheers. A single saber strike had brought down a third-level vicious beast. This caused the coalition army's morale to rise to the heavens. Fierce, truly worthy of a late pulse condensation master. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Kill them all! The soldiers' cheers were thunderous. For a time, javelins, arrows, and spears all stabbed into vicious beasts. Cold metal shined. Blood rained like a spring shower. The masters of the Salt clan became the sword and saber of the entire army, but their power also attracted the attention of the other 3 third-level vicious beasts. These vicious beasts began to veer towards the Salt clan masters. Chapter 3, 20 Sweeping Away All. Chapter 3, 20 Sweeping Away All. Chapter 3, 20 Sweeping Away All. Third-level vicious beasts could also be divided into the strong and the weak. The strength of third-level vicious beasts could range from the late bone-forging state to the peak pulse condensation period. The blue-eyed falcon beast that was cut down by Shirlinkai's saber had been the weakest of the third-level vicious beasts, and its strength was only equal to an early pulse condensation period martial artist. Over a dozen third-level vicious beasts shot towards the Salt clan masters together. The 6 pulse condensation martial artists of the Salt clan were immediately overwhelmed. Go die! The Salt clan's second-in-command drew out a thick saber, slashing down hard on a winged wolf. But the attack was only a slash. The body of the winged wolf was as hard as diamond. It wasn't seriously injured at all. In a split second, the tables had turned, and the masters of the Salt clan were surrounded by danger. But Lin Ming's eyes brightened. He had naturally chosen to kill these high-level vicious beasts, but was worried that they would be too scattered in the air, and it would be difficult to kill them. He hadn't expected that Shirlinkai would manage to attract their attention, causing these third-level vicious beasts to gather together. This was the perfect opportunity to wipe them all out. First Spear Team, support them. Although Zhu Ping hoped very much that these fellows who ruined the taxes of Green Mulberry City every year would die, at this time he had to rely on them to defend the city. The Salt clan masters had originally been with the javelin throwers and the archers, but now the archers had retreated. Their spot was filled by a more dense, spear-wielding military group. Such a change was not easy. The garrison army of Green Mulberry City wasn't an elite unit, so their formations and movements were a bit messy. Ho! A blood crow howled. Its strength was equal to a late pulse condensation period martial artist, and it wanted to directly tear a hole through the layers of troops. However, just as it picked up some spear-wielding soldiers and was about to fly back into the sky, hundreds and thousands of azure light beams shot forwards. These azure light beams converged on a single target, sinking directly into the blood crow's body. Pung! With a muffled sound, the blood crow trembled, and then blood spurted out from its head. It tumbled down from the sky, but because it was too fast and the inertia from falling 100 feet was too great, a pile of soldiers on the ground were knocked away. The other soldiers lifted their spears to stab the vicious beast, but found that both of the blood crow's eyes had already exploded, and chunks of internal organs were spewing forth from its beak. It was long dead. The truth was, in that moment when the azure true essence had struck it, its internal organs had all been instantly torn apart by the power of vibration. It's dead. The soldiers couldn't even react before they heard sharp whistling sounds in the air. Multiple beams of azure true essence shot forth. Every true essence ray would unerringly strike their target, sinking into a third-level beast's body. A moment ago, these vicious beasts had been savage killing monsters, but after they were struck by an azure light ray of true essence, they tumbled down like broken kites, their entire bodies twitching and bleeding from every hole, dead beyond dead. In just a few breaths of time, 11 of the 13 third-level vicious beasts had died, and the 2 left over weren't in great shape either. The survivors turned around to fly away. Naturally, Lin Ming wouldn't give them any hope of leaving alive. He flicked his fingers, and 2 rays of azure true essence ran them down. With 2 light sounds, the 2 vicious beasts in the air fell to the earth. Finally, after the 2 vicious beasts smashed the ground, they had become puddles of crushed meat. One fell into the group of Salt Clan masters, and the other fell within a phalanx of long spear soldiers. As the people looked at these 2 third-level beasts that had died such a pitifully horrific death, almost no one could believe it. They all died like this. From start to finish, Lin Ming hadn't even used his spear. He merely flicked out ray after ray of strange azure light beams, and every strange light beam would instantly kill a third-level vicious beast in a simple and ruthless fashion. Ka, ka. After the third-level vicious beasts were instantly killed, the first-level and second-level vicious cried out in alarm, then turned around and began to fly away. Block them! Lin Ming's eyes narrowed. These vicious beasts were only the vanguard. Once the vicious beasts on land made their way here, the true war would begin. At that time, when these flying beasts returned, it would cause a great deal of trouble. Now that they were defeated and retreating, it was best to kill as many as possible. After Lin Ming's awe-inspiring performance, his words had unwittingly become like a military order to the soldiers. All of the javelin throwers and archers were stunned for a moment, and then immediately reacted, firing as fast as they could. Lin Ming also began to flick out more rays of vibrating azure true essence, aiming towards the strongest second-level vicious beasts. As for the first-level vicious beasts, he basically ignored them. The rays of vibrating azure true essence were Lin Ming's most effortless attack method. Before the real battle began, Lin Ming wanted to save up every bit of energy he could. Every attack he sent out contained just the right amount of force to be lethal. He was well aware that in a protracted battle, he had to conserve his strength. Puff, 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 puff. All sorts of dangerous flying vicious beasts began to fall down from the sky, blood showering forth like rain, and bits of meat flying everywhere. Of the several hundred flying vicious beasts that had come, only a few dozen had managed to escape. As the man in the bamboo hat saw dozens of flying vicious beasts fall from the air because of Lin Ming, and the rest also fleeing, he gulped, his voice trembling as he said, "Boss, what you said was right. Even if you add second big brother and third big brother together, you aren't a match for that boy. Is he really a middle pulse condensation martial artist?" Sure, Lin Kai's throat twitched, and he ruefully smiled. Let alone 3 of them. Even a dozen of them together wouldn't be able to do anything. As long as those azure beams of light came towards them, They would die without a doubt. What was that azure true essence attack? They were all post-condensation period martial artists, right? How could the gap between them be so great? While Sherlin Kai was in wonder of Lin Ming's power, he actually hadn't noticed that behind him, just near the long spear soldiers, there was a black-clothed, middle-aged man staring at Lin Ming with gloom in his eyes, the corners of his mouth twitching. He doesn't even need his spear to reach this level. This makes things so much trickier. The flying vicious beasts had just retreated. Everyone hadn't even had time to catch their breath when suddenly horrifying roars and hisses sounded out in the distance. Roar! Roar! The land-born vicious beasts had finally attacked. This was a true battle. There were several times more vicious beasts on land than the vicious beasts flying in the air. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The stampeding vicious beasts were just like billowing thunder. Tens of thousands of vicious beasts rampaged forwards, wild and savage. This scene was both terrifying and spectacular. The whole earth trembled. The vicious beasts that were at the front were packs of corrupt wolves. A corrupt wolf was a second-level vicious beast, and its strength was equal to an altering muscle stage martial artist. They were similar to rabid dogs as they rushed forwards, their tongues out, white fangs exposed, green eyes filled with a crazy killing and bloodthirsty intent. These were vicious beasts that desired to tear into the bodies of their enemies. A corrupt wolf was a vicious beast that only existed in the southern wilderness. After Lin Ming had left the Sorcerer Holy Land, he seen that 2 corrupt wolves had almost taken the Na sisters' lives. They ate the corpses of dead creatures all year long, and their claws were steeped in corpse poison. After being caught by one, it was very easy to die from the following poison. This poison had an antidote, but in the middle of life and death fighting, who had the time to apply an antidote? Che, this is really troublesome. Shield soldiers in the front, protect the long spear soldiers. With this order, the soldiers wearing 100 gene heavy armor picked up giant tower shields, lifting them high and forming a barrier. The long spear soldiers fitted into the gaps of the shield soldiers, thrusting out their spears through the gaps of the tower shields. Suddenly, the entire formation of soldiers became a charging line of defense with a forest of spears. The momentum of this charge was no weaker than the tens of thousands of vicious beasts. This was the power of an army. No matter how strong Lin Ming was, it was impossible for a lone person to block the entire beast tide from reaching Green Mulberry City. But if 10,000 soldiers created a great wall forged of flesh and steel, it was possible. A whirl, a whirl, a whirl, a-oh, a-oh, a whirl. As the corrupt wolves rushed halfway, they began to scream one at a time, stumbling to the ground. They were buried by the beasts behind them that were running at full speed. As a corrupt wolf fell to the ground, it was easy for it to cause other corrupt wolves to also stumble. As a result, a massive number of corrupt wolves were trampled to death within the raging stampede. Because of time constraints, the garrison army of Green Mulberry City hadn't been able to ready too many animal traps. After several thousands of corrupt wolves died, the rest finally reached the front line of the army. Release the Sharpwood formation. With a shout from a messenger, rows of sharpened logs were pulled up from the ground at slanted angles, their sharp tips pointed towards the corrupt wolves. Puff, puff, puff. Many of the corrupt wolves could not dodge. They directly ran into the sharpened wooden logs. As they were rushing forwards at such a high speed, the sharpened logs pierced through their entire body from head to tail. Instantly kill them. Pung, pung, pung. After the sharpened logs was the last line of defense, a massive number of corrupt wolves slammed on heavy shields, and some soldiers that could not withstand the impact were sent flying backwards. Spear formation. 1,000 long spear soldiers thrust forth their spears from between the slits of the tower shields, stabbing into the soft bellies of the corrupt wolves, blood splattering everywhere, organs bursting out. Although the soldiers were individually weaker than the corrupt wolves by far, with the coordination of a battle formation and equipment, they could display a total strength that was far more formidable than their individual strength. Lin Ming shook his spear and rushed out of the army camp, closely following behind him were the masters of the Salt clan. The other masters of the prominent families didn't back down. Even the heads of major families like Lin Wanshan and Zhuang Fan were in the lead. In this moment of life or death, no one dared to hold back anything. Shi Lin Kai rushed forwards, his 5-foot-long saber cutting forth in an epic manner. With every saber slice, large volumes of blood would spray into the air. Shi Lin Kai was most suited for this kind of rampaging killing spree, as his saber was meant to storm forwards, cutting away everything in its path. Coupled with his late pulse condensation cultivation, he was able to massacre the altering muscle stage corrupt wolves like they were chickens. The other martial artists, including Lin Wanshan, Zhuang Fan, Lu Wuyin, and the rest, were slightly weaker, and their swords weren't as good at fighting against large groups. But their killing speed still wasn't slow. With every chop of their blades, a corrupt wolf would die. Shi Lin Kai was filled with an addicting bloodlust. In just a dozen breaths of time, he had killed a dozen corrupt wolves. He killed an average of 1 corrupt wolf per breath of time. A man and his saber, unstoppable. Such killing speed could be called terrifying, but when Shi Lin Kai inadvertently glanced at Lin Ming, in that instant, he suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ming waved his hand, and the spear in his grip shot forth like an arrow. 7 or 8 corrupt wolves were pierced by his spear. Chapter 3:21 Hidden Murderous Intent. Chapter 3:21 Hidden Murderous Intent. Chapter 3:21 Hidden Murderous Intent. Lin Ming threw the long spear. With a metallic clang, the purple comet spear's base was suddenly connected by a taut red chain. Fire that had manifested into a crimson red chain had attached onto the end of the spear. Total annihilation. Lin Ming waved the red chain in his hand, with himself as the center. The purple comet spear drew a massive full moon. Wherever the spear went, corrupt wolves exploded like bags of blood. In only a single breath of time, over 20 corrupt wolves died a horrible death. Then Lin Ming moved, instantly appearing in another place on the battlefield. With a shout, he swept a giant circle with his spear once again. Over a dozen corrupt wolves decimated. This is just too inhuman. Shi Lin Kai gulped. Although a corrupt wolf wasn't considered too strong, it had a robust and hardy body. To cut a wolf in half from the waist took at least 80 or 90% of Shi Lin Kai's strength. Once he chopped too many times, his arm began to feel sore. But every time Lin Ming shot out with his spear, he would pierce 7 or 8 beasts. With a sweep, more than a dozen would perish. This was inhumanly savage power. Lin Ming's power was already far beyond the level of a normal martial artist, especially after he had completed a small portion of tempering marrow within his right hand. His strength had risen to another level. It could simply be called unstoppable, able to break through even the toughest defenses. Not only that, but the purple comet spear was an incomparably sharp weapon. Although the corrupt wolf had a strong defense, that was only in comparison to a normal martial artist. In front of the top high-grade earth step purple comet spear, the defensive capabilities of a corrupt wolf were no different than tofu. As Lin Ming killed his way around the battlefield, corrupt wolves were reaped like wheat. Against these second-level corrupt wolves, there was no need to use his vibrating true essence. Slaughtering them with the spear was the best way to conserve his strength. The spear was a weapon that was inherently forged to engage in mass warfare. At this moment, Lin Ming heard a roar and saw a massive two-headed black wolf rushing towards him. Two-headed corrupt wolf. This was a top third-level vicious beast, and its strength was comparable to a peak pulse condensation master. Then there was another roar, and next to the two-headed wolf was a giant iron storm bear. Its strength was no less than that of the two-headed corrupt wolf, and what was terrifying was that the iron storm bear had an amazing defensive power. Within all of the third-level vicious beasts in the Seven Profound territory, it had the absolute strongest defense. In a massive assault of forces, a vicious beast with astounding defense was much more formidable and difficult to deal with than an agile vicious beast. Two top third-level vicious beasts appeared, charging straight towards the army's formation. If these vicious beasts were to rush into the formation, they would easily be able to rip their way through the soldiers' tower shield wall, creating a massive opening. Once a gap was opened in the defenses, vicious beasts would begin pouring in from there. Lin Ming chose to greet them first. Lin Kai's eyes widened as he watched Lin Ming run over. He also wanted to run over and help, at least to divert the attention of the corrupt wolves surrounding him, so that Lin Ming would be able to kill those two top third-level vicious beasts more easily. But at this moment, Lin Ming's speed reached an extreme, and he suddenly turned into a fading afterimage. As his steps treaded forwards with golden rock shattering the void, the packs of corrupt wolves that tried to block Lin Ming were simply useless. Poo-pew-pew. Blood sprayed into the air. All of the corrupt wolves in Lin Ming's path were torn apart by his spear. As Lin Ming rapidly moved ahead, all that was left behind was a brilliant fog of blood. Roar! Facing this insolent human, the Iron Storm Bear sent out angry roars. The two-headed corrupt Wolf King also howled, rushing towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't even pause. His spear pierced forwards. Ka! An azure spear light cut through the void, slashing straight towards the Iron Storm Bear. Its chest was ripped in half, blood gushing out. The azure spear light actually hadn't even been given the slightest pause by the Iron Storm Bear's tenacious body. This was a top third-level vicious beast known for having the strongest level of defensive power within the Seven Profound territory. But in front of the purple comet spear, its vaunted defenses were nothing more than thin paper. After the azure spear light ripped through the Iron Storm Bear, its forward force still hadn't stopped, cutting towards the two-headed corrupt Wolf King. The two-headed corrupt Wolf King was famous for its speed, but it simply didn't have a chance to respond. Its body was split vertically in half, one head on each side. A single spear move slayed two top third-level vicious beasts. It was no different to killing an ordinary corrupt wolf. Lin Kai was dumbfounded. Even Zhuang Fan, Lu Wuyin, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. What sort of cultivation was that? They couldn't imagine how an early pulse condensation period martial artist could be so strong that they could instantly kill two third-level vicious beasts that were equal to peak pulse condensation martial artists. Not only that, but he had only used a single spear move to kill both of them. Before, they didn't know just what it meant for Lin Ming to become champion of the Seven Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting. They only knew that Lin Ming was a great and powerful figure, and had created a record that had never existed in the past 200 years in the 36 countries by becoming the champion of the Total Faction Martial Meeting. But they never knew just what sort of concept that was. But now that they had a front seat view, they were able to experience what this title truly meant. After he killed the two third-level vicious beasts, Lin Ming's footsteps suddenly paused, and his spear slowed down. In that instant, he had once again felt a faint, hidden, murderous intent from the crowds of people around him. "You want to hide yourself with the help of the crowd," Lin Ming coldly snorted. His soul force and perception already far surpassed the Seven Profound Valleys Mirage factions. When he first struck out, he had felt this faint, murderous intent. Now, after killing the two third-level vicious beasts, he felt it again. But by the time he expanded his perception, he had lost trace of this person and was unable to find him. This caused Lin Ming to furrow his eyebrows. This enemy of his must be well versed in concealment techniques, and was able to use the killing intent of the 10,000-strong army to hide from him. Was this someone sent by Ouyang Boyan? After the moon-seizing sect had been annihilated, all of the Xiantian masters were recalled to the 7 Profound Valleys total faction, with the collaboration of the Array faction and an Array master of Divine Phoenix Island. They had been able to set up a giant reinforced array formation around the mountain range and close it off to prevent a sneak attack from the South Sea Demon region. Since this happened, Ouyang Boyan had probably left behind several trustworthy subordinates within Sky Fortune Kingdom. Murdering a 7 Profound Valleys direct disciple was no minor matter. If this matter was made known, then Ouyang Boyan would most likely be put to death. He could probably only trust his personal apprentice. Logically speaking, an apprentice of Ouyang Boyan should be someone from the Acacia faction. But Lin Ming didn't think that a disciple from the Acacia faction would be so proficient in concealment techniques. If it wasn't for Lin Ming's prodigious soul perception, he would never have been aware of this. With a hidden enemy lurking behind him, Lin Ming couldn't feel at ease. I can't expose any more of my strength. This enemy probably hasn't noticed that I've discovered him. In this case, I have to keep my cards in hand and lure him in, take him by surprise, and kill him in that moment. Lin Ming's single spear move that had killed 2 third-level vicious beasts may have been shocking to a common martial artist, but it was simply nothing to a genius of the 7 Profound Valleys. Not to mention Lin Ming, Jianglan Jian Qin Wuxin, or even the most disappointing direct disciple Fang Qi would be able to accomplish the same. Those 2 monsters were equal to a normal peak pulse condensation martial artist, but Huan Xiaodai and Fang Qi had battle power that reached the early Hotian realm, or even the middle Hotian realm. With such a difference in strength, instantly killing a pair of third-level vicious beasts was simple. Thus, Lin Ming's performance just now was all within this hidden killer's expectations. Lin Ming had to keep his other cards hidden. He needed to hide his strength so he could play the pig to eat the tiger. I will suppress my strength to the peak of the normal middle Hotian realm and lure you in. During the stampede of the beast tide, this surrounding chaos was naturally the best time to assassinate Lin Ming, but it was also the best time for Lin Ming to kill this hidden enemy of his. Lin Ming didn't want to leave a ticking time bomb at his side. He wanted to completely uproot and eradicate all of Ouyang Boyan's influence. Total annihilation, sweeping wind, scattering clouds. Every move that Lin Ming made was a wide-range attack. With the flame chain on the spear end, the purple comet spear was like a flood dragon diving in a sea of blood. Wherever it went, blood would rain. Within the chaotic rush of clashing forces, the spear was absolutely the best weapon. Of course, the requirement was to have an incomparably thick true essence and endurance in order to support such terrifying killing speeds. But these were 2 aspects that were no problem for Lin Ming. He did not lack them at all. His blood vitality was potent, and every breath he breathed out formed large snakes in the air that lingered on. Die. Lin Ming gripped the fiery red chain. The spear point drawing a huge half-moon arc blood spattered all over Lin Ming, covering his entire body's muscle in a deep crimson shade. The veins of his body bulged out, just like twisted scarlet earthworms. Puff, puff, puff. The garrison army of Green Mulberry City took Lin Ming as the spear point of the army and courageously marched forwards. Within 100 feet of Lin Ming, vicious beasts were simply unable to approach. Once they did, they were completely destroyed by the spear light. Even if there was an occasional third-level vicious beast that appeared with power comparable to a pulse condensation martial artist, it was still no exception. It would be just like an ordinary vicious beast, instantly slaughtered by Lin Ming. This is too fierce. Is this the power of the 7 Profound Valleys total faction martial meeting champion? The vicious beasts that he has killed by himself are more than the rest of us combined. Zhuang Fan's cultivation was just enough to reach the pulse condensation period, and he also fought with a sword, so his killing speed was the slowest. As he saw Lin Ming rush into the depths of a pack of vicious beasts and be no different than a tiger within a flock of sheep, he couldn't help but envy. Brother Wanshan, your Lin family has truly produced a peerless, monstrous talent. Within the next several hundred years, your Lin family will probably become the top family of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Lin Wanshan wasn't as happy as Zhuang Fong expected. Instead, he sighed, shaking his head, his heart bitter. Some time ago, when the snow had still been falling, Lin Ming had obtained a great honor for the Lin family to truly earn face for posterity. But now that Lin Wanshan saw Lin Ming's formidable strength with his own eyes, he suddenly had very complicated thoughts and emotions surging within him. A question lingered within his heart, one that he couldn't let go of. Could Lin Ming really be considered a disciple of the Lin family? Before Lin Ming had grown up, he hadn't even used a single bit of the Lin family's resources. Lin Wanshan even knew that when Lin Ming's childhood girlfriend had abandoned him for someone else, he hadn't been able to receive any help from the family. Lin Ming probably didn't feel much of a sense of belonging to the Lin family. If Lin Wanshan had anyone to blame, he could only blame his own Lin family for not being able to see someone with such an outstanding talent in front of them. They had missed the chance to raise such a precious, uncut jade. Otherwise, if they had been able to initially offer him help, provide resources, and help him recapture his first love, or even confront the Zhu family because of that, then Lin Ming would have a deep sense of belonging towards the Lin family. But now, Lin Wanshan sighed with regret. But then, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. His eyes widened as he looked at a red shadow not too far away that was heading towards them. This is bad. That is a 4th-level vicious beast, Scarlet Flood Python. Chapter 3:22 Beheading the Python. Chapter 3:22 Beheading the Python. Chapter 3:22 Beheading the Python. The Scarlet Flood Python was over 200 feet long, and its writhing body was thicker than a century-old tree. Every red scale of its body was larger than a soldier's tower shield, and its sharp fangs were like spears. When it opened its mouth, it was wide enough to swallow an elephant. This python monster was only the weakest of the 4th-level vicious beasts. Still, its strength was equal to a Middle Hotian realm martial artist. Within the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, if one didn't include the masters of the 7 profound martial house, it would be difficult for anyone to defeat this beast. It had to be known that even the state Marshal Qin Shao and the magnificent Mr. Mui had a cultivation at the Middle Hotian realm. But as for Green Mulberry City, there were no Hotian masters stationed there. Lin Ming, be careful! Lin Wanshan screamed from behind as he watched Lin Ming rush in. Young hero Lin, that is a 4th-level vicious beast. Wait for us brothers to come over, and we will fight together with young hero Lin. Sure, Lin Kai was far away, but he immediately began to slash his way towards Lin Ming. If this python monster managed to reach the army, it would be able to sweep away the entire tower shield defensive line with a single swing of its tail. Once the defensive line was broken, the army's loss would be immeasurable. They would all be overwhelmed. Now, they could only rely on Lin Ming. Lin Ming watched that python that was like a small hill, and his eyes narrowed. This vicious beast's strength was at the Middle Hotian realm. At most, it would be equal to Hu Yanluo's level. To the current Lin Ming, instantly killing it was simple. However, Lin Ming didn't want to reveal the hidden cards in his hands to the pair of eyes that was lurking within the bustling crowd. Pu. Lin Ming's spear swept out, making a killing circle. As all of the corrupt wolves around him were swept away, he aimed his spear and thrust towards the Scarlet Flood Python. Young hero Lin, be careful. The martial artists of Green Mulberry City had no idea what the limit of Lin Ming's strength was. To them, The geniuses of the 7 profound valleys were too remote of an existence. Although they knew that Lin Ming was absurdly powerful, everyone still held their breath as they watched Lin Ming charge towards the scarlet flood python alone with their own eyes. Those grim eyes that were hiding in crowd locked onto Lin Ming. A mere scarlet flood python is absolutely not his match. Let's see just how much of his strength he uses. This chess piece that Ouyang Boyan arranged to stay here originated from the 7 profound valleys, so he understood just how terrifying a direct disciple of the 7 profound valleys truly was. With his status, when he was young, he simply didn't have a chance to fight against talents like Jiang Baoyun. He only understood the power of a direct disciple from rumors and watching these geniuses fight. But during this total faction marshal meeting, he had been forced to stay behind in Sky Fortune Kingdom and hadn't seen the battle between Lin Ming and Jiang Baoyun. Because of this, he didn't have a personal concept of just how strong Lin Ming was, and had to personally judge him through watching him. Sa! The red flood python cried out with a grating scream, and its massive tail swung towards Lin Ming like whip, goldenrock shattering the void. Lin Ming had deliberately suppressed the speed of goldenrock shattering the void, but he still easily dodged the scarlet flood python's strike. Bang! The python's broad tail smashed the ground, cracking the earth and causing the battlefield to shake. Several unlucky corrupt wolves were crushed into bloody piles of goo. As Shi Linkai saw this scene while rushing over, he felt chills run up his spine. A 4th-level vicious beast was truly a fearful existence. If he was struck by that tail, not even his bones would be left over. Not only that, but its attack speed was so quick. With his piddling movement techniques, he had no idea if he could dodge it. A moment ago, Shi Linkai had shouted out that he would join forces with Lin Ming and kill the vicious beast, but now that he saw just how deadly it was, he wondered to himself, could he really help? He would probably die as collateral damage. It was not just Shi Linkai, but the other martial artists were in a worse situation. Zhuang Fan and the other were mostly at the early pulse condensation period. Their own individual strength were all less than Shi Linkai's. If they were even scratched by that scarlet flood python's tail, they would probably die on the spot. Besides Lin Ming, no one had the qualifications to tangle with the scarlet flood python. Whoever came up would die. Boom, boom. The scarlet flood python repeatedly smashed the ground with its brutal tail. Lin Ming dodged using his superior movement. It looked like everywhere he went there was a danger that put him in a dead end. But every time, he would just manage to barely dodge the scarlet flood python's attack. Lin Wanshan began to sweat from all pores. If Lin Ming missed time to dodge even once, he would die. Lin Ming was the Lin family's future hope. If he died here then, not only would the Lin family suffer an immeasurable loss, but they might not even be able to defend Green Mulberry City. Lin Wanshan gulped. Right now he was incomparably nervous, but he was also completely helpless. Dozens of massacred, corrupt wolf corpses lay bloody and grotesque on the ground. None of the other corrupt wolves dared to approach, leaving a wide space that was several hundred feet wide for Lin Ming and the scarlet flood python to fight. At this time, the entire beast-tide stampede has slowed down. Not planning on using your trump cards? The grim shadow in the crowd muttered to himself. He didn't even believe that there was the slightest chance that Lin Ming would be defeated. He only wondered how much Lin Ming would preserve his strength. After all, this beast tide had just begun, and there were bound to be more vicious beasts behind that were even fiercer. Fwa! The scarlet flood python opened its gaping maw and suddenly spat out a large glob of venom. This human didn't even dare to fight it head-on, but was actually jumping all around. This caused the scarlet flood python to be thoroughly enraged. The glob of venom flew into the air and then scattered, falling like driving rain. It was undodgeable. As Lin Ming was about to be enveloped by this storm of venom, he suddenly turned his spear. Purple arcs of lightning roared out. Chi, chi, chi. Under the clouded skies of the evening, the bright illumination of the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder's lightning arcs was even more dazzling. All of the venom around Lin Ming was burned away by the power of thunder, his entire body twined with purple lightning. With his spear, he thrust towards the scarlet flood python. Electric light sparked, with the ashen clouds as his backdrop. Lin Ming was like a war god of thunder. The scarlet flood python widened its jaws, biting towards Lin Ming. Pa! Lin Ming dodged the scarlet flood python's fangs, thrusting his spear into the python's lower jaw. Then he stepped over the python's body, dragging his spear behind him. The spear tip embedded into the python, dragging a deep bloody crevice in its body. Flesh and blood flew into the sky. This single spear strike had split the python from head to tail. SAA. The scarlet flood python issued a horrifying scream, its hissing shriek breaking apart stone. Massive purple arcs of lightning wound around its body, and blood erupted like a waterfall from the giant fissure left behind by the spear, gushing out dozens of feet high. Lin Ming's entire body was bathed in blood, and his hair tie had loosened during the attack. At this moment, he was like a demonic lord that crawled up from the Ashura hell, infernal and unstoppable. Seeing this distant, one-sided great battle take place, the 10,000 soldiers were left speechless. This 200-foot-long great python reached to the skies, its blood raining to the earth. This scene was too impactful on their minds. He won. Lin Wanshan was jumping in joy. Lin Ming had actually won. He had cut down a 4th-level scarlet flood python. As soon as the scarlet flood python died, the offensive charge of the corrupt wolves immediately died down. After a few more symbolic rushes, they began to retreat like an ebbing tide. The wolves are retreating. We've defended. After withstanding the impacts of tens of thousands of corrupt wolves, the exhausted soldiers began to cheer. The archers still shot their arrows, but chasing them was impossible. The soldiers had reached the limits of their strength, and even if they were at top condition, it was impossible to chase a stampede of corrupt wolves over a long distance while wearing their heavy equipment. Lin Ming carried his spear on his shoulder and walked back from the battlefield alone. During this battle, he had killed over 1,000 corrupt wolves, while killing dozens of 3rd-level vicious beasts, and even the 4th-level scarlet flood python. The combined efforts of all the other post-condensation period martial artists didn't even add up to half of this. Of course, there was simply no comparing them. Their strength, and was not on the same level as Lin Ming's. He finally used the power of thunder, but he didn't use that thunder energy weapon of his. As the soldiers were returning, the figure in the shadows was mumbling to himself. Although he hadn't seen Lin Ming when he had participated in the total faction martial meeting, he still had a great deal of information. Lin Ming's trump card was not just his power of thunder, but also a needle-like weapon that was condensed from thunder energy. This weapon was Lin Ming's true killing move. If I don't factor in that needle-like thunder energy weapon, then what Lin Ming revealed so far should be his complete strength. He should be able to defeat an ordinary late Hotian Realm Master, which is actually the same cultivation as me. But he still isn't my match. If I want to kill him, I have to make sure it succeeds. Otherwise, it will be too troublesome. The subordinate that Ouyang Boyan had left behind had a cultivation at the late Hotian realm, but he was still a disciple of the 7 profound valleys, and his combat strength was much more formidable than a normal late Hotian master. The wolves receded, the casualties were tallied. More than 800 soldiers had sacrificed their lives and perished on the field. After Lin Ming returned to Green Mulberry City, he went into seclusion and quickly began to mediate. The truth was his consumption of strength wasn't too high. In addition to his already formidable endurance, he had nearly his complete true essence reserves remaining afterwards. This seclusion was all an act of his. to lure the snake from its hole, and then kill it instead. This was Lin Ming's plan. After the victory of the first battle, the morale of Green Mulberry City's garrison army had sharply risen, but now was not that time for celebrations. There was likely to be other groups of vicious beasts incoming, and they had to persist until reinforcements arrived. Dinner was lavish. All of the major families had pooled together their resources, bringing good meat and other satisfying foods. There was enough for everyone. Although the soldiers regretted that they could not drink, they still heartily ate their fill, taking water instead of wine. At the banquet, the soldiers frantically talked about how Lin Ming had used a single spear to slaughter the scarlet flood python in the chaos of the battlefield while being surrounded by tens of thousands of wolves. In the minds of an ordinary soldier, Lin Ming was simply a legend come to life. Old Lin, your Lin family have truly produced a hero that will be recorded in history. After dinner, Zhuang Fan spoke as he smoked from a pure gold pipe, walking over to Lin Wanshan's side. Out of all the major power players of Green Mulberry City, the Lin family and Zhuang family were closest because of their cooperation in many fields of business. I didn't think that our experience would be so shallow. The strength of a 7 Profound Valleys direct disciple can actually reach such a level. As Lin Wanshan gazed off at the warm light within the tent that Lin Ming had retreated to, his mood was complex. This gap was too amazing. He was unable to comprehend that a direct disciple of the 7 Profound Valleys who was only at the pulse condensation period was actually much stronger than the Hotian masters of Sky Fortune Kingdom. The frontier armies set out 2 days ago. They should arrive in another 7 or 8 days. With Lin Ming, we should be able to defend until then. Today, the number of vicious beasts that Lin Ming killed were 1/10 of the army's total, but all of the high-level vicious beasts were killed by him alone. Chapter 3:23 Uninvited Guest. Chapter 3:23 Uninvited Guest. Chapter 3:23 Uninvited Guest. That night when Lin Ming went out, all of the soldiers who saw him would spontaneously stop and salute in respect. Military men respected the strong. Because of Lin Ming's actions during the battle earlier, their damages had been greatly reduced. Young hero Lin. A man wearing a wolf pelt walked up, a happy smile on his face. This man was the Salt Clan's clan leader, Lin Kai. Clan leader Shi. Lin Ming had a favorable impression of this man. During the assault of the corrupt wolves, this man had followed closely behind him, fighting boldly and bravely. Except for Lin Ming himself, Lin Kai had killed the most. Young hero Lin is too kind. It's fine if you call me old, sure. What are the casualties in the army like? Lin Ming was very concerned about the current state of the army. Without an army, it was impossible to block the beast tide. It was impossible for Lin Ming alone to stop a giant flood of vicious beasts, no matter how strong he was. If they passed him, the beasts would be able to dash into Green Mulberry City. Green Mulberry City had 50 feet high city walls, but a high-level vicious beast would be able to scale them in just a few hops. Once that happened, it was useless, no matter how many Lin Ming killed. We've lost more than 50 javelin throwers and archers, 300 long spear soldiers, 400 tower shield soldiers, and there are also many that are severely wounded and unable to fight. Altogether, we've lost around 10% of our fighting force. There are also several brothers of my Salt clan who have perished. As Lin Kai spoke, he heard the screeching sound of a heavenly winged eagle above the army camp. It was much more resounding and clear than a normal heavenly wind eagle. Reinforcements? This was the first thought that popped into Lin Ming's mind, but he immediately dismissed it. It had only been a day since he had been at the transmission relay station and sent news. It was impossible for reinforcements to arrive so quickly. As soon as the two left the camp to sea, they saw a giant heavenly wind eagle that was 4 or 5 times larger than normal. Its wings shined like they were carved from gold. Lin Ming had seen this sort of golden-winged, heavenly-winged eagle before. It was a mount that the peacock mountain messenger had ridden. It had the bloodline of a saint beast, was exceedingly fast, and it could carry 10 times more than a normal heavenly-winged eagle. Those who could ride this sort of golden-winged, heavenly-winged eagle most likely came from a sect. As the giant eagle swooped down, a buffet of wind directly blew away several army tents. The soldiers inside were also blown away and landed on the ground with multiple bruises. F***CK. Who dares to be so arrogant? Shi Lin Kai was a straightforward man who was honest with his emotions. He thought that this was reinforcements, but now this person had not only come to their army camp without saying anything, but had also overturned many tents, injuring their soldiers. This grated on his nerves and caused his anger to rise. Junior apprentice sister, we've finally found an inhabited land. It's really been hard for you these past 4 or 5 days. The savages that live in the southern wilderness are truly barbarians. There isn't even a place to bathe. Atop the heavenly winged eagle, a yellow-clothed youth around 25 or 26 with a sword on his back was speaking to an 18 or 19-year-old girl. As Lin Ming saw this yellow-clothed youth, he was stunned for a moment. This youth's cultivation was already at the early Hotian realm. An early Hotian martial artist from a sect could still be considered somewhat skillful. Not only that, but he had broken through to the Hotian realm at a relatively young age. He should be at least a top inner court disciple, or maybe even a core disciple. The girl that he had addressed as junior apprentice sister was wearing an all-white dress. There was a faint crescent moon symbol embroidered on her dress, and she had the appearance of a beautiful and delicate woman. Her eyes were expressionless as she scanned around where she had landed, silent. She didn't seem to have any desire to speak. Junior apprentice sister, the beast tide is everywhere now. We have no place to stay currently, so let's temporarily live here. The girl reluctantly said, then fell back into silence. The yellow-clothed youth was delighted. He had finally persuaded his junior apprentice sister. As long as he was able to live here for a while and catch his breath, he would be able to realize his wishes. Before the yellow-clothed youth could say anything, an angry voice suddenly interrupted him. Who the hell are you? You dare to rush into our army compound and injure our soldiers. And you still have the nerve to speak so casually in front of everyone. Where do you think this is? Your home toilet? Come on. Shi Lin Kai was outraged. This yellow-clothed youth was simply pompous like an arrogant young master. With the sounds of weapons ringing, soldiers from all around drew their weapons. Dozens of arrows were readied. Pulled to the limit, the cold, metal-tipped arrows pointed straight towards the yellow-clothed youth. Several of the Salt Clan brothers also circled the yellow-clothed youth, all of them angry. If Shi Lin Kai hadn't waved them back, a fight would probably have broken out. Although Shi Lin Kai was angry, he hadn't lost his rationality. He wasn't dumb. He had seen enough of the world to know that a golden-winged, heavenly-winged eagle was extraordinary. And if this flying beast was able to create gusts of strong heavenly wind that could blow away several tents, then it probably came from a large sect. It was most likely that this boy and girl also came from a large sect. These kinds of people were existences that Green Mulberry City could not afford to anger unless Lin Ming intervened. But as it stood, this was extremely troublesome for Lin Ming. After all, the other man's cultivation was at the early Hotian realm. For a while, the atmosphere was tense. The white-clothed girl in the center still had an expressionless face, completely ignoring all the weapons that were pointed towards her. The yellow-clothed youth gave cold humph and shot a glare at the soldiers around him. His eyes were full of disdain. In his opinion, these people were nothing more than peasants. Who is your commanding officer? Bring him to me. You lot are unqualified to speak to me. The yellow-clothed youth didn't even bother with Lin Kai. Lin Kai's entire appearance indicated that he was someone from Jianghu. It was impossible for him to be a general. Who do you think you are? Seeing that this yellow-clothed youth didn't even place him in his eyes, Lin Kai was incredibly angry. He wished he could just take out his saber and chop these two in half. At this point, Green Mulberry City's city Lord Zhao Yanming made his way out of the crowd. His expression was dark as he said, "I am Green Mulberry City's city lord. Is there a matter I can assist you with?" The boy and girl had a cultivation of the early Hotian realm and peak pulse condensation period, and they also came from a large sect. After seeing Lin Ming in action, Zhao Yanming had already been made aware of just how deeply terrifying the strength of a martial artist from a sect was. Even though that young girl looked fragile, maybe even all of the pulse condensation period martial artists in Green Mulberry City combined together couldn't force her to use her true strength. At that time, this boy and girl pair would slaughter them and just fly away on their heavenly winged eagle, and they would be helpless to do anything. This was a scenario that Zhao Yanming didn't want to see. "You're the city lord? What's your name?" The yellow-clothed youth shot a look at Zhao Yanming, speaking in a haughty and imperious manner. Zhao Yanming frowned. Without looking at Lin Ming, he sent him a true essence sound transmission. "Young hero Lin, just where are these two from?" "I don't know, maybe from some southern sect." As Lin Ming glanced at the crescent moon symbols on their chest, he had a faint guess. Were they from the moon-seizing sect? Moon-seizing sect was located on the coast of the South Sea and also bordered the southern wilderness along with the Seven Profound territory. It was very close to Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region. Their sect was relatively weak, so they had been the first to have a calamity fall upon them, and their entire sect was exterminated by the South Sea Demon region. Listening to their conversation, it seemed as if they had been traveling through the southern wilderness for several days. Moon-seizing sect was also destroyed before the eruption of the beast tides. If these two were survivors of moon-seizing sect, then it would match whether it was time or location. Then their strength compared to young hero Lin. Zhao Yanming reasoned that Lin Ming wouldn't be a match for these two. Lin Ming was only at the middle pulse condensation period, and they were all from a sect, so the difference couldn't be that great. But during the day, Lin Ming's performance on the field was simply too awe-inspiring to everyone who watched. Zhao Yanming felt as if Lin Ming was nearly invincible, so that's why he posed this question. Lin Ming didn't reply. It was difficult to say just how strong a Hotian master from a sect was. Not only that, but the situation in Green Mulberry City was very complex, and he didn't want to needlessly expose his true strength. Zhao Yanming pushed down any anger and calmly said, "I am Zhao Yanming. Who are you?" "Zhao Yanming? Listen up. You don't need to know who I am. I want you people to prepare a very good mansion and have the place tidied up. Switch out all the bedding and furniture, and send out 7 or 8 maids that are clean to take care of my junior apprentice sister's daily living needs. My junior apprentice sister is a vegetarian and loves to stay clean. Prepare a bath of spring water every day, and 3 meals of tender bamboo shoots and fruits. When the beast tide comes tomorrow, I'll help you out a bit." As the yellow-clothed youth spoke such rampant words, Lin Kai felt as if his lungs were about to explode from rage. He had never seen such an arrogant young man in his life before. The truth was, Lin Kai didn't know that the attitude of this yellow-clothed man was the near-universal attitude which most geniuses of sects treated common mortals with. To them, the common folk were nothing more than ants. For a human to speak to an ant on equal terms in a kind and reasonable manner was naturally impossible. As for someone like Lin Ming, he had a humble origin and a reasonable temperament. Although his status had soared into the skies, his natural disposition had never changed because of that. Moreover, he was also from Green Mulberry City, and even when seeing Lin Wanshan, he would greet him like any other family junior would. But now that a normal genius from a sect had come, this genius would not even bother to look their way. The difference in status would just be too great. You really think you are all that? You think we don't have masters here? You really think we need someone like you to help out a bit? Shirlinkai drew out the saber and began slashing the ground, cutting apart a stone block. If he wasn't well aware that this yellow-clothed youth was dozens of times stronger than him, he would have already started a fight. Hearing Shirlinkai's insults, the yellow-clothed youth frowned. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Ming, who was standing near Shirlinkai. As his vision fell on Lin Ming, he said, "I see. I didn't expect there to be a little talent here. So, this is your so-called master. But do you think you are worthy of that title? As long as you..." As the yellow-clothed man spoke, his lips curved up in a smile. He lifted his hands and formed sword fingers, then slashed out twice at Lin Ming. Sharp sword energy broke through the air, cutting towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's expression sank. There were some hidden enemies lurking in the shadows, so he didn't want to cause any trouble. But now he had actually been rolled together into this mess. Chapter 3, 24 The Girl in White. Chapter 3, 24 The Girl in White. Chapter 3, 24 The Girl in White. Chi. The two sword energies shot out from right and left at extremely tricky angles. Although they were only casual strikes, they were still strikes that came from a sect-based Hotian master. If a normal middle pulse condensation martial artist was struck by these two sword energies, they would be severely injured. The yellow-clothed man fought to establish his reputation to avoid future troubles. And the best way to establish that reputation was naturally to slap down Green Mulberry City's current #1 master, Lin Ming. "You don't even make sense." Lin Ming coldly snorted. He had been dragged into this mess for no reason, and this random man had actually attacked him out of the blue. Obviously, there was something wrong with his mind. Azure light flashed, and Lin Ming punched out twice, meeting these two sword finger energies with his fists. Bang, bang. With the sound of an explosion, the two sword energies were broken apart. Lin Ming hadn't even been touched, nor had he taken a single step back. Oh, the yellow-clothed youth's eyebrows slanted up. A little boy, at the pulse condensation period, can actually block my sword finger attack? You're quite a character, aren't you? Hee, how about if I use 30% of my strength? The yellow-clothed character was about to strike out once again, but then he saw that the white-clothed girl was waving her hand at him, interrupting him. "Senior apprentice brother, stop it. Don't try to oppress other people with your power like this." The yellow-clothed youth's cultivation was at the early Hotian realm, but Lin Ming was actually only at the middle pulse condensation period. This sort of fight was originally unfair. The yellow-clothed man was simply using his age and cultivation to suppress others. In the opinion of geniuses, even if the yellow-clothed youth won, it still wouldn't be a victory. The yellow-clothed was a bit unhappy being stopped by the white-clothed girl, but he still understood the meaning behind her words and went along with her request. "Since Junior Apprentice Sister says so, I'll forget it. You, boy, today is your lucky day." "Oh, I'm lucky?" Lin Ming thought this was hilarious. In that brief tussle a moment ago, that yellow-clothed youth really did only use a small portion of his strength, but Lin Ming had an extremely keen perception, and he was able to feel that the purity of the yellow-clothed youth's true essence. He thought that this yellow-clothed youth might be a core disciple, but now it seemed more likely that he was the high-ranking inner court disciple. An inner court disciple was simply nothing. Currently, Qin Xingxuan was already an inner court disciple, and once her talent blossomed in the future, she would most likely become a core disciple. "What? You aren't convinced?" The yellow-clothed youth's eyebrows picked up. "Since my junior apprentice sister has spoken of compassion, today I will not bully the young. If you aren't convinced, there is a simple solution. When the beast tide attacks tomorrow, you and I will both go out, and we'll see just who kills the most. How about it? Lin Ming hadn't even spoken when Shirlinkai angrily shouted, "What dog fart nonsense! Like this father needs your help. My green mulberry city." Shirlinkai had finished, his voice still full of indignant anger, when a loud voice suddenly interrupted him. "Clan leader Shir, please take note of the current situation and consider the greater good. Green Mulberry City's decisions will be determined by Green Mulberry City's people." Shirlinkai turned to look and saw that the person speaking was the garrison army commander, Zhu Ping. He was wearing a military uniform and seemed to be emitting a little aura of irritation. Shirlinkai's heart began to blaze with fury. Only Green Mulberry City's people can determine Green Mulberry City's decisions? Were the Salt clan not people from Green Mulberry City? His brothers had died in order to protect this city, and yet they actually had such a foul reputation. Shirlinkai's fury was about to spill over and cause an irreversible scene when, at that moment, Lin Ming sent him a true essence sound transmission. "Clan leader Shir, don't bother with this trivial matter. Stop here for now." Before luring out the chess piece that Ouyang Boyan had lain down, Lin Ming didn't want to stir up a needless fight, thus exposing his own strength. Lin Ming was a hero that Shirlinkai held a great deal of admiration towards. Shirlinkai had no choice but to back down, icily coughing as he stopped speaking. Zhu Ping turned a smile on the yellow-clothed youth and said, "I will immediately empty the best mansion in Green Mulberry City, change the bedding and furniture, and have several well-trained maids brought over. 2 masters, please rest freely." Zhu Ping bowed as he spoke. Such a welcome that was in agreement with all the specifications seemed like a deliberate attempt to nauseate Lin Ming. Lin Ming lived in the army compound, ate with the soldiers and lived with the soldiers. Yet Zhu Ping had actually set aside a special residence for these 2 people. In this regard, Lin Ming didn't mind. Some people were like this. If you treated them kindly, that person might not take you seriously. But if you pushed their face into the ground and slapped them around, they would think of you as a true character that couldn't be offended and treat you carefully and respectfully. This kind of person could only be described as shallow and cheap. Of course, the difference with which Zhu Ping treated Lin Ming and the yellow-clothed youth was also because of hatred and other factors. Zhu Ping was very glad to see that the yellow-clothed youth and Lin Ming seemed hostile to each other. If these 2 could fight, and Lin Ming receive a severe injury in the process, killing him would be much easier. "Humph, I can tell you're a sensible one. Hurry up and prepare. Remember to prepare several buckets of spring bath water and incense to clear the smell. My junior sister does not like to live in places like this army compound. Rest assured, once the beast tide comes, I'll be able to arrive in just a few breaths of time." As the yellow-clothed youth spoke, he glanced at Lin Ming, an unforgiving expression etched on his face. As for his strike being resisted a moment ago, he naturally wasn't comfortable with this. It was just that he didn't want to go against the wishes of the white-clothed girl. The yellow-clothed youth and his junior apprentice sister were truly disciples from the moon-seizing sect. The moon-seizing sect had been destroyed 6 days ago, and over 90% of the disciples had died. Of the Xiantian masters, all of them had perished. Luckily, the 2 of them had managed to escape. They had been traveling under the barest conditions, spending most of their time in the jungles of the southern wilderness. They lived outdoors, ate wild fruits and dried rations, and didn't even have the chance to change clothes. For the white-clothed girl who was used to remaining clean, this was very difficult to endure. The yellow-clothed youth had seized the opportunity to drop the white-clothed girl in this big mortal city and rest for a few days. The truth was, he also had his own reason for doing so. This white-clothed girl was actually one of direct disciples of the moon-seizing sect. If she was able to escape this time, that meant there must definitely be many treasures on her body. Her own master had died beside her. How could she not have given her disciple everything? Earth Steps treasures, rare jade slips, and most important of all, heaven-opening pills. The yellow-clothed youth estimated that this white-clothed girl might have 5 or 6 heaven-opening pills on her. Although the moon-seizing sect was one of the lowest ranked within the 19 third-grade sects, they had still managed to accumulate several dozens of heaven-opening pills. Since the white-clothed girl was one of the top-ranked direct disciples in the sect, there was a high possibility she would have many heaven-opening pills on her. Besides the heaven-opening pill, the yellow-clothed youth was faintly aware that within the moon-seizing sect, there also existed a top-ranked, extremely valuable medicine. This medicine's value was far beyond that of a heaven-opening pill, and it was said to be related to the former master of the South Sea Demon region, the master of Silent Demon Emperor City. Although the moon-seizing sect had been on the decline for a long time, it still had a very long and storied sect history, filled with glory and tribulations. 2,000 years ago, the moon-seizing sect was a top third-grade sect, and its strength surpassed even Peacock Mountain. At that time, the moon-seizing sect had joined forces with the entire South Horizon region to lay siege to Silent Demon Emperor City. Obtaining such extremely rare and top-grade medicine from this siege wouldn't be unusual. Silent Demon Emperor City used to be a Holy Land-ranked sect, and the Netherworld Great Emperor was a top figure of the entire Skill-Spill continent. From an existence like that, whatever came from their hand, even if it were a chamber pot, would be a rare and precious artifact that countless small sects would crazily fight over. The precious medicine that existed within the moon-seizing sect was said to have a very high and impactful effect for Sciention masters that were trying to break into the revolving core realm. As for what it specifically was, the yellow-clothed youth had only ever heard some vague rumors. It had been so many years since then, so it might all be gone. Of course, the yellow-clothed youth didn't expect that the white-clothed girl would have such a precious medicine on her body. Even if she did, he wouldn't be able to swallow a medicine of that level. His heart's true desire lay in the heaven-opening pills. With his talent, it would not be easy to reach the Sciention realm, but if he had enough heaven-opening pills, it wouldn't be a problem. Who didn't wish to reach the Sciention realm? If the white-clothed girl was not an angelic beauty and didn't have countless life-saving measures, this yellow-clothed youth would have already directly snatched it from her body. The yellow-clothed youth had originally been an inner court disciple of the moon-seizing sect, and the disparity between his status and the white-clothed girl's status was immense. In normal times, if these two people met, the yellow-clothed youth would have had to be extremely respectful to her. However, in his heart, he had many unnatural and perverted ambitions towards the white-clothed girl. It wasn't just him, but many of the other male disciples of the moon-seizing sect had once dreamed of marrying this white-clothed girl. Once they did, they would be able to obtain extra resources and have the backing of such a beautiful lady. Wouldn't that simply be perfection? Of course, the yellow-clothed youth had only ever thought that it was simply impossible for it to happen. In particular, just a month ago, the white-clothed girl had been chosen as one of the geniuses in the training program carried out by Divine Phoenix Island. She had been one of the 50 human step talents that were selected. The moon-seizing sect had originally been one of the lowest 19 third-grade sections. When the joint talent training program had first been announced at the 7 Profound Valleys, no one from the moon-seizing sect was included in the 20 invited elites. Afterwards, the total joint talent training program had over 100 individuals, and the moon-seizing sect merely had a pitiful 2 disciples chosen. One was a male disciple, and the other was this white-clothed girl. Therefore, that male disciple and the white-clothed girl had become the dragon and phoenix pairing of the moon-seizing sect. In these circumstances, anyone that had improper thoughts of the white-clothed girl were the same as toads trying to eat swan meat. The yellow-clothed youth had burned with jealousy. He wished he could kill that lucky fool of a male disciple, take his place, and then obtain the white-clothed girl. He wanted to tear apart her impassionate shell and mercilessly ravage her. This was probably a common dark and frustrated thought that many of the inner court male disciples in the sect had. And then tragedy had befallen the moon-seizing sect, and that too lucky male disciple had actually died. Just this point had caused the yellow-clothed youth to feel immeasurably happy. The yellow-clothed youth felt as if he were in a dream he didn't want to wake from. As he was fleeing, he met the white-clothed girl who was riding away on a golden-winged, heavenly-winged eagle. This was simply the heavens themselves helping him, because the white-clothed girl had lost her master and lost her sect. She must be in immeasurable pain and inner turmoil. For the yellow-clothed youth, this was a golden chance to seize her heart and everything else. Therefore, for these past days, the yellow-clothed youth had been using all of the experience and knowledge he had of flirting with girls to take advantage of the white-clothed girl's vulnerable state of mind and leave a favorable impression and goodwill on her. If there was any disciple within the moon-seizing sect that wanted to thank the South Sea Demon region even after they destroyed their sect, then it would probably only be this yellow-clothed youth. Chapter 3, 25 Beast Tides Night Attack. Chapter 3, 25 Beast Tides Night Attack. Chapter 3, 25 Beast Tides Night Attack. The white-clothed girl had originally intended to travel to White Peak Sect. The White Peak Sect had a very good relationship with the moon-seizing sect. She believed she would be able to take refuge there. However, the yellow-clothed youth didn't want that to happen. Once the white-clothed girl entered White Peak Sect, she would inevitably become a genius of the White Peak Sect. As for him, he would still remain a nobody. When that happened, where would he have another chance to obtain this white-clothed girl? Therefore, he had hinted to her that the White Peak Sect would covet their cultivation methods, legacies, inheritances, pills, resources, and had also listed out various possible dangers that could befall her. Finally, his suggestions began to slowly sway the white-clothed girl. In conclusion, the white-clothed girl was only 18 years old. To suddenly suffer such a sudden blow to her psyche, it was inevitable that she would be confused and muddled for a while. So the yellow-clothed youth had flown through the southern wilderness with the white-clothed girl and had finally arrived at Green Mulberry City. He was quite satisfied with the size of Green Mulberry City and was planning to stay there and enjoy the comfortable environment. Meanwhile, he would take care of the white-clothed girl who needed to be comforted and finally move on to her, savaging her without a thought. As they say, cooked rice cannot be uncooked. As the white-clothed girl bathed, the yellow-clothed youth listened from outside. He had very good senses and could clearly hear the splashing sounds of water, and also the sounds of the several maids cleaning up the white-clothed girl. As he heard these sounds, his heart began to itch. He was thinking about just how to find an excuse to stay in her room tonight, when at that moment, a loud alarm began to ring throughout the city. The beast tide had come again. The yellow-clothed youth cussed. The fall of Green Mulberry City didn't have any relation to him, but once the beast tide crashed in, they would reach this place sooner or later. It was pointless staying in the room. Night. The moon was bright and round in the inky sky, standing above the city walls. One could see a distant dark mass of vicious beasts stampeding over. Most of these vicious beasts were first-level or second-level vicious beasts, with a small number of third-level vicious beasts. There were even more than during the daytime attack. There were probably no less than 100,000. The white-clothed girl had just put on a pure white dress. This was a special dress that Zhu Ping had prepared. It was made from snow silk. It was extremely comfortable and fit well. "I apologize for disturbing your rest," Zhu Ping said as he approached them. All smiles. "I'll only help this one time," the yellow-clothed youth said with a dour expression. He was only borrowing the city to stay for a few days. Helping them out once was already a great gift. One time is enough. Two masters may feel relieved. After several more days pass, Reinforcements will arrive. After Zhu Ping froze for a moment, he could only go along with the yellow-clothed youth's words. That had best be so. I do not wish to be disturbed again. As the yellow-clothed youth spoke, he slowly extracted a long sword from his spatial ring. At this time, he suddenly found Lin Ming not too far away. He laughed and said, "Boy, would you like to have a little race? Let's see who kills more. If you can even kill half of my number, then you win." The yellow-clothed youth's eyes flashed. He had to take advantage of the time when his strength was still above his junior apprentice sister's, and display his strength in order to win her heart. Of course, to demonstrate his combat prowess, he had to have a foil. And Lin Ming just managed to qualify to be this foil. If he was just killing vicious beasts by himself, then that would be meaningless. Not interested. Lin Ming replied, not even bothering to return a look. He flicked the purple comet spear in his hands, and then jumped out of the army compound. The yellow-clothed youth frowned. This kid was just too reckless. Zhu Ping looked at Lin Ming's rushing form, and the corners of his mouth curved in a hint of a smile. At this moment, he heard a muffled True Essence sound transmission in his ears. "Are you sure that boy sent his winged flood dragon to another city to request help?" I'm sure. I asked Sir to look for an opportunity as soon as possible. Once the reinforcements arrive, I'm afraid there won't be another good chance." Zhu Ping suggested. If Lin Ming didn't die, it would be difficult for the Zhu family to survive. "You do not need to say anything. I already know where things stand." The man that was hidden in the crowd gave a cold snort, his lips curving in a smile full of murderous intent. Without the winged flood dragon, he believed he had a 70 to 80% chance of killing Lin Ming. Roar, roar, roar. In the front, the vicious beasts finally reached the trap line. These traps had played a great role during the day's beast tide attack, but there had only been time to reset less than half of them. A few hundred scattered vicious beasts stepped on the traps, tumbling to the ground, and being trampled to death by the vicious beast army behind them. The yellow-clothed youth from the moon's seizing sex strolled towards the vicious beast tide, grasped his long sword, and casually sliced out. Ka! A blue ripple that was visible to the naked eye spread out like a crescent moon, its range reaching dozens of feet away. A large tract of land was chopped apart, and the demonic beasts in front were cut down. Dozens of first-level and second-level vicious beasts that were behind were also cut into two by the sword energy. Sword energy transverse. The yellow-clothed youth followed with a turn of his sword. Sword energy flushed out, twisting into large snake shapes that reached into the sky, and then fell from the clouds like scattered flowers from celestial beauties. Wherever these dozens of sword energies visited, blood would fly. So fierce! Shirlinkai was watching from not too far away. As he saw this yellow-clothed youth slash out and instantly kill over 100 vicious beasts in just 2 moves, he was shocked. This youth was so strong. This kind of strength might even be superior to that late Hotian hermit master within Sky Fortune Kingdom. Shirlinkai had to admit that this yellow-clothed youth was incomparably arrogant, but he had the ability to be arrogant. Even if several dozen of him fought this yellow-clothed man, it would just be a slaughter. Not too far away from Shirlinkai, Zhuang Fan and Lin Wanshan were also bewildered. There truly was no limit in the universe. There was always someone higher. The heritage of a large sect was beyond their imagination. For a time, the yellow-clothed youth was the star of the scene. Even the white-clothed girl had a faint smile on her face. Of course, the reason wasn't the yellow-clothed youth's strength. With his ability, he was nowhere near a true genius Hotian master of the moon-seizing sect. The reason she smiled was because, after several days of fleeing, she had finally arrived at this mortal city and was able to relax, seeing so many simple people of this mortal world. She suddenly felt that perhaps listening to the yellow-clothed youth and living in the mortal world wasn't so bad after all. Although her cultivation would be slow, she would be able to live a peaceful and easy life. She wouldn't be tired all the time or nerve-wracked. Heaps of dismembered beast corpses lay around the yellow-clothed youth. None of the vicious beasts dared to go forward against that formidable sword energy. In comparison to the yellow-clothed youth, Lin Ming seemed much more ordinary. There were only a few dozen beast corpses around him. The number was a third of the yellow-clothed youth. This is too terrifying, that yellow-clothed youth can actually kill vicious beasts 3 or 4 times faster than Hero Lin. It only takes a single move to kill a few dozen vicious beasts, and he also uses a sword. Who said that swords were bad against big groups? That sword in the yellow-clothed youth's hand seems fiercer than Hero Lin's spear. I don't want to admit it, but he really is a bit fiercer. Bah, what nonsense are you speaking? How old is Hero Lin? How old is that man? Can the two even be compared? It was unknown who said that, but afterwards, everyone seemed to wake up. Lin Ming was only 16 years old, but that yellow-clothed youth was in his 20s. The soldiers present were from Green Mulberry City, so they were naturally biased towards Lin Ming. That's right, after a few more years, when our Green Mulberry City's Hero Lin grows up, he'll also reach this degree of power. At this moment, there was a shattering roar in the beast tide. 4th-level vicious beasts had appeared, and there were 2 of them. The 2 were iron armor lizards. One was big, and one was a bit smaller. These iron-armored lizards were mighty, and their defensive power was extremely strong. If one couldn't kill them, they would break through the city walls sooner or later. There's 2 of them, one for each of us. The yellow-clothed youth capriciously smiled. He waved his sword, and then rushed straight towards the lizards. In his opinion, with Lin Ming's strength, it wasn't impossible for him to kill those iron armor lizards, but to do so in a massive herd of vicious beasts would be difficult. He probably barely accomplished it with a great deal of effort. All of this was perfect to embarrass Lin Ming. Cha-cha-cha. Sword light fell like rain, and every one pierced bloody holes in the iron armor lizard's body. The iron armor lizard tilted its head upwards, hissing towards the sky. After having used a single sword to severely wound the iron armor lizard, the yellow-clothed youth was very satisfied with his success. He thought that if he were in Lin Ming's position, he would try to attack the smaller lizard. But as he turned his head to look, he actually saw that Lin Ming had dove into the vast beast tide, killing more the deeper he went. The yellow-clothed youth smiled with disdain. What a coward! He didn't even dare to kill the small one. Oh, well, he alone was enough to kill both. As he thought of the junior apprentice sister watching him from behind, the yellow-clothed youth surged with fighting spirit. He turned around and slashed out a martial skill towards the second iron armor lizard, severely wounding it. In 2 sword strikes, he had caused 2 iron armor lizards to suffer heavy wounds. In the eyes of an ordinary soldier, he was simply a god of war that landed in the mortal world. Even Shi Lin Kai willingly shut his mouth. Within the Sky-Spill continent, powerhouses were those that earned the respect of the world. The yellow-clothed youth was so much stronger than Shi Lin Kai that, let alone look down on him, even if he were beat into a pulp, he would still recognize this power. At this time, the more Lin Ming killed, the deeper he went. Although the moonlight was bright, it was still night. Quickly, Lin Ming was submerged in that endlessly vast stampede of vicious beasts. Lin Ming, don't go that far. Come back. Within the army, the one who most worried about Lin Ming was Lin Wanshan. If something happened to Lin Ming, that would be a loss the Lin family could not withstand. Lin Ming? In the army compound, the white-clothed girl heard the name Lin Ming, and she reflexively froze for a moment, then shook her head. There was no way it was that person. Lin Ming, Lin anything, was a relatively common name. It wasn't strange for someone to share the same name. The white-clothed girl restored her indifferent look. Standing in the windy night, she didn't bother to do anything. In this conflict between mortals and weak, vicious beasts, she disdained to bother with it. Lin Ming killed his way in deeper and deeper. His killing speed was extremely quick. Wherever he went, a death and blood would follow. It was as if he were drawing a crimson line upon the battlefield. In the end, he's just a little boy. Although he has amazing talent, he's not mature. He finally felt how terrifying the weight of being suppressed is. If he stayed near the yellow-clothed youth, he would just lose face. So he decided to rush in too deep. Behind Lin Ming, a blurry shadow followed, hidden within the tide of vicious beasts. Lin Ming kept fighting. Where his spear went, blood followed. You finally came out? What a clever concealment technique. Even though you're so close, I only feel a faint murderous intent. Chapter 3, 26 Assassin. Chapter 3, 26 Assassin. Chapter 3, 26 Assassin. With Lin Ming's strength, rushing full speed into the groups of vicious beasts was no different to a saber slicing into soft silk, matchless and unstoppable. In an instant, he had broken more than 10 miles deep. There, he was close to the edge of the vicious beast horde. The blurry shadow that followed behind Lin Ming was suspicious. Why is he in so deep? Did he discover me? This blurry shadow had thought that Lin Ming was galvanized by the killing speed of the yellow-clothed youth, and didn't have the face to stay near his side. Thus he had rushed into the beast tide. But in a single breath, he rushed all the way to the edge of the beast horde. He was just too deep. This boy, is he trying to force me out? The shadow's complexion sank as he thought this. He doesn't know how deep my strength is, and yet dares to lead me out? He wants to turn the tables and kill me? This boy is truly confident to the point of being arrogant. Does he think he is invincible under the heavens? This blurry shadow didn't have full assurance that he would be able to assassinate Lin Ming. After all, Lin Ming was a heaven-defying talent that even Divine Phoenix Island was concerned about. Before, he wouldn't have been surprised if he was hiding his strength or some life-saving trump card. But he never thought that Lin Ming would have the ability to kill him. He was an official faction disciple. His cultivation was at the late Hotian period, and he had a solid foundation. How could he possibly be killed by Lin Ming, a little boy, at the Middle Pulse condensation period? Not even mentioning Lin Ming, he didn't even place that foppish yellow-clothed youth from the moon-seizing sect in his eyes. Considering all aspects, even if he couldn't defeat Lin Ming, he could still safely retreat. After all, he was still a late Hotian martial artist from a sect. If he used his full force to escape, it would be difficult to stop him, much less kill him. Although he didn't have a complete grasp on killing Lin Ming, currently he had to act. Otherwise, if reinforcements came to Green Mulberry City, he wouldn't have this chance again. His own life was tied together with Ouyang Boyan. When Lin Ming grew to the point that he was able to disregard the rules of the 7 profound valleys, that would be the day he died. Die. The blurry shadow suddenly accelerated. All of his murderous intent converged onto himself. His entire body shimmered with a dim, black, illusory light, as if he were melting in the air, his body hidden in the void. Heart-piercing blade. His sword light was nearly completely hidden in the dark of night. Using the massacre of vicious beasts as cover, he thrust towards Lin Ming's heart. You're finally here. Lin Ming sneered. He wasn't afraid of thieves, only thieves that lurked in the shadows. As long as they came out, he had nothing to fear. True essence revolved within his entire body. Lin Ming's spear turned around, lightning flashed, true essence rushed forth, his spear thrust forwards. Returning spear. This was one of the basic moves found within the simple foundation spear technique. However, under the enhancement of the Azure True Essence and Power of Thunder, the spear's strength had reached an incomparably terrifying level. Kacha! The black sword energy was twisted to pieces. Lin Ming's spear thrust forth, piercing the shadow's throat. Afterimage? No, it's an illusion. In that split second, it was too late for Lin Ming to retract his spear. Wind howled as a sharp sword stabbed from a blind angle, thrusting towards the left side of Lin Ming's ribcage, wanting to pierce his heart. Power of thunder. Bang! With an explosive eruption, the coiling dragon steel needle hiding within Lin Ming broke free. Countless arcs of lightning twisted within the air, writhing like snakes. The shadow gave a stuffy cough, then rapidly drew back. But Lin Ming also felt pain in his ribs. His clothes had been torn, and a shallow bloodstain appeared under the left side of his ribcage. The coiling dragon steel needle that was fused into his body could be used to defend against close-range attacks. This was a move that he had once used to deal with Zhang Baoyun, and had relied on it to stop Zhang Baoyun's peerless speed. You finally came out. Lin Ming casually swiped away the bloodstain. There was only a tiny inch-long wound left over. This assassin was an old man. He was tall and stooped down, his face covered with a black mask. He held an extremely thin soft sword in his hand that was only 2 feet long. This sort of sword was best suited for assassinations. 2 feet was enough to reach the heart from any angle, and this thin and short sword was also easy to hide. As this old man looked at Lin Ming, he could hardly believe that his sword strike hadn't wounded Lin Ming more. His expression sank. Although he couldn't land a solid attack because of the power of thunder, it still shouldn't have caused so little damage. Did Lin Ming have some special method to increase his defense? "You are Ouyang Boyan's henchman?" Lin Ming tranquilly asked, his eyebrows curved up in a question. "Hee, you do not need to twist around words. Between you and me, we have no past injustice, nor any current enmity. I only came to kill you because of money. I came here to send you to the netherworld, but do not blame me." As the old man spoke, his voice was extremely hoarse, and the mask on his face shook. If one looked closely, they could even see the thin edges of this man's face under the mask. He was no different than a skeleton. Lin Ming suddenly smiled. "The mask you use as a prop in this act is also quite good." The old-looking man's expression sank. "What do you mean?" "Haha, Marshall House Masterby. Even now you still pretend and try to hide. With your ability, why do you need a mask? Just take it off. I've already experienced your appearance-changing technique before, and was deceived quite miserably by you. You think that you can fool me again with the same method?" Lin Ming thought that the one lurking in the shadows was an apprentice of Ouyang Boyan. After all, this sort of matter could only be entrusted to an apprentice. Otherwise, Ouyang Boyan would never feel secure. Since Ouyang Boyan was an Acacia faction disciple, his apprentice should also be an Acacia faction disciple. But why was this person so good at concealment techniques? This ability should only belong to a disciple from the Mirage faction, and the only Mirage faction disciple who held a grudge against Lin Ming and whose cultivation was at the Hotian realm was Bai Luo. Only Bai Luo could have planned this with Ouyang Boyan. The two must have totally cooperated, planning on assassinating him. Lin Ming remembered that originally Bai Luo's cultivation was at the peak of the middle Hotian realm. But now he had broken through to the late Hotian realm. It might have been because of some help given to him by Ouyang Boyan. Of course, these were only his guesses. Bai Luo's appearance-changing technique was not something that Lin Ming could see through, so he was putting forth a front towards Bai Luo. The old man was expressionless. He coldly said, "I have no idea what you are saying. Delaying for time is useless. You are not my match, and today you will die without a doubt." "Oh, you think you can?" As Lin Ming spoke, he excitedly smacked his lips, his eyes full of fighting spirit. After Lin Ming's cultivation had broken through to the middle pulse condensation period, and he had obtained the purple comet spear and earth core crimson flame, his strength had increased by a great deal. Now he was hoping to find a good match to assess and confirm his own strength before the yellow-clothed youth who was barking in front of him could not arouse the least bit of interest from Lin Ming. But Bai Luo was a great choice. It is good for the young to be arrogant, but to be too arrogant is the same as being an idiot. Dai Shou. The old man moved, and his body shifted, a gray light shining out from him. Every time this gray light shot out, another one of him appeared. In an instant, there were 36 clones behind the old man. This was fast to the degree that a normal martial artist would not be able to see it. It would only leave behind an extremely brief flash on the visual field of the iris. This was the afterimage. But Lin Ming's perception was surpassingly keen. It was impossible for this old man to create 36 afterimages. Thus, that meant that this old man before him hadn't released afterimages, but illusions. This was also a mirage faction cultivation method. Lin Ming smiled. You hid your appearance, but you can't hide your cultivation method. What you just used was a cultivation method of the mirage faction. What is a mirage faction cultivation method? Once you go to the netherworld, I'd love to see how you keep guessing. At the same time, the 36 old men flicked the swords in their hands. 36 sword lights flashed. 36 swords absolute killing array. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. 36 sharp beams of light pierced towards Lin Ming from all directions, causing the air to tremble. The thick true essence was at least 10 times better than that of the yellow-clothed youth from the moon-seizing sect. The old man had suddenly used his killing blow. Since things reached this point, Lin Ming naturally didn't need to hide his strength any longer. True essence flushed into the heretical god seed. Heretical god force? Open. Bang. Compressed azure true essence rushed out of the heretical god seed like a tidal wave. The 36 white lights were completely caught within the surging azure true essence waves and were drowned out by the endless power of the true dragon. What? The old man's complexion immediately changed. The power of the 36 swords absolute killing array was in the top 3 of all the skills he knew, yet it was so easily blocked by Lin Ming. He had guessed correctly. Lin Ming had been hiding part of his strength, but he never imagined that Lin Ming would he be so strong. If Lin Ming was depending on some sort of special item or incomparably exquisite cultivation method to avoid him, the old man wouldn't have been surprised. But a moment ago, Lin Ming had extinguished all of his sword energies in a full frontal collision. In a frontal impact, what mattered was how thick one's true essence was. But whether or not true essence was thick depended mostly on one's cultivation. How could a late Hotian Realm Master's true essence be suppressed by a neophyte at the middle pulse condensation period? How? Lin Ming grinned. Since he had opened the heretical god force, he planned to bring this battle to a quick conclusion. Martial House Master Bai, it's quite regrettable that neither you nor Ouyang Boyan had gone to the total faction martial meeting. Hearing rumors is always inferior to seeing with your own eyes. Martial House Master Bai has made the wrong judgment, and for that reason you will pay the deep price. Humph! What nonsense! The old man was not intimidated. He would overdraw his true essence and use the even stronger 72 swords absolute killing array, and definitely be able to kill Lin Ming in a single blow. But at this moment his complexion suddenly changed because above Lin Ming's spear tip, a red wisp of flame and a small purple steel needle appeared. In the vast night sky, the 2 tiny lights seemed insignificant, but the old man's eyes suddenly widened, almost rolling back into his head. This is impossible. It's impossible. It cannot be a flame essence. The old man paled. He almost couldn't believe his own judgment, but he felt a terrifying power of fire within that small red flame. Impossible! No, this can't be a thunder and fire dual attribute body. A mere 16-year-old can control a powerful thunder energy weapon, but can also control a flame essence. There probably isn't a single person like that in the entire mainland. The old man seemed to be in a trance, muttering to himself as his mouth twitched. "You think that it's a thunder energy weapon?" Lin Ming smiled, extending out his hand. The coiling dragon steel needle immediately jumped into his palm, turning around and around. "Martial House Masterby, please open your eyes and take a careful look. This is an instrument condensed from pure thunder energy. Chapter 3:27 You cannot stop me. Chapter 3:27 You cannot stop me. Chapter 3:27 You cannot stop me. A brutal and manic power of thunder scattered out. A 2-inch-long simple steel needle. There was a textured image of a purple flood dragon carved onto the surface, twining around the needle a total of 9 times. Because the coiling dragon steel needle was in a completely static state, the power of thunder was fully restrained within it. The old man had plenty of time to observe the energy structure of the steel needle, and his perception wasn't bounced back either, as he felt the power of thunder that was compressed to such a terrifying degree. The old man's lips began to fiercely twitch. This is... The old man had never personally seen a Thunder Soul before, but as a Mirage faction disciple, he knew that the enemy that was best suited to suppress them were Thunder Attribute martial artists. The power of thunder was able to dispel illusions, ghosts, and evil powers. This was something that the old man had learned from reading many ancient texts. This steel needle in front of him didn't send out even the slightest bit of power of thunder at the moment. It was endless, and all of the threads of thunder seemed to contain a consciousness. It was alive. Consciousness, awareness, thunder with life, endless. This was the symbol of a thunder soul. Compared to a flame essence, a thunder soul was much more rare. Even a low-grade, human step thunder soul was an incomparably precious treasure. As for a medium-grade, human step thunder soul, that was enough to cause bloodbaths between Xiantian masters. Seeing the intensity of the terrifying energy within Lin Ming's hand, this Thunder Soul was absolutely at least a medium-grade human step Thunder Soul. Could it even be a high-grade human step Thunder Soul? The old man was unable to imagine that this was a pulse condensation period martial artist, or how could he have possibly absorbed a high-grade human step Thunder Soul, which only a Xiantian master could absorb? Even if it were Divine Phoenix Island, they also wouldn't be able to achieve this. To absorb a Thunder Soul, one could only have limited assistance. The true test all depended on oneself. Not just that, but the boy had a Thunder Soul, and also a Flame Essence, a medium-grade human step Flame Essence, and a possible high-grade human step Thunder Soul. Was this a power that a 16-year-old boy could have? The old man was suddenly afraid. He felt that this Lin Ming was too strange. He was just like a demon king hiding within humanity. In his heart, he couldn't help but think about retreating. He hadn't exposed his true identity, and even if Lin Ming hadn't been bluffing about knowing his identity, he still hadn't revealed any clues to who he was. If he couldn't win, then he would flee. As a Mirage faction disciple, he was proficient in concealment techniques. As long as he was able to escape Lin Ming's true essence-locking rage, he could easily escape in the night, losing Lin Ming. In the worst case, he would just not return to the 7 profound valleys. Although not returning to the 7 profound valleys was the same as severing his future hope of becoming a Xiantian master, preserving his life was much more important than some distant Xiantian realm. The old man treasured his life very much. The reason that he would undertake this mission for Ouyang Boyan was because he wished to break through to the Xiantian realm and live to 180 years old. The old man turned his palm, and a small thunderclap bead appeared. This was a small array faction gadget. Once it was thrown, it would explode and create a massive amount of thick fog. He would be able to use this chance and display his illusion techniques to escape. However, before he could throw the thunderclap bead, Lin Ming's purple comet spear began to shine with a dazzling bright purple and a burning crimson red. In the dark night, It was just like a purple and red sun was rising into the sky. Thunder and fire intertwined. Lin Ming thrust out his spear. Suddenly, all the sounds of the world vanished, and the surrounding space twisted. The old man's face was colored with fear, a dual thunder and fire attack. It was too late to run. The old man fiercely clenched his teeth, overdrawing his life essence to forcefully stimulate the true essence in his body to the max. 72 Swords Absolute Killing Array. This barrage of 72 sword energies was the old man's strongest move. Once he used it, he would be placed in an incomparably weak position for a short period of time. Because of this, he didn't dare to use it rashly, but now he had no other choice left to him. That shining red and purple power of thunder and fire on the spear was too terrifying to do otherwise. Bang! The spear light and sword energy struck each other. A horrifying true essence current billowed forth, and all the sword energies were completely shattered. What? The old man had expected Lin Ming's strike to be terrifying, but he never imagined that the strongest final blow he had overdrawn his life to use would be destroyed so easily. On the outskirts of Green Mulberry City, the beast tide was still coming. The yellow-clothed youth from the moon-seizing sect had already killed thousands of vicious beasts, and the blood of countless vicious beasts rained down on the land, dyeing the earth around him a deep crimson red. Every sword strike would release dozens of sword energies, and every sword energy was able to take a vicious beast's life. With a single sword slash, this yellow-clothed youth was able to massacre dozens of vicious beasts. If it wasn't for the fact that only a few vicious beasts were left around the yellow-clothed youth at the moment, he would have killed even more. As for third-level vicious beasts, they were nothing but paper in front of the yellow-clothed youth, and equally as fragile. He was able to kill them with a single sword. There wasn't even a need to stop. A fourth-level vicious beast would take, at most, 10 breaths of time to kill. The 2 iron armor lizards that had attacked the yellow-clothed youth were also equally killed by him. What kind of abnormal and terrifying strength was this? Zhuang Fan, Lin Wanshan, and everyone else watching could only sigh in lamentation. Martial artists from large sects were just too formidable. Zhuang Fan and Lin Wanshan, who had just stepped into the pulse condensation period, thought this, and the common mortal soldiers were also stunned. To them, this yellow-clothed youth was just like a war god. The yellow-clothed youth enjoyed this feeling very much. When he had been at the moon-seizing sect, he was only an inner court disciple and had broken through to the Hotian realm when he was 26 years old. The result could only be considered the most average within the sect. There were just too many geniuses and top-tier talents pressing down on him, making him feel that his existence was weak. Over the years, the yellow-clothed youth could be considered invisible. But now, he unveiled his power in front of so many people, making him the rising star of this battlefield. This made him extremely happy. Even the true essence in his body seemed to be flowing much smoothly than before. Not just that, but most importantly, he would soon capture the heart of his talented junior apprentice sister. As long as he was able to obtain her, he would have enough heaven-opening pills to attack the Xiantian bottleneck. He had to thank the South Sea Demon region. If it wasn't for them destroying the moon-seizing sect, he would never have had this opportunity. Most likely, he would never have had a chance to obtain a heaven-opening pill either. The more the yellow-clothed youth killed, the more vibrant and excited he became. He had originally been hesitant about going to battle, but now he hoped that he could continue fighting for a long time. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a loud explosion, and the land itself resounded with a deafening thunderclap. He turned his head to a distant spot in the beast tide, his eyes wide with amazement. Purple thunder flashed into the sky, impacting the heavens. Between it, a giant pillar of red flame also ascended upwards. It was as if heavenly tribulation had come down to the world. What's going on? Although the yellow-clothed youth was extremely far from where it happened, he could still feel the terrifying energy contained in that explosion. A peak Hoteon Thunder Attribute martial artist and a peak Hoteon Fire Attribute martial artist were fighting. How could that be possible? In this small land, why would two great elders be fighting here? The yellow-clothed youth hesitated, thinking he would go take a look, but then those terrifying fluctuations of energy suddenly stopped, interrupted, as if they had been completely sealed off. It's gone. Senior apprentice brother, what was that a moment ago? The voice of the white-clothed girl's true essence sound transmission resounded in the yellow-clothed youth's ears. The yellow-clothed youth was stunned. He immediately withdrew the shocked expression on his face and replaced it with a casual tone, saying, probably some heavenly thunder. Heavenly thunder. The yellow-clothed youth calmly analyzed and explained the situation. If that terrifying power of thunder continued, it would most likely be two great masters fighting. But since it instantly vanished, it was most likely spring thunder that fell down, splitting into heavenly fire. This kind of phenomenon isn't uncommon. But, senior apprentice brother, look at the sky. The yellow-clothed youth suddenly looked up, and then big beads of sweat began to immediately form on his forehead. Above him, the bright moon was shining in the sky like a silver plate, and the entire night was free of clouds, the stars shining brightly. In this weather, how could there possibly be thunder? 10 miles away, a black-clothed man was kneeling on the ground, barely propping himself up with his sword. Half of his body was covered in soot, and another half of his body's clothes were burned away. The flexible armor underneath his clothes was fragmented, and his chest, stomach, arms, and legs dripped with fresh red blood. This man was Bai Luo. Bai Luo had just fallen from the sky, and his illusion technique had been automatically dispelled, reverting from the appearance of an old man into his true self. If it wasn't for him using a self-defensive ice armor bead at the last moment, he would have been severely wounded to the point of losing every bit of combat strength he had left. If that happened, his fate could be imagined. Martial House Master Bai, did your sword strike from a moment ago overspend your true essence, thus causing you to be unable to support your illusion, revealing your true self? Lin Ming asked the severely wounded Bai Luo, a faint smile crossing his face. Lin Ming didn't use the full strength of Thunder Fire Annihilation, only using one with 40% strength. This was a technique that Lin Ming had slowly and thoroughly researched, then mastered after spending a month in Ancestor Qi Yan's mountain range. The complete and full version of Thunder Fire Annihilation was very slow. It had a long activation time. It also consumed a great deal of strength. Not just that, but with Lin Ming's current cultivation, simultaneously controlling a low-grade Earth Step Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder and medium-grade Human Step Earth Core Crimson Flame was impossible. If he rashly used the complete Thunderfire Annihilation, he might not be able to control the power and would probably kill himself in the explosion he created. Bai Luo's eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's current strength had completely surpassed the scope of his understanding. This was a strength that was impossible for a 16-year-old youth to have. Ha ha ha! Bai Luo suddenly smiled, laughing with unbridled impunity. Lin Ming, you think that you can kill me today? I may not be your match, but if I wish to leave, you cannot stop me. You have a high-grade Human Step Thunder Soul on your body. If I spread this news, then how many Xiantian masters will take an interest in you? An evil and vengeful smile curved on Bai Luo's face. Lin Ming blankly looked at Bai Luo, not seeming to care for his words. Normally, even if someone were interested in you, you could still stay in the sect, and no one would dare to touch you. But now, Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region are about to go to war. In such chaos, do you really think you can always be protected? Lin Ming, you are too confident in yourself. But then again, Geniuses are always so confident. That is why they die so easily. You thought you could lure me out by hiding your strength? You think you can kill me? Since I dared to kill you, then I naturally have ways to save my own life. You cannot stop me. You think I can't stop you? The corners of Lin Ming's lips lifted in a faint smile, revealing a thoughtful expression. Chapter 3:28 No Path to Heaven, No Door to Earth. Chapter 3:28 No Path to Heaven, No Door to Earth. Chapter 3:28 No Path to Heaven, No Door to Earth. You think I can't stop you? The corners of Lin Ming's lips lifted in a faint smile, revealing a thoughtful expression. Seeing Lin Ming's smile, Bai Luo's heart inexplicably went cold. This boy, did he have some plan? Bai Luo had always treasured his own life beyond all else. He was an expert in many different kinds of escaping techniques, and the Mirage faction was originally a sect that specialized in camouflage and escape. Bai Luo was absolutely confident in his own methods and techniques to escape, unless he ran into a Xiantian realm powerhouse. Otherwise, even if he was up against a top half-step Hotian master, he had faith he would be able to run away. Lin Ming, you are still so confident. Then why don't you try and stop me? As Bai Luo spoke, his entire body began to shake, and his complexion instantly turned bone white. A mass of bloody fog spurted from his body, soaring around him in the wind. Bai Luo's body turned into a flash of blood-colored light as he soared like an arrow in the opposite direction, his speed reaching an inconceivable degree. Illusionary blood escape technique. The illusionary blood escape technique was a skill that required one to damage one's blood essence and life. They could use this escaping technique to multiply their speed by 10 for a short period of time. This was a speed that not even a Xiantian realm martial artist would be able to catch up to, even if they tried their hardest. This was also the reason that Bai Luo was so confident in himself. Of course, he could only maintain this extreme speed for an incense stick of time, but that was more than enough time to lose Lin Ming or any Hotian master. He could look for a safe place to hide and restore himself. Using the illusionary blood escape technique was the final reserve move of an illusionist. After using it, it would be difficult to recover to one's peak condition even in half a year. Bai Luo was compelled to do this. Otherwise, he would never have used such a drastic technique. You want to run away? Lin Ming sneered and didn't even move or attack. In truth, he really didn't have time to attack. Bai Luo was that quick. The air trembled. Wind whistled. Bai Luo was like a bloody meteor that impacted into the horizon. Pung! There was a muffled smashing sound as the blood fog surrounding Bai Luo suddenly smacked into an invisible barrier. In that instant, his flesh and blood burst apart and fresh red blood spewed into the sky. This was just like an overly ripe tomato that was thrown against a glass window with full force. It was directly turned to pulp. The spatial light screen suddenly shook fiercely for a brief moment. Then the blood-covered Bai Luo, who looked like a lump of rotten meat, slowly slid down from the air. From start to finish, Lin Ming hadn't even moved. Bai Luo's entire body was covered in blood. Almost every single bone of his body had been shattered. As soon as Bai Luo opened his big mouth, blood and chunks of organs poured up from within him like a geyser. He stretched out his broken and trembling arm. He was soaked in blood, his face full of unwillingness and utter disbelief. Martial House Master Bai, you spent your blood essence to reach an extreme speed, and yet you actually ran so brutally into an invisible dream world enchantment that you couldn't see. In the mortal commoner world, there is a saying where people kill themselves by smashing their heads against a wall. But I never expected that it was the same for martial artists. As Lin Ming drawled on, Bai Luo was angry to the point of almost fainting. When you were struck by my Thunderfire annihilation, I had already laid down a dream world enchantment all around us. I was told that this enchantment could only be broken by a Sciention master, and would isolate all information within and without. Did Marshall House master by panic, and just flee anywhere, not even noticing the enchantment that was laid down? With Bai Luo's cultivation, if he was even the least bit alert, he would have been able to discover the energy fluctuations of the enchantment world. It could only be said that he was too frightened of Lin Ming and had panicked in trying to escape. An enchantment world. Bai Luo's lips trembled as he watched Lin Ming's purple comet spear come closer and closer, his face incomparably pale. When a man who was afraid of death approached their time of death, they would fear even more. Lin Ming, please don't kill me. I am Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound Marshall House Deputy House Master. For better or for worse, I am still your teacher. In the future you will become a peerless emperor. For a worthless person like me, don't gain the title of being a person who killed their teacher. Lin Ming paused, somewhat surprised. Then he began to laugh. This was absolutely the most mentally challenged joke he had heard in his life. You think you are my teacher? Ha! I have seen shameless people, but never one as shameless as you. You used your illusions to deceive me into walking in a trap. When have you ever once thought of me as your student? I was wrong. I was possessed by my own obsessions. If you let me live, I can help you testify against Ouyang Boyan and reveal everything with your current status. As long as you can prove that Ouyang Boyan has tried to harm you, then Shi Zongtian will absolutely help you deal with Ouyang Boyan. He might even kill him. Before Bai Luo died, his mind suddenly sobered, and everything became clear. This was the final straw he had left to grasp. He was only an unimportant figure. Ouyang Boyan was Lin Ming's true threat. In Bai Luo's mind, it was impossible for Lin Ming's power to surpass Ouyang Boyan in a short time. Testify against Ouyang Boyan. Lin Ming hesitated, thinking about it. This didn't sound like a horrible plan. Yes, as long as I testify and lay the blame on him. Even if there is no evidence, Shi Zongtian will be suspicious of him. As long as he suspects Ouyang Boyan, he will send people to monitor him. When that time comes, it was like the drowning Bai Luo had finally found a piece of driftwood. He clung to it, speaking more and more excitedly, trying to straighten himself on the ground. But at this time, a cold, bright light suddenly flashed. The purple comet spear instantly pierced through Bai Luo's throat. The spear went in, and the spear went out. It was all finished in a moment, as if nothing had happened except a gaping crimson hole had appeared in Bai Luo's neck. Bai Luo's eyes looked as if he had lost his spirit. He reached out his hand, as if he were trying to grab something. Why? Because his vocal cords had been torn. Bai Luo's voice was completely hoarse. I apologize, but I don't believe you. And most importantly, if I don't kill you here, my thoughts won't be clear. Lin Ming indifferently said, as he withdrew his purple comet spear. Thoughts won't be clear because of this. Ha! Bai Luo laughed and then tumbled onto the floor, lifeless. Although Lin Ming knew that if he listened to Bai Luo's words, he might have a 70 to 80% chance of resolving the crisis caused by Ouyang Boyan, Bai Luo was someone who held a grudge against him. And Bai Luo was also someone that Lin Ming was disgusted with. Lin Ming's martial arts path was to act in accordance with his thoughts and his nature. He didn't want to endure Bai Luo's miserable life continuing in this world just because he was afraid of potential dangers. And if Bai Luo really were to testify against Ouyang Boyan in the future, he would make Lin Ming take an oath on his heart of martial artist that Lin Ming wouldn't kill him later. Lin Ming would not compromise like that with a villain. Moreover, Lin Ming had a crazy plan in his mind. He wanted to kill Ouyang Boyan and test out the hypothesis he had. Lin Ming looked at Bai Luo's corpse, then took out a dagger from his spatial ring. He cut out some of Bai Luo's blood essence and tried to have the magic cube absorb it. The result was disappointing. It was as if after the second time the magic cube had opened, it had lost all interest in a Hotian master's blood essence. Bai Luo was the second Hotian master that Lin Ming had killed. He was able to confirm that a Hotian master's blood essence was no longer useful to the magic cube. My guess isn't wrong. I just don't know if a Xiantian master's blood essence can open the magic cube again, Lin Ming muttered to himself. After he killed Ouyang Boyan and took his blood essence, he would try to open the magic cube again. This was Lin Ming's plan. The magic cube was from the realm of the gods. In the realm of the gods, Hotian masters and Xiantian masters were the same as ants. If the magic cube was a divine object that countless supreme elders would fight over, how could it be content with the blood essence of a mere Hotian master? Maybe only blood essence on the level of the reverse scale blood could arouse the magic cube's interest. Lin Ming still remembered when he had first absorbed the reverse scale blood. At that time, his cultivation was insufficient, and Yen Mo's intention was to seal the reverse scale blood in his body and wait for his cultivation to reach a sufficient level, then slowly absorb it. As soon as the reverse scale blood had entered Lin Ming's body, the magic cube had become restless, sending out a strong suppressive power and nearly taking the reverse scale blood from Lin Ming's hands. When the reverse scale blood had almost been swallowed by the magic cube, it had panicked and decided it would prefer to fuse with Lin Ming. After his accident, the magic cube had actually stopped trying to absorb the reverse scale blood, but instead helped Lin Ming fuse with the reverse scale blood by its own initiative. Because of this, Lin Ming was able to reach a conclusion. The magic cube was intelligent and was not some dead object. Then Lin Ming had a faint guess. What the magic cube wanted was not the blood essence of a Hotian master, Xiantian master, or even a revolving core master. It couldn't take a liking to the blood essence of such low-level existences. What it wanted was the blood essence of a true powerhouse, for instance, supreme elders from the realm of the gods. The reason it had absorbed a Hotian master's blood essence was only to send a signal that it needed blood essence. But for what reason was it absorbing blood essence? Lin Ming always thought that the magic cube had a somewhat strange nature. When it was in its own world, it had swallowed the souls of so many supreme elders from the realm of the gods, causing a catastrophic calamity within the realm of the gods. Now that it was in Lin Ming's hands, it began to absorb blood, eat souls, absorb blood. These were concepts only found within the cultivation methods of demonic beings. Was it possible that the person who created the magic cube was a demon god? Lin Ming was not opposed to demonic ways. Any strength, as long as it was powerful, could be used by him as long as it didn't betray his own consciousness. After there weren't any results for a long time, Lin Ming put away Bai Luo's corpse and quickly returned to the front line of the army compound. After he made his way back, Lin Ming found that not only had the beast tide not stopped yet, but it was becoming increasingly violent and dangerous. More and more high-grade vicious beasts were joining the fray, pouring in, fourth-level vicious beasts, and also two of them. Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows. If fourth-level vicious beasts kept appearing, sooner or later fifth-level vicious beasts would appear. Even if it were Lin Ming, dealing with a fifth-level vicious beast would be extremely difficult. This is a bit troublesome. Lin Ming's complexion became solemn. These weren't just Lin Ming's thoughts, but also the thoughts of all the high-level characters in Green Mulberry City. The waves of vicious beasts this night was much more terrifying than during the day. More and more vicious beasts appeared. Over half the army had become casualties. This was because of the support from the yellow-clothed youth. Otherwise, the beast tide would have already broken into the city. This Lin Ming, the city is almost broken into. So where did he go? If he can't be counted on in a critical moment, he might as well be an outsider. Zhu Ping put on a haughty air and coldly humphed. Out of all the people present, he was the only one who knew of Bai Luo, and he was also extremely anxious. He didn't know if Bai Luo had succeeded in killing Lin Ming. If he was successful, then why hadn't he come back? To defend Green Mulberry City, he was also counting on Bai Luo's strength. Chapter 3:29, The Feeling of Being Ignored. Chapter 3:29, The Feeling of Being Ignored. Chapter 3:29, The Feeling of Being Ignored. Yeah. Hearing Zhu Ping's words that were dripping with irony, Lin Wanshan's complexion became extremely unsightly. Zhu Ping, what are you trying to say? Didn't Lin Ming go out to fight the enemy? I didn't say that. I'm only saying what I know. From the very start, he ran into the pack of beasts, and now there isn't even his shadow. If it wasn't for that yellow-clothed knight, our army might have already been broken through. As Zhu Ping spoke here, he glanced at Shi Lin Kai with open contempt. Originally, Shi Lin Kai had wanted to throw the yellow-clothed youth, and matters had almost boiled down to a fight. As for Zhu Ping, he was very respectful and managed to have the yellow-clothed youth stay in Green Mulberry City. If it wasn't for his actions, who knows what would have happened in today's battle. Shi Lin Kai was just retreating from the battlefield to take a rest when he caught wind of Zhu Ping's words. His face turned red as he said, "Surname Zhu, what are you trying to say?" "What? Clan leadership thinks differently? If you fought with that yellow-clothed knight, do you think you could have won?" Shi Lin Kai paused. He didn't have anything he could say. If he really did fight with that yellow-clothed youth, he would have been beaten up, maybe even killed. As several people were speaking, the yellow-clothed youth had just engaged with 2 4th-level vicious beasts. They were 2 double-headed corrupt wind wolves, 4th-level vicious beasts that had excellent speed. They attacked the yellow-clothed youth from the right and the left, but were completely not the yellow-clothed youth's match. In just a few sword slashes, the double-headed corrupt wind wolves turned into puddles of blood. Fierce. Lin Wanshan couldn't help but acknowledge that this yellow-clothed youth was truly strong. He had persisted in this one-sided massacre for so long, had killed thousands of vicious beasts, and didn't seem to be running low on true essence. But as for him, Zhuang Fan, Shi Lin Kai, and the others, they had fought for only a quarter of the time, and their true essence was exhausted. They had to fall back to the army camp and recover their strength. Together, the 3 of them only managed to kill 200 or 300 vicious beasts, a mere fraction of what the yellow-clothed youth killed. The disparity between them was just too great. As Lin Wanshan's eyes left the yellow-clothed youth, he looked over to where Lin Ming had disappeared, his heart secretly worrying. Just where did Lin Ming go? Only 2 or 3/4 of an hour had passed, but he hadn't even heard from Lin Ming since then. There was also that heavenly thunder that had flashed a moment ago. Why would there be thunder in such a clear night sky? Seeing Lin Wanshan's anxious appearance, Zhuang Fan said, "Old Lin, don't worry, everything should be fine," because the Zhuang family and the Lin family often cooperated in business. The 2 families had good relations with each other. Shi Lin Kai added, "Hero Lin is strong, so there isn't anything to worry about. Even if he encounters several 4th-level vicious beasts, they are not his match. And with Hero Lin's speed, he can retreat whenever he wants. He is much quicker than these vicious beasts." Hearing several people talk, Zhu Ping sneered in his heart. 4th-level vicious beast? What if he encountered 4th-level vicious beasts and then was sneak attacked by a master? That old man's strength had reached the late Hotian realm. It wasn't wrong that Lin Ming was a master from a sect, but that old man was too. Not just that, but the old man was proficient in sneak attacks and concealment techniques. With these skills, and it being a late Hotian master against a boy at the middle pulse condensation period, Lin Ming would surely die in the middle of such chaotic combat. Even if Lin Ming had hidden strength, he still wouldn't be able to block such a strike. Although he hadn't known the old man for very long, Zhu Ping could feel that the old man acted in a very safe and cautious manner. He would not do something daring. If the old man said he had a 70 or 80% chance of success, then he wouldn't fail. Thinking that Lin Ming had died tonight, Zhu Ping was incomparably excited. Just wait, your Lin family's good luck is about to come to an end. As soon as Lin Ming dies and the 10th prince ascends the throne, the Zhu family will marry another woman to the 10th prince as the empress. Then, my Zhu family will rise into the top 3 families of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. But as for your Lin Ming, they will become history. Thinking of the Zhu family's endlessly bright and magnificent future, Zhu Ping's fantasies became a bit carried away. He couldn't help but gloat as he said, "Young hero Lin is certainly fast, but sometimes on the battlefield things don't go as planned. If there is any mistake, death wouldn't be too surprising. A virtuous and kind man like young hero Lin will certainly be blessed by the heavens, so he should be safe. But in case anything happens, Brother Wanshan should be prepared." Lin Wanshan was furious. His anger was about to blow up when suddenly a loud and cold humph resounded in the air, like a muffled cry of thunder in the ears of everyone nearby. When Zhu Ping heard this sound, he felt his entire body shake, his face paling, and being forced to take several steps back. The blood in his body violently surged, and he was almost injured. "Army Commander Zhu, I'm sorry to disappoint you." In the army compound, a figure emerged from the shadows, his hand holding a long purple spear. This shadow was Lin Ming. In that instant, all the blood drained from Zhu Ping's face. No, impossible. Didn't that old man say he was going to kill Lin Ming? Did that mean that Lin Ming had instead killed that old man? No, this was impossible. Absolutely impossible. That old man's strength had reached the late Hotian realm, and he was also a martial artist from a sect. Looking back, it could be said that even if Lin Ming defeated that old man, it was impossible for him not to be wounded. Where did the old man go? Listening to the intent behind Lin Ming's words, he had already deduced what was happening. Seeing Zhu Ping's frightened and panicked expression, Lin Ming faintly smiled as he said, "Army Command Zhu, you seem to be very nervous about me coming back safely. Do I look scarier than some vicious beast?" Lin Ming smiled, but his eyes were cold and pitiless, with a thick, murderous intent seeping out. Zhu Ping felt a chill freeze his heart. Before, Lin Ming had always given the impression of a mediocre boy that was harmless. In fact, he had even seemed like he would be easy to bully. This was the impression that Lin Ming had developed in his 15 years of growing up in Green Mulberry City. This image had been set in the minds of many for a long time and was difficult to change. Although Zhu Ping was well aware of Lin Ming's current status, with the support of the old man, he had always subconsciously thought of Lin Ming as a boy with half a foot in the grave. He spoke to Lin Ming respectfully, but in his heart, he wasn't afraid of him. But now, facing Lin Ming's merciless eyes, Zhu Ping felt as if his very soul had been penetrated. An invisible suppressive force pressed down on him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Now he was horrified to see that Lin Ming was no longer that green and naive boy that was easy to bully, but instead a supermaster that held the life and death of mortals in his hands. Zhu Ping gulped, forced a smile, and said, "Young hero Lin, please don't joke with me. Since young hero Lin has come back safely, I am of course incomparably happy. With young hero Lin here, defending Green Mulberry City will be much easier." "Oh, so it's like this?" Haha, Lin Ming was still brightly smiling, but that smiling face caused Zhu Ping to shiver. It was a pressure from pure and utter domination of strength. Calm down, Zhu Ping repeated to himself. Even if that old man's sneak attack failed, Lin Ming wouldn't necessarily know that he was related to him. At best, he would only have a guess. There was no evidence. Zhu Ping comforted himself by thinking this. What he didn't realize, or what he didn't want to realize, was that things such as evidence, rules, laws, or things like that only applied when two individuals were of similar status. For instance, if a normal person was accusing another person, or a high-level sect martial artist was accusing another high-level sect martial artist. For those with such an enormous gap in status, for instance, between Lin Ming and Zhu Ping, one didn't even need evidence. Lin Ming's words would become evidence. His words would become the rules. His words would become the law. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly heard a pleasant voice, perhaps that is young hero Lin Ming. "My name is Lan Yi. I would like to greet you." Lin Ming turned his head and saw that the one speaking was the white-clothed girl from the moon-seizing sect. After she came to Green Mulberry City, she had bathed and had already changed into a loose dress made from snow silk. She had the full and mature figure of a beauty, and her clothes were carefully cut close to the body, accentuating her graceful and slim waist. She appeared delicate and exquisite. It was easy to fall into a daydream looking at her. Lan Yi. Lin Ming had a very accurate and good memory. He thought back for a moment and didn't recall this person's name on the name lists of the Joint Talent Training Program. An 18 or 19-year-old girl that reached the peak pulse condensation period and wasn't on the Joint Talent Training Program. Or was she hiding her real name? Lin Ming was only casually wondering. He politely greeted her. "So it's Miss Lan. It's nice to meet you." Lan Yi returned a faint smile and said, "Young hero Lin, a moment ago, southeast of here, there was a strike of heavenly thunder that appeared. I wonder if young hero Lin witnessed it?" As Lan Yi asked, her beautiful eyes were wide. When the Joint Talent Training Program was first announced, she hadn't gone to the 7 profound valleys. But she had heard many rumors of Lin Ming. She had heard that he was a 16-year-old that had just reached the early pulse condensation period, but was actually able to defeat multiple peak pulse condensation period geniuses. It was also said that Lin Ming was a thunder attribute martial artist with an astonishingly high fusion compatibility and controlled a surpassingly mighty thunder energy weapon. This youth in front of her was also named Lin Ming, and his age appeared to be around 16 too. However, his cultivation was at the middle pulse condensation period, just a bit higher than the 7 profound valleys Lin Ming. But if Lin Ming had recently broken through, this would also make sense. This caused an inevitable association in Lan Yi's mind. Was that terrifying heavenly thunder that occurred a moment ago caused by Lin Ming, the chief disciple of the 7 profound valleys, and the only heaven-step talent chosen by Divine Phoenix Island? That Lin Ming. She had just come to the city, but had encountered the legendary top talent of the 19 third-grade sections. The circumstances of this situation were just too bizarre. Lan Yi didn't have high hopes that this was true. She was only thinking that it might be possible. If he really was Lin Ming, then he might be able to help her fulfill her wish. Thinking this, Lan Yi widened her smile, trying to seem friendlier. But she had never done these things before, so it was a bit awkward for her. Lin Ming saw Lan Yi's supposedly sweet smile and was a bit doubtful. His impression of the white-clothed girl was that she had a very cold and frigid personality. Of course, this was reasonable. Just a few days ago, her entire sect was destroyed, along with everyone else she knew, so she would absolutely be in a horrible mood. But why was she suddenly smiling so brightly at him? Lin Ming nodded and said, "I saw the heavenly thunder." "Why? Does Miss Lan think that a rare heavenly treasure fell down to the world?" As Lin Ming was speaking, the yellow-clothed youth suddenly released a stunning sword technique on the battlefield, killing another two-headed corrupt wind wolf. The soldiers on the field let loose thunderous cheers. The yellow-clothed youth liked this feeling very much. He had grown up within the moon-seizing sect and had never felt like he existed, let alone enjoyed, so many cheers from people. He turned back to glance at the army compound, his eyes filled with expectation. The yellow-clothed youth wanted to see his little junior apprentice sister watching him instantly slay the 4th-level vicious beast with his sword in a grand and majestic fashion. However, He happened to see Lan Yi standing near Lin Ming, a warm and sweet smile spreading across her face, as if she were having happy conversation with him. She didn't even spare him a glance. Chapter 3:30 Fight. Chapter 3:30 Fight. Chapter 3:30 Fight. Seeing this, the yellow-clothed youth's heart burned with a raging anger because of the tragedy of her sect being destroyed. There hadn't been times these days when Lan Yi smiled, even though he flattered and pleased her in every way possible, taking meticulous care of her. The white-clothed girl rarely responded. In the first 2 days, she hadn't even spoken more than a few words, only having a heartbroken expression. But now, she was actually smiling so brightly, and also towards another youth who was around her age. How could the yellow-clothed youth possibly bear this? He had endured so much suffering and hardship on the way, exhausting himself to take care of her, only to have a few words uttered towards him. And yet this smelly little boy sweet talked to her for a little bit, and the white-clothed girl was already smiling so happily. The yellow-clothed youth's lungs exploded with rage. He never imagined that it was Lan Yi who looked for Lin Ming of her own initiative. He only thought that Lin Ming was cozying up to Lan Yi with his sweet nothings. Although there hadn't been much progress in their relationship, the yellow-clothed youth already considered the white-clothed girl as his exclusive woman. This wasn't just from the tragic story of a man's 20-plus years of life, or from the fact that he possessed a strong desire to possess her, that was a twisted incarnation of his thoughts of wanting to subtly take revenge for all those years that she had been an irreproachable goddess. It was because the white-clothed girl had many heaven-opening pills on her. Those heaven-opening pills were his only hope to break through to the Xiantian realm. Mother *Cur, I'm killing all these vicious beasts on the battlefield. And not only is that coward not doing anything, but he's actually moving on my girl from behind. The yellow-clothed youth was raging. He felt like he had been taken for a fool. This city that he was saving from the vicious beast horde was that boy's. And not only was he not doing anything, but he was also moving on his woman. At that moment, all of his murderous thoughts converged onto Lin Ming. The difference in attitude that Lan Yi treated Lin Ming with was like a thorn that pierced his heart. If he didn't cripple Lin Ming, he would never be able to swallow this insult. Boy, just you wait for me. The yellow-clothed youth turned around and rapidly returned to the army camp. In the army camp, Lan Yi was still talking to Lin Ming. Lan Yi didn't know much about Lin Ming to begin with, so she made a few simple insinuations to see if this boy in front of her was the Lin Ming from the 7 profound valleys. This sort of matter was impolite to directly ask. Otherwise, Lin Ming might form an idea that she was trying to get close to him because she had some hidden purpose in mind. Once that happened, it would be easy for him to despise her. Lan Yi was well aware of the difference in status between her and Lin Ming, not to mention that her moon-seizing sect had already been destroyed. But even if the moon-seizing sect was still here, the difference between her and Lin Ming was just too far. According to rumors, if Lin Ming didn't encounter some tragedy, he would one day step into the revolving core realm. But as for Lan Yi, it was already nearly impossible for her to reach the extreme Xiantian realm. If things turned out well for her in the future, she might reach the middle Xiantian realm, and if she very lucky, she might reach the late Xiantian realm. If the moon-seizing sect weren't destroyed, Lan Yi would have thought this quite satisfactory. But several days ago, she saw with her own eyes all of her friends, family, and everyone else close to her in the moon-seizing sect slaughtered in a one-sided bloodbath. As she saw everyone she held dear dying around her, and as she listened to the last dying wish of her master, hatred had already engraved itself deeply into her heart. At that time, she completely hated herself. She hated that she was weak. She hated that in front of a revolving core master, she was nothing but an ant unable to do anything. This sort of loathing that originated from her powerlessness caused her to have an intense desire for power. She wished to break through to the revolving core realm and longed for the day that she could unite all the masters of the South Horizon region to exterminate the South Sea Demon region. She would ruin the evil ones, exterminate the demons, and take revenge for her moon-seizing sect and for her master and countless fellow disciples that died. Now, Lan Yi had the resources and final hope that her master had given her before telling her to escape from the moon-seizing sect. She was confused about what path to take. She didn't dare to flee to other sects, afraid that they would covet the precious resources that she had. However, if she didn't go to a sect, it would be difficult for her to become stronger, much less break through to the revolving core realm. At this time, Lonnie had a thought of which sect she should go to: Divine Phoenix Island. At Divine Phoenix Island, 90% of the disciples were women, and the disciples had a relatively good reputation for conduct. Not only that, but there were countless masters and top cultivation methods, inheritances, and abundant resources. If she could enter Divine Phoenix Island, then that would be the best possible outcome. But Lonnie was only a genius when placed in a low third-grade sect like the Moon-Seizing sect. As for a top fourth-grade sect like Divine Phoenix Island, she would only be the most basic and generic of disciples. It was even likely that she wouldn't be able to enter. And even if she did manage to enter with luck, she would be an outer court disciple at best. It would be impossible for her to come into contact with the core cultivation methods, and she would waste her life. In that situation, Lan Yi was also confused about what to do. Until now, when she met a boy that she suspected was Lin Ming. Lan Yi knew that Divine Phoenix Island placed a great deal of value on Lin Ming, and there was possibly even some unknown relation between him and Divine Phoenix Island's saintess, Mu Qinyu. What kind of existence was Mu Qinyu? She was the future leader of Divine Phoenix Island. She was a monstrous talent that stepped into the Xiantian realm at only 22 years of age. And within several years, she might break into the revolving core realm and become a top master. In front of someone like Mu Qinyu, all of the so-called talents of the 19 third-grade sects were just a joke. If Mu Qinyu could put in a few good words of recommendation for her, even if it were only casual, she could be promoted from an outer court disciple to an inner court disciple. This was just a one-word difference, but the treatment was vastly different. Lan Yi didn't want the resources of Divine Phoenix Island, such as pills or true essence stones. What she wanted were the legacy cultivation methods. To rely on the mediocre cultivation methods of the moon-seizing sect to break through to the revolving core realm was basically impossible. Of course, Lan Yi wasn't planning on asking Lin Ming for help and offering nothing in return. She had only met Lin Ming by chance. They hardly knew each other, so why would he want to help her? Lan Yi's thoughts were that first she would establish friendly relations with Li Ming, and then at a suitable time she would put out some of the resources from the moon-seizing sect as exchange, and then ask Lin Ming for help. Miss Lan, if there isn't anything else, I'll head back to the battlefield then. Lin Ming didn't want to waste time talking to Lan Yi. There were too many vicious beasts, and the army was under a great deal of pressure. Every second meant that another soldier could die. Young hero Lin, can you wait for a bit? My senior apprentice brother is out at the front. He can last for a moment or two. As Lan Yi spoke these words, the yellow-clothed youth had just rushed back and happened to hear Lan Yi's words. My senior apprentice brother is out at the front. He can last for a moment or two. The meaning behind this was that while the yellow-clothed youth would be fighting at the front, the two of them could continue to chat. *CK. The yellow-clothed youth was mad to the point of almost vomiting blood. Never in his entire life had he been so mad. He had been taken for such a fool. He had gone to fight the beast tide, yet someone wanted to take his woman. A mere common pulse condensation boy actually had thoughts on Lan Yi? What is so good about you? Are you worthy? So, What if you're a genius? This father will kill you now. Ka. With harsh wind blowing, the angry yellow-clothed youth landed on the ground. He stood in front of Lin Ming, a sullen and simmering expression on his face, his lips constantly twitching. Boy, you have guts. Lin Ming tilted his head, frowning. He didn't understand why this yellow-clothed youth had suddenly rushed towards him like a rabid dog, and starting barking. Senior apprentice brother, what are you saying? The white-clothed girl was startled. She hurriedly ran in front of Lin Ming, blocking him. She didn't know why the yellow-clothed youth had suddenly rushed up like he wanted a taste of Lin Ming's spear, but with that murderous look in his eyes, he wanted to start a fight with Lin Ming. Junior apprentice sister, you're protecting him? The yellow-clothed youth tightly gripped the sword in his hand, biting his pale lips. Good. Very good. The yellow-clothed youth stared at Lin Ming with hatred in his eyes. He said in a true essence sound transmission, You are surnamed Lin? Surname Lin, let me clearly tell you now that my junior apprentice sister is not someone that a common man like you can match up with. Now leave her alone. Seeing the situation rapidly devolve like this, Lan Yi was extremely nervous. She quickly sent the yellow-clothed youth a true essence sound transmission. Senior apprentice brother, what are you doing? Do you know who he is? Who is he? Why would I care who he is? The yellow-clothed youth almost went insane to the point of losing all reasoning. So why would he consider Lan Yi's words? This boy had actually moved on his woman. Even if he was the emperor of heaven, he still wouldn't be able to stand this. And in this trivial little mortal city, just what sort of amazing character could there be? I'm warning you one last time, hurry up and get away from her. Otherwise, I will have you pay a deep price. The yellow-clothed youth used a true essence sound transmission to threaten Lin Ming again. Crazy idiot. Lin Ming didn't want to bother with this rabid dog anymore and waste his time. He was also disinclined to explain the misunderstanding. It was better to say that he disdained giving an explanation. With his strength and status, why would he even want to waste his breath arguing with this yellow-clothed youth? The beast tide was becoming increasingly fierce, and now several masters were returning to the army camp. The army would soon be unable to cope with the beast tide. At that moment, the beast tide ripped a hole in the army's defensive wall. Lin Ming frowned, took out the purple comet spear, and directly rushed towards the vicious beast tide. You want to run away? The yellow-clothed youth sneered, raising his sword and following. He basically hadn't listened to Lan Yi's words. Are you a turtle? You don't dare to compete with me in killing vicious beasts, and you also are too afraid to kill 4th-level vicious beasts. You only run away. Are you still a man? The army formation was broken, and the beast tide rushed in. The death toll was rapidly increasing. Where would Lin Ming have the time to bother with this yellow-clothed youth? In the blink of an eye, all of the vicious beasts at the gap were instantly cleared away. The nearby soldiers didn't even have time to react. After resolving the threat of Bai Luo, Lin Ming naturally had no need to hide his strength anymore. The might of this spear move was only displayed through a casual sweep, but it actually caused Lan Yi's eyes to contract. This was a power that surpassed the limits of a pulse condensation period martial artist, and he could even compare with the yellow-clothed youth. At least it was no less than his. Lan Yi didn't even have time to think about what this meant when her face suddenly paled. She watched as the yellow-clothed youth thrust out with his sword, and over a dozen sword energies pierced towards Lin Ming's back, the wind rippling in their wake. Boy, you actually dare to ignore me? Take my sword. In his apoplectic anger, the yellow-clothed youth didn't hold back. These sword energies were aimed towards Lin Ming's vital points. If they hit, it would be enough to cut Lin Ming's meridians, severely wounding him, or even crippling him. Shameless. Don't you even care for face? Lin Ming's complexion sank. Now that the beat tide was rushing in, he didn't want to fight with this yellow-clothed youth. but this yellow-clothed youth chasing him again and again caused him to lose his patience. Bang! A spear swept out. An azure true essence howled forth. There were only slight popping sounds, as all of the sword energies of the yellow-clothed youth were shattered by Lin Ming's spear. Chapter 331 Sludge Monster. Chapter 331 Sludge Monster. Chapter 331 Sludge Monster. The yellow-clothed youth was shocked as he saw Lin Ming shatter all of his sword energies. This boy, he had some real skill. He hadn't stayed his hand in that last strike, but because he had slashed out so quickly, he hadn't used the sword techniques and cultivation methods of the moon-seizing sect. The power in that last move was only 20 to 30% of his strongest sword technique. I wonder how many swords you can block. Sword energy transverse. The aura of the yellow-clothed youth suddenly changed, true essence twining around his body, becoming sharp and deadly. Murderous intent surged out from him. The yellow-clothed youth was prepared to fight with everything he had. Lin Ming's expression sank. He only thought that this misunderstanding was strange and inexplicable. Even if he explained it, the explanation wouldn't be clear. How would the yellow-clothed youth ever believe that the goddess of his heart had approached Lin Ming by her own initiative? Even if Lin Ming could prove it, this yellow-clothed youth still wouldn't accept it. Lin Ming flourished his spear, the power of thunder sparkling. True essence jetted into the air like fabric that was being harshly torn. Although the yellow-clothed youth wasn't too talented, for better or for worse, he was still a Hotian master from a sect. If Lin Ming wanted to end this battle quickly, he had to take it seriously. The heretical god force still hadn't been fully restored, but even if it was, Lin Ming wouldn't use it just for this. As the battle between the two was about to begin, at that moment, a gigantic roar resounded throughout the entire battlefield, no different than a thunderclap. The yellow-clothed youth was startled, his heart trembling. He looked towards the depths of the beast tide and saw a vast shadow moving towards them, shaped like a hill. The yellow-clothed youth was shocked. What was that? Lin Ming was also taken aback, his expression becoming solemn. 5th level vicious beast. A 4th level vicious beast was already equal to a common mortal's Hotian level martial artist. As for a 5th level vicious beast, that was equal to a common mortal's Xiantian level martial artist. Of course, because martial artists of the common world had an unstable foundation, they had practically no chance of ever reaching the Xiantian realm. Thus, this level of strength didn't actually exist. A 5th level vicious beast was most likely equal to a sex peak Hotian martial artist, or even one that was a half step into the Xiantian realm. This was also Qinzia's strength. Roar. The terrifying roar was no different to landslides and tsunamis. The entire ground shook. When an ordinary person heard this roar, their ears became deaf and their mind shook. Many soldiers whose strength were already at the limit were almost thrown to the floor with this roar. As a result, the formation made up of thousands of soldiers was suddenly in disarray, in a precarious situation. In contrast, the tens of thousands of vicious beasts that heard this roar became even more ferocious, as if they had been doused in blood. The entire battlefield was in chaos. Zhuang Fan and Lin Wanshan's complexions changed. The situation had changed so quickly that they hadn't even had time to respond. Against a 5th level vicious beast, what could they possibly do? Now Lin Ming was too busy to bother with the yellow-clothed youth anymore. If he let that 5th level vicious beast break through the lines, the army would inevitably collapse. When that happened, Green Mulberry City would be overwhelmed in a single swoop. He had to divert that vicious beast somehow. If Lin Ming faced that vicious beast head-on, he wasn't confident he could defeat it. Its strength was higher than his, and most importantly, The heretical god force that he had used to deal with Bai Luo had only been restored to about 70 to 80% capacity. If he used Thunder Annihilation now, he wouldn't be able to unleash its maximum power. He had to stall for time. Lin Ming turned and saw that the yellow-clothed youth had actually turned somewhat pale. Lin Ming laughed loudly and said, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" The yellow-clothed youth was stunned for a moment before he furiously said, "You have the face to say I'm scared? Who do you think is the turtle from earlier? From the very start you went into hiding, and only just came back." Lin Ming didn't even seem to hear the yellow-clothed youth's taunt. He said, "You want to bet? Let's see who can persist against this 5th-level vicious beast for the longest, and who can damage it the most. The loser has to stay far away from Lan Yi. How about it?" The yellow-clothed youth smiled and said, "The loser has to stay far away from Lan Yi? Ha ha! Who do you think you are? What a toad that wishes to eat swan meat. You think you qualify to make a bet with me?" Lin Ming indifferently said, "It doesn't matter who qualifies. Only who dares and who dares not. If you don't want to bet, then I'll just go myself." After Lin Ming finished speaking, he ignored the yellow-clothed youth and rushed out with his spear. The yellow-clothed youth's complexion changed. This boy actually went by himself. He thought that Lin Ming was deliberately needling him, trying to provoke him into doing something stupid, and didn't have the courage to go in. He didn't think that Lin Ming would actually do it. He could feel Lan Yi's eyes on him from behind. It seemed as if Lan Yi already had a good impression of this boy. How could he let him show off again? The yellow-clothed youth instantly understood Lin Ming's plan. A 5th-level vicious beast was strong, and this massive vicious beast in front of him truly did have a terrifying strength, but it was slow. As long as he was careful and didn't get too close, he wouldn't be in any danger. This boy was actually thinking of making a bet against this 5th-level vicious beast so he could look good, showing off his heroism and bravery, but without placing himself in danger. This plan was truly well-crafted. Thinking this, the yellow-clothed youth ground his teeth in anger. He had almost been fooled by this boy again. He grasped his long sword and followed Lin Ming. It only took a moment for Lin Ming and the yellow-clothed youth to cross 5 miles. After approaching, they saw just how massive the vicious beast was. It was over 200 feet tall, and its body was a dirty ash gray all over. Its build resembled a giant octopus, and it was covered with dozens of thick and coarse tentacles. Sludge monster. Lin Ming had seen the record of this vicious beast in the ancient storybooks within the 7 profound Marshall House. This beast lived in the darkest swamps of the southern wilderness, and was usually hidden within the thick mud of the swamps. It used its great tentacles to catch its prey. Once a martial artist was wrapped by its tentacles and dragged into the mud, it was only a matter of waiting to die. Because the sludge monster stayed underground all year long, its main body was actually very slow, and an exceedingly good target. Of course, that was only its main body. Its tentacles were extremely fast. If one assumed that it was slow, and thus posed no threat, that person was truly an idiot waiting to die. Whoosh! As Lin Ming approached, a giant tentacle slashed towards him like a whip. Although the sludge monster was strong, he was still able to block a single tentacle. He displayed his movement technique and dodged, running around the sludge monster. He had to stall for time, so he could completely restore the heretical god force, rather than engage in an epic struggle with the sludge monster. Behind Lin Ming, the yellow-clothed youth rushed up just in time to see this scene. He won't even dare to attack a tentacle, and runs away from the sludge monster? This fellow still actually looks down on me. He is too outrageous. The yellow-clothed youth's teeth itched with resentment. He was already fully assured that Lin Ming was acting and putting on a fearless appearance so he could play a hero in front of Lan Yi, when the truth was he was actually nothing. "If you want to act, then I'll follow you. Let's see whose acting skills are better." The yellow-clothed youth sneered. He had complete self-confidence in his strength. As for acting, then that would look at who was stronger. Whoever was stronger would be able to display an ever greater performance. At this moment, the wind roared, and a thick tentacle slapped towards the yellow-clothed youth. Seeing this, the yellow-clothed youth instantly became happy. Who the real deal was would naturally be seen. Sword sweeping 1,000 soldiers. The youth's entire body coursed with reckless sword energy. Sword sweeping 1,000 soldiers was his strongest move. Once he used it, it was absolutely overwhelming, able to move even mountains. Countless sword energies bombarded the thick tentacle, causing wounds several feet deep. Green slime splashed into the sky. Aho! As the sludge monster felt pain, it reflexively shrunk its tentacle. The yellow-clothed youth was very satisfied with the outcome of his attack. He didn't even have time to turn back and smile at Lon when at that moment his expression changed. Hoo 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 hoo! A dozen tentacles swept towards the yellow-clothed youth like a wave from all sides. He was able to repel a single tentacle, but if so many came together, could he still force them back? The sludge monster had already turned all of its attention to the yellow-clothed youth. To the sludge monster, that wound was simply nothing. It had dozens of tentacles, and even having a few cut off didn't matter to it. Not only would it not affect its combat strength, but those severed tentacles would even regenerate. Besieged from all sides, the yellow-clothed youth was suddenly in danger. In comparison, only a random tentacle occasionally attacked Lin Ming. Lin Ming would never use his spear to block it, only avoiding it with his movement technique. This damn fellow, the yellow-clothed youth felt, as if he had been tricked again. You want to make a fool of this father? No way. This father will not play with you. The tentacle monster's main body was moving very slowly. As long as the yellow-clothed youth was able to distance himself from its attack range, he would win the bet anyways. It simply wasn't worth entangling himself within all these weird tentacles. Thinking this, the yellow-clothed youth turned around to run, but at this moment, he heard a true essence sound transmission in his ears. Sorry, but it doesn't seem you'll be able to run. There's a dreamland enchantment placed outside. What? The yellow-clothed youth was startled. He didn't even have time to react when he felt a pain in his head. He had run into an invisible light screen. Hold on, what was this? In a split second, the yellow-clothed youth didn't even time to think before several tentacles sliced towards him from behind. Bang! With an explosive sound, the yellow-clothed youth barely managed to avoid the strike as the tentacles pounded against the Dreamland enchantment, causing the entire enchantment to shake. Lin Ming let out a cold breath. This was a truly strong attack. The attack from a few tentacles had already caused the Dreamland enchantment to vibrate so greatly. If that sludge monster smashed into it with all its strength, the Dreamland enchantment might even rip apart. Although Mu Qinyu had said that the Dreamland enchantment could stop any attack from a martial artist below the Xiantian realm, the sludge monster was not a martial artist. Its attack power was much stronger than that of a martial artist of the same level. The yellow-clothed youth's complexion completely changed. Dreamland enchantment. How could a sludge monster release a Dreamland enchantment? He naturally assumed that the one who laid down the Dreamland enchantment was the sludge monster. He never thought that the one to do so was Lin Ming. In his opinion, Lin Ming didn't have the ability to lay down such a strong Dreamland enchantment. Even if he had this ability, he still wouldn't close himself into it with the sludge monster. What do I do? The yellow-clothed youth panicked. There was nowhere to retreat to. The sludge monster had already locked onto him. At this moment, Lin Ming was taking advantage of the sludge beast being attracted to the yellow-clothed youth. He clenched a medium-grade true essence stone, recovering his power as fast as he could. The heretical god force was quickly recovering. Chapter 332 Brilliance of Thunderfire. Chapter 332 Brilliance of Thunderfire. Chapter 332 Brilliance of Thunderfire. Brothers, while we have two masters in front dealing with the tentacle monster, we will defend against the beast Tide. As long as we can last, and the two masters can kill that strange tentacle beast, we will win. A soldier shouted out from the battlefield. However, the soldier's words didn't have much effect. Anyone could see that the yellow-clothed youth and Lin Ming were in a very disadvantageous position against the sludge monster. After the yellow-clothed youth had been injured at the very start, he was forced into danger. As for Lin Ming, he was worse than the yellow-clothed youth, dodging around the sides and not even attacking once. In this situation, it was already good for the yellow-clothed youth and Lin Ming to not die against the sludge monster, let alone kill it. Even so, none of the soldiers retreated. Behind them was Green Mulberry City, where their parents, wives, children, and everyone else that they loved lived. If Green Mulberry City fell, everyone within would die. How could they even think of retreating? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Tentacles lashed out like a flurry of whips. The yellow-clothed youth was desperately dodging all of the attacks. He didn't even have any strength to launch a full counterattack. Occasionally, he would gasp in exhaustion and slash out with several sword energies towards the Dreamland enchantment. However, the Dreamland enchantment wasn't something the yellow-clothed youth could hope to break through. His sword couldn't even cause the barrier to shake. Boy, called Lin, I've already caught its attention. Quick, hurry up and attack the sludge monster. Otherwise, we'll both die here. The yellow-clothed youth was thinking of escaping and having Lin Ming attack to draw the attention of the sludge monster. However, Lin Ming remained unmoved. Seeing Lin Ming turn a deaf ear to his pleas, and not even help just a bit, the yellow-clothed youth became angry. He rushed over to Lin Ming, intending to drag him down too, but Lin Ming was just too speedy and nimble. There was no way the yellow-clothed youth could catch him. The yellow-clothed youth suddenly let out a miserable cry. His leg had rubbed against some corrosive mucus and was immediately covered in blood. A wound of this level wasn't enough to disable him, but it made dodging even more difficult. The yellow-clothed youth gritted his teeth and used this life and death crisis to push his body to its limits. But he knew that he simply wouldn't be able to keep this up for much longer. At this time, Lin Ming had already poured a vast majority of the true essence in his body into the heretical god seed, constantly compressing it. The power of the heretical god seed had already been restored to 95%. Just hold on a bit longer. Lin Ming looked at the shaking enchantment barriers around him, his mind in complete concentration. Although the sludge monster was attacking the yellow-clothed youth, every time it did so, the attack would also splash onto the Dreamland enchantment, causing an enormous impact upon it. The sludge monster's strength was over 100,000 genes. There was no way that the Dreamland enchantment would be able to resist this sort of force for much longer. It's almost ready. Lin Ming could feel that the total compression of the heretical god seed's power was about to be completed, but the Dreamland enchantment wouldn't be able to last much longer. The Dreamland enchantment had a great practical value for Lin Ming. He didn't want to lose it like this. Just as the Dreamland enchantment reached its limit, at that moment, Lin Ming waved his hand and directly stored the Dreamland pearl away. At this time, the heretical god force was fully saturated. Pung, the yellow-clothed youth, was slapped by the sludge monster's tentacle. He flew backwards, spitting blood, no different than a broken rag doll. As the yellow-clothed youth flew back, spitting blood, the air whistling in his ears, he didn't need to look to see that the tentacles were attacking him once again. At this critical moment, the yellow-clothed youth stirred up all of the remaining strength he had, completely willing himself up with his survival instincts, fighting back the intense pain in his organs, and then rushing forwards, barely escaping the fatal blow. He desperately shouted at Lin Ming, If I die, then you'll die an even worse death. Hurry up and attack its weakness. Otherwise, we'll all die." In the turbulent wind, the yellow-clothed youth's voice was barely audible, cut off again and again. In truth, he didn't know the weakness of the sludge monster. Perhaps the sludge monster didn't even have a weakness. The yellow-clothed youth only said this because he wanted to lure Lin Ming in to attack the sludge monster's eye, angering it. However, the yellow-clothed youth also knew that there was no way a timid and cowardly fellow like Lin Ming would ever attack. But he didn't expect to see Lin Ming's spear and entire body flashing with bright sparks of thunder and flame, incomparably radiant. Seeing this, the yellow-clothed youth was stunned, and then started chuckling to himself. This boy was finally fooled. It seemed that the boy called Lin was finally making his move, and not only that, but it looked like his ultimate strike. With that boy as a diversion, the yellow-clothed youth might be able to survive. A moment ago, he had felt the dreamland enchantment finally vanish, or he would have hit the barrier. As the dream world enchantment vanished, the boy called Lin impulsively rushed towards the sludge monster to launch his attack. This attack would inevitably attract the sludge monster towards him. This was the best chance he would have to escape. The yellow-clothed youth could only hope that Lin Ming's attack was strong enough to provoke the sludge monster. He would have thanked Lin Ming in gratitude for giving him this opportunity to escape, but it would have been nothing but a joke. If it wasn't for Lin Ming, how would he ever have been caught in this dangerous situation? He looked forward to seeing Lin Ming die under the sludge monster's strike. The yellow-clothed youth withstood the pain and displayed his highest movement technique to escape. This time, the only thing that mattered to him was escaping all of this. What green Mulberry City? He didn't care at all about the soldiers' lives, and even Lan Yi's life was nothing compared to this. Wind whistled. Lin Ming opened up the heretical god force, the thunder soul and flame essence in his body intensely trembling. Although everyone could see that Lin Ming was about to launch his attack, no one besides him knew just how terrifying the power of this strike would be. True essence crazily flooded into the heretical god seed. The compressed power of thunder and fire was at its limits, like a dam that was about to burst open. With the purple comet spear in his hand, the power of thunder and fire was enhanced to the extreme. Purple flood dragon, divine thunder. Earth-gore crimson flame. With the thunder soul and flame essence as its source, this would be the strongest thunder fire annihilation. Even if Lin Ming opened up the heretical god force, it would be exceedingly difficult to control its power. The spear point faced out. Lin Ming's entire body was twined with arcs of lightning and wreaths of fire. He directly shot towards the sludge monster like a blazing meteor. Time seemed to slow down. The waving tentacles, the shouts of the soldiers, the roar of the beasts, all of this disappeared, leaving only the terrifying reverberations of thunder and fire echoing in the air. Pung, pung, two tentacles swiped at Lin Ming, but they were instantly pierced through by Lin Ming and his spear. The green corrosive mucus was instantly burnt to nothing by the thick power of thunder and fire in the air. Lin Ming rushed towards the sludge monster, overwhelming, unstoppable. Thunder fire annihilation. Bang. An ultimate power broke forth. In the night sky, it was like a purple sun had dawned. A large fissure appeared in the sludge monster, a massive amount of blood and viscous green liquid flowing out. Lin Ming carried on his slaughter straight through, penetrating the sludge monster's body and rushing out the other side, a shower of green blood appearing in his wake. How a gorgeous and shining pillar of flame and thunder pierced into the sky. The sludge monster roared in pain. Flames lit the entire night sky. Countless vicious beasts were charred alive by the fire. There were innumerable casualties as vicious beasts fell to the floor. Even the nearby yellow-clothed youth almost died. The flame's shock wave smashed into him, sending him tumbling onto the floor, his hair and clothes burnt. At this time, he couldn't care about these things. He could only look at that raging inferno with incredulity, feeling the life force of the sludge monster weakening, his heart shaking. The sludge monster died. Just what had happened? The sludge monster seemed to be the leader of the second tide of vicious beasts, as its corpse burnt within the fire. All of the vicious beasts stopped, as if they had lost all of their courage and stopped attacking. Every vicious beast turned towards the sludge monster that was wrapped in a cloak of flame. Then, after several breaths of time, they began to retreat like an ebbing tide, running away from green Mulberry City. Walla. Soon, all of the vicious beasts on the battlefield retreated, leaving behind only corpses. The vicious beasts retreated, all of green Mulberry City's soldiers standing among mounds of flesh and blood, their bodies exhausted and barely able to stand, could hardly believe as they watched the vicious beasts retreat. That dreadful inferno that pierced through the heavens seemed to cast a warmth on their bodies, heating up their cold spirits. We won. No one could believe this as they stared at the giant hill that was the sludge monster. That invincible sludge monster had actually been killed by Lin Ming in one move. We won. The vicious beasts have retreated. After a moment of silence, all of the soldiers burst out in thunderous cheers. Many people embraced each other in excitement, hot tears streaking down their faces. The tears ran down faces that were matted with dust and blood, leaving behind clear traces. These soldiers were different from Lin Ming. After all, they were only mortal. If Green Mulberry City could not be defended, Lin Ming could freely retreat. But as for them, they did not have such a luxury. During this war, the soldiers who came were already prepared to die on this battlefield. The vicious beast tide seemed endless. They were already at their limits, but then the sludge monster had appeared, and the vicious beasts grew increasingly violent, nearly overwhelming their hearts. However, against everyone's expectations, the sludge monster had been utterly destroyed by Lin Ming in a single strike. After the amazing reversal that followed, they had won. Beside the sludge monster, Lin Ming knelt on the floor, propping himself up with his spear. His energy consumption had been massive. This single blow had exhausted a full 60% of his true essence. With his current strength, even though he had opened the heretical god force and also had the increased power of the purple comet spear, he couldn't use the full strength of Thunderfire Annihilation. He was just barely able to use 70 to 80% of its strength. Even so, it had still drained him of so much energy. As Lin Ming looked at the giant pyre of flames, he took a deep breath and pulled out a pill from his spatial ring, eating it to help restore his true essence. Although it sounded terrifying that he had killed the sludge monster in a single blow, this didn't mean that Lin Ming had strength equal to a sex peak Hotian martial artist. The sludge monster had a massive body, and it was also slow. In the end, it couldn't avoid attacks and became an easy target. Lin Ming's most outstanding aspect was his attack power. Once he used Thunderfire Annihilation, its power was truly earth-shattering. But when facing a top Hotian martial artist like Qin Zia, he might not have the chance to do so. Chapter 333, Lan Yi's Request. Chapter 333, Lan Yi's Request. Chapter 333, Lan Yi's Request. The flames burned brightly. Lin Ming carried the purple comet spear and walked towards the flames. With a wave of his hand, an invisible energy rushed forth, dividing the flames and revealing a passageway. The sludge monster had already stopped struggling. There were only a few tentacles that were still roasting in the fiery heat, curling up as they burnt to ash. With a single spear, Lin Ming slashed apart the sludge monster, walking directly into its body. Chi, chi, chi. Green mucus fell like rain, but it was all burned away by flames. A moment later, Lin Ming took out a fist-sized inner core pearl from the sludge monster, placing it into a spatial ring. All vicious beasts above the fourth level had core pearls within them. Whether it was for alchemy or for countering poisons, the sludge monster's core pearl would be an extremely good material. Naturally, Lin Ming wouldn't leave it. The sludge monster's sinews were also a good material, but the sludge monster had been slashed apart by Lin Ming and had also been charred black. These sinews no longer had any value. The flames separated into a path as Lin Ming carried his purple comet spear and walked out from the blazing inferno, his spear point leading the way. At this time, his hair was loose, and he was covered in residual arcs of purple lightning and flame. At this moment, he looked like a peerless demon god. The person closest to Lin Ming was the yellow-clothed youth from the moon-seizing sect. The yellow-clothed youth was slumped on the ground, exhausted. As he watched Lin Ming emerge from the fire, his lips twitched and his eyes were blank like he had lost his soul. He thought that Lin Ming was inviting death with that spear of his, but he never imagined that a single blow was able to kill the sludge monster. This was a fifth-level vicious beast, whose strength was comparable to a peak Hotian martial artist. As for Lin Ming, his cultivation was only at the mere middle pulse condensation period. Who was he? The yellow-clothed youth was very clear just how terrifying it was to have this strength at this cultivation, and at such a young age. It was impossible for him to be unknown. At this moment, he heard a rallying cry spread through the entire army, as if it were an endless tide. Long live Hero Lin! Long live Hero Lin! Long live Hero Lin! Long live Hero Lin! To an ordinary soldier, Lin Ming was their benefactor, and also their savior. Without Lin Ming, not only would they have died, but all their family that stood behind them would have been turned to bones by the vicious beast Tide. Surname Lin. His surname was Lin. A 16-year-old genius, surnamed Lin, a name suddenly popped up in the yellow-clothed youth's heart, causing him to be completely petrified. He sat on the ground like a statue, watching as Lin Ming walked past him. The cheers continued. Lin Ming looked in the distance to see that the soldiers were all bloodied, but they were cheering in high spirits, and his mood became complex. In this battle, the ones that had the greatest impact were the masters. But if these soldiers hadn't used their own bodies to create a wall of flesh and blood to block off the beast Tide, then no matter how strong Lin Ming was or how many vicious beasts he killed, they would have broken into Green Mulberry City and killed innocents. In this fight, these ordinary soldiers had paid the greatest cost, but the cheers and accolades they received were the least. He even saw a soldier who had lost his arm in battle, after a simple rap to staunch the bleeding. This soldier used all of his weary strength to raise his right arm, saluting Lin Ming. At this moment, Lin Ming's heart suddenly felt heavy. This was a war of mortals. In an army that was once 10,000 strong, there were now only a few thousand left. To the soldiers, being able to survive or knowing that their families were safe was already the best possible result. Thinking of the culprit that was behind this entire farce, the South Sea Demon region, Lin Ming's mind and heart filled with waves of surging hatred. To a lofty fifth-grade sect, the lives of mortals were no different than ants. In order to swallow Divine Phoenix Island and the South Horizon region, and to warn the 19 third-grade sects, the South Sea Demon region didn't hesitate for a second before setting off a terrifying beast tide that embroiled the entire Divine Phoenix province. Because of their actions, death reigned everywhere, and countless innocent lives were lost. Lin Ming walked towards the army camp and hadn't even arrived when he was swarmed by people. They were all being led by high-level people of Green Mulberry City, such as Lin Wanshan and Zhuang Fan. That vivid image of Lin Ming killing the sludge monster with a single strike of his spear could be described as a miracle. The monster was the size of a hill, but was stabbed to death with a single move. Purple lightning and roaring flames had impacted the heavens. This had left a greatly humbling impact upon everyone watching. The Salt clan's Sherlinkai had a very ruddy complexion, red with excitement. He laughed loudly and said, "Hero Lin, you are truly a war god reincarnate." He was ready to let out some more praise when he found that something didn't seem right about Lin Ming's condition. "Hero Lin, is everything all right?" Lin Ming waved his hand and said, "I'm good. I just need to rest for a moment." Lin Ming had only consumed too much energy. It wasn't because he was injured by the sludge monster. The sludge monster had a great deal of corrosive mucus in its body, but most of it was burned away by the power of thunder and fire. As for the rest, it wasn't able to melt through Lin Ming's protective true essence. At this time, a white-clothed girl came out from the crowd. Her delicate red lips parted, and she carefully called out, "Sir Lin." This girl was Lan Yi. She had seen all she needed in that brief moment to confirm that this was Lin Ming, within all of the talents of the 19 third-grade sex, who could display this level of power besides Lin Ming. In fact, according to Lan Yi's impression, Lin Ming should not have had this amount of terrifying combat strength. This was not strength that a pulse condensation period martial artist should have. In fact, there were even certain elders within the moon-seizing sect that couldn't match up. The moon-seizing sect was a relatively weak and small sect, and some of the outer court elders were only at the peak Hotian realm. Their attack power would never reach this level. For a 16-year to have attack power that compared favorably to an outer court elder of the moon-seizing sect, Lin Ming truly deserved his title as the top talent and young genius within the 19 third-grade sections. Lonnie never expected that she would meet Lin Ming in such a remote mortal city. Naturally, she would not miss this rare opportunity. Lin Ming looked up at Lan Yi. "What's the matter?" At this point, Lin Ming was able to confirm that Lan Yi had recognized him. The reason she repeatedly approached him must be because she had some matter to discuss. "Sir Lin, this is a blue lotus pill. It can help you recover your strength." As Lan Yi spoke, she took out a small bottle from her spatial ring. A rich aroma emitted from the pill. It was indeed a top-grade pill. "I don't need it," Lin Ming waved. "I already have pills. If Miss Lan has any matters to discuss, please speak frankly." For a moment, Lonnie seemed somewhat embarrassed. To brazenly and openly ask others for help was quite difficult. At this point, Sherlinkai also revealed a mischievous smile, his eyes lighting up with a hee-hee expression. He gave Lin Ming a meaningful glance, silently saying, "Brother, you are very fierce," and quickly excused himself and left. Obviously, to Sherlinkai, Lan Yi was infatuated with Lin Ming. To him, this was a completely normal matter. After all, beautiful women loved heroes. The two were of a similar age, and Lin Ming had an attractive aura to him. As Sherlinkai thought that he was being clever, this caused Lan Yi to be even more embarrassed. She coughed and said, "Sir Lin, I would like to request a favor. May I speak with you alone?" "All right, let's go to the army compound." Lin Ming also wanted to understand how the moon-seizing sect was attacked, so he didn't reject her. Chapter 334 Moon-Seizing Sect's Hidden Treasures. Chapter 334 Moon-Seizing Sect's Hidden Treasures. Chapter 334 Moon-Seizing Sect's Hidden Treasures. Seeing Lin Ming and Lan Yi's departing forms, Zhuang Fan glanced at Lin Wanshan and said, "Old Lin, Lin Ming is 16 this year, isn't he?" It's about time for engagement. According to the traditions of Sky Fortune Kingdom, once a man reached 16 years of age and became an adult, he could be engaged, and once he reached 18 years of age, he could get married. But a martial artist was fundamentally different. It wasn't strange for a Xiantian realm martial artist to not be married even at 100 years of age. Lin Wanshan didn't know what sort of plans Lin Ming had for marriage, or if he even planned to. With a single word from Lin Wanshan, he could decide who a common Lin family junior would have to marry. If they wanted to marry who they wanted, they would have to leave the family. But as for something so important as Lin Ming's marriage, that was something that Lin Wanshan had absolutely no power to influence. It would all be up to Lin Ming's own choice. Zhuang Fan sighed, then shook his head. He casually spoke a few words regarding Lin Ming's age of engagement. But Lin Ming was destined to never marry into their Zhuang family as a son-in-law. Their Zhuang family simply couldn't produce a daughter that was able to match up to Lin Ming. He guessed that every noble family in Sky Fortune City already had their eyes on him. As long as Lin Ming revealed the slightest bit of interest, all of the noble families would probably line up their daughters, waiting in line to deliver them up to Lin Ming, even willing to send them off as concubines. Lin Ming's tent was in the center of the army camp. The arrangements inside were very simple, but actually very comfortable. There was a sturdy wooden cot that was covered with clean cotton sheets. Because it was pressed a bit too much, it was a little hard to sit on. Sit. Lin Ming indicated the wooden cot as he spoke to Lan Yi. Sir Lin, my name is Zhou Xinyu. The name of Lan Yi was only my childhood nickname. The reason that Lan Yi hadn't given her true name was because she wanted to conceal her identity. But now that she was requesting something from Lin Ming, she naturally had to be honest in her intentions. Zhou Xinyu, Lin Ming thought back and remembered that in Divine Phoenix Island's Joint Talent Training Program, there was a girl with this name. She was one of the 50 human step talents. Miss Zhou is a disciple of the moon-seizing sect. Zhou Xinyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. There was no longer any reason to hide her identity, and this was easily found out. I'm sorry, but could Miss Zhou tell me who destroyed the moon-seizing sect? Lin Ming tried to make his tone as gentle as possible as he poured a pot of tea in order to not aggravate her wounds. As the topic of her sect's destruction was brought up, a look of hatred mingled with sorrow in Zhou Xinyu's eyes. She still vividly recalled that bloody day when her master had died a tragic death. They were all revolving core masters, 7 of them in total. Zhou Xinyu spat out between clenched teeth. Within the entire moon-seizing sect, only their highest elder had barely managed to break through to the revolving core realm. Even with several dozens of Xiantian masters combined together, none of them could block the slaughtering rampage of 7 revolving core powerhouses. There was even one at the middle revolving core stage. Lin Ming's heart sank. With this extermination lineup, even the 7 profound valleys would face certain doom. Even Peacock Mountain and Falling Cloud sect would suffer serious losses. He let out a heavy breath, and then continued. And what matter does Miss Zhou have to discuss with me? That is, I want to join Divine Phoenix Island. I would like to ask that Sir Lin recommend me, if possible. I would like to have a chance to study Divine Phoenix Island's core cultivation methods. I would be very grateful. Zhou Xinyu started out a bit embarrassed, but afterwards just spoke her request in one go. She had originally planned to befriend Lin Ming and then slowly lay down her request, but now that the situation has become like this, there was no point in beating around the bush. You want to study the core cultivation methods. Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows. If it was simply a recommendation, then Lin Ming would easily be able to help. With Zhou Xinyu's talent, it wouldn't be too difficult to join Divine Phoenix Island. However, if he wanted to recommend her to study the core cultivation methods, then that was something he wouldn't be able to do. Divine Phoenix Island had 2 main core cultivation method manuals, Vermilion Bird, Forbidden Divine Chronicle, as well as Blue One Abstract Phantom Code. These were the both legacies left behind by the ancient Phoenix clan. They were incomparably precious. These 2 cultivation methods were normally only passed down to core disciples. Ordinary disciples could only study the most superficial knowledge of them. Even Lin Ming, who hadn't yet officially joined Divine Phoenix Island, was only taught the first layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Not only that, but Lin Ming had also made a pledge on his heart of martial arts that he wouldn't leak out this cultivation method. This was because there were too many profound secrets contained within the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, as well as Blue Yuan Abstract Phantom Code. As the legacies of the ancient Phoenix clan, it was said that if one managed to cultivate them to the highest realm, one's body would be like a phoenix, and they would be able to rebirth in a nirvana of flames, immortal and indestructible. Such a precious ancient legacy was enough to cause many powerhouses to covet it, even with all the flaws they had. The Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle and Blue Yuan Abstract Phantom Code were difficult to cultivate if one didn't have the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird or Blue Yuan. Of course, this didn't mean that one couldn't cultivate it entirely. In the history of Divine Phoenix Island, there was once a demonic man who cultivated fire tribute cultivation methods and had stolen away the saintess of Divine Phoenix Island to plunder her primordialine so that he could double cultivate the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Like this, a catastrophe was brought down upon Divine Phoenix Island. But Divine Phoenix Island had learned from this grave mistake. From that point on, they had strictly controlled these secrets. "I apologize, I cannot help you," Lin Ming said, directly rejecting Lan Yi. "The core cultivation methods of Divine Phoenix Island are only passed down to the core disciples. If you could become a core disciple, then you don't need my help to do so." Zhou Xinyu was stunned, and then her entire complexion was colored with disappointment. Core disciple with her talent. The most she could be was an outer court disciple. There was no way she could compete against the inner court disciples, much less a core disciple. Thinking of the vengeance she needed to take for her master and her sect, Zhou Xinyu absent-mindedly asked, "Divine Phoenix Island will not pass on the core cultivation methods to inner court disciples?" Lin Ming shook his head. An inner court disciple can only learn the first few layers of the core cultivation methods. Divine Phoenix Island is very strict in the management of their core cultivation methods. "Sorry, but I simply cannot help you." "Sir Lin, Zhou Xinyu had a begging expression, but the words she wanted to say were caught in her throat. Her original intent was to produce a few heaven-opening pills as a reward for Lin Ming's help, but now it appeared that heaven-opening pills were useless. Lin Ming wasn't lacking in heaven-opening pills. According to what Zhou Xinyu had heard, Lin Ming had already obtained 3 heaven-opening pills. Once Lin Ming stepped into the Hotian realm, there would probably be more. A core disciple of Divine Phoenix Island probably received similar treatment to Lin Ming. To use a few heaven-opening pills in exchange for the treatment of a core disciple was simply too naive. Zhou Xinyu was aware that with her own talent, the most she could achieve would be becoming an inner court disciple. There was no way she would ever be able to learn the full core cultivation method manuals and enter into the revolving core realm. Divine Phoenix Island was too strong. A core disciple had a high chance of entering the revolving core realm. Otherwise, this revolving core realm would be too worthless. Did she really have to put out that? If she gave it to Mu Qinyu, she might be able to trade it for a core disciple position. But the price was too steep. After the moon-seizing sect was destroyed, the treasure that they left behind was the hope of her master, as well as the hope for the future revival of the moon-seizing sect. Without it, even if she became a core disciple and was able to learn the core cultivation methods, it would be too difficult to step into the revolving core realm. But if she had it, then she wouldn't be able to reach the revolving core realm, as she wouldn't have a high-grade cultivation method. If she didn't reach the revolving core realm, she wouldn't have the qualifications to avenge her master or rebuild the moon-seizing sect. As Zhou Xinyu thought of this, her mind was torn. "I've disturbed Sir Lin. Excuse me." Zhou Xinyu barely smiled, and then quietly left the tent. As she left, Lin Ming saw her desolate back, and he suddenly sighed with emotion. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "I will bring this up with Divine Phoenix Islands, Miss Mu. However, what she does will depend on her." Zhou Xinyu was happy. She hurriedly thanked Lin Ming and said, "Thank you, Sir Lin. I will engrave this kindness within my mind." After Zhou Xinyu profusely thanked him, she finally left. Lin Ming could only shake his head. The road of a martial artist was fraught with hardships and emotions. Talents such as Zhou Xinyu may seem like fairy maidens to a common mortal, but if they truly wished to reach the revolving core realm, they had to pay a great cost. In order for a common martial artist to earn a few resources, they had to venture through lands filled with vicious beasts and risk their lives to hunt for precious materials. These materials were also what young and beautiful girls sought from the 7 Profound Valleys Acacia faction. In order to reach the pulse condensation period and extend their lives, they would exchange their own virginity for the longer-lasting youth. These sect talents were the envy of countless others. In order to search for lucky opportunities, they would enter into dangerous lands and possibly die. The road of martial artists seemed bright and attractive, but once one stepped onto it, it was full of thorns and perils. If one fell off for any reason, there was no more hope for them. Zhou Xinyu had a wish and obsession to revive her sect and avenge her master. This obsession was truly worthy of Lin Ming's pity and respect. However, at most, Lin Ming would only be able to mention this subject to Mu Qinyu. He couldn't help her in any substantial way. No longer thinking about these things, Lin Ming closed the tent curtains and then took out a spatial ring. This spatial ring was left behind by Luo. After Lin Ming killed Bai Luo, he had only taken the spatial ring because he was in a hurry to return to the battlefield. He hadn't had time to investigate what was inside. Bai Luo had a limited status within the 7 Profound Valleys. Lin Ming didn't have much hope that there would be anything within that was too valuable. He started with the mindset that it would be like looking for meat in a mosquito leg, and he began to remove the objects inside one at a time. There were several medium-grade human step treasures, as well as a high-grade human step treasure sword and flexible armor. There were several bottles of high-grade pills for a Hotian realm martial artist to increase their cultivation, over 1,000 true essence stones, and several jade slips. There was no need to look at treasures like the flexible armor. To Lin Ming, these treasures were things he could just give away. As for the high-grade cultivation pills, those were barely up to standards. They were probably gifted by Ouyang Boyan, so it would be useful to keep them. As for the 1,000 true essences tones, they were better than nothing. Afterwards, Lin Ming picked up the jade slips and began to casually glance through them. Suddenly, he was surprised. There was a medium-grade Earth Step Auxiliary Secret Skill jade slip. To a sect, core secret skills were the unique legacies of those sections. For instance, Divine Phoenix Islands Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle and the Acacia faction's Divine Acacia Power had no grade. But there were some secret skills that were spread out and thus obtained a grade. A medium-grade Earth Step Cultivation Method Jade Slip was equal to a top medium-grade Earth Step treasure in value. Initially, when Lin Ming had learned the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist, that had only been an incomplete medium-grade Earth Step martial skill. But the abstract principles found within were extremely profound. Although a medium-grade Earth Step Auxiliary Secret Skill was just a bit lower in value, it was more than enough to exchange for 2 heaven-opening pills. This by Luo, he was actually thinking of trade for 2 heaven-opening pills with this secret skill after he reached peak Hotian, and then breaking through to the Xiantian realm. How ambitious! Lin Ming didn't think that Bai Luo's treasure trove was so deep that it would have such a precious treasure. As Lin Ming swept through the contents of the cultivation method, his heart immediately stirred. This was a set of appearance-changing and concealment methods. No wonder Bai Luo's appearance-changing technique and concealment skill had been so superb. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.